Chapter 41 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge BLACKMORE. Chapter 41. Bat of the Gill. Upon that same evening the cottage in the Gill was well snowed up, as befell it every winter, more or less handsomely according to the wind. The wind was in the right way to do it truly now, with just enough draught to pile bountiful wreaths, and not enough of wild blast to scatter them again. Bat of the Gill, as Mr. Burt was called, sat by the fire with his wife and daughter, and listened very calmly to the whistle of the wind and the sliding of the soft fall that blocked his window-panes. Elsie was reading, Mrs. Burt was knitting stockings, and Mr. Burt was thinking of his own strange life. It never once occurred to him that great part of his strangeness sprang from the oddities of his own nature, any more than a man who has been in a quarrel believes that he could have kept out of it. Matters beyond my own control that forced me to do this and that is the true belief of every man whose life is run counter to his fellows, through his own inborn diversity. In this man's nature were two strange points, sure, if they were strong enough to survive experience, to drive anybody into strange ways. He did not care for money, and he contemned rank. How these two horrible twists got into his early composition is more than can be told, and in truth it does not matter. But being quite incurable and meeting with no sympathy except among people who aspired to them only, and failed if they ever got the chance of failing, these deprivations from the standard of mankind drove Christopher Burt from the beaten tracks of life. Providence offered him several occasions of return into the ordinary course, for after he had cast abroad in a very nice inheritance, other two fortunes fell to him, but found him as difficult as ever to stay with. Not that he was lavish upon luxury of his own, for no man could have simpler tastes, but that he weakly believed in the duty of benevolence and the charms of gratitude. Of the latter it is needless to say that he got none, while the former he produced some harm. When all his bread was cast upon the waters, he set out to earn his own crust as best he might. Hence came a chapter of accidents and a volume of motley incidents in various climes and upon far seas. Being a very strong, active man, with gift of versatile hand and brain and early acquaintance with handicrafts, Christopher Burt could earn his keep and make in a year almost as much as he used to give away or lend without redemption in a general day of his wealthy time. Hard labor tried to make him sour, but did not succeed therein. Yet one thing in all his experience vexed him more than any hardship, to wit, that he could never win true fellowship among his new fellows in the guild of labor. Some were rather surly, others very pleasant, from a warm belief that he must yet come into money. But whatsoever or whosoever they were, or whatever land, they all agreed that Christopher Burt was not of their communion. Manners, appearance, education, freedom from prejudice, and other wide diversities marked him as an interloper, and perhaps a spy among the enlightened working men of the period. Over and over again he strove to break down this barrier, but thrice as hard he might have striven and found it still too strong for him. This and other circumstance at last impressed him with the superior value of his own society. Much as he loved the working man, in spite of all experience of him, that worthy fellow would not have it, but felt a truly and piously hereditary scorn for a gentleman as took an order, when for being a blessed fool he might have stood there giving it. The other thing that helped to drive him from his very dense array was his own romantic marriage and the copious birth of children. After the sensitive age was past, and when the sensibles ought to reign, for then he was past 35, he fell, for the first time of his life, into a violent passion of love for a beautiful Jewish maid barely turned 17. Zilpah admired him, for he was of noble aspect, rich with variety of thoughts and deeds. With women he had that peculiar power which men of strong character possess. His voice was like music, and his words as good as poetry. and he scarcely ever seemed to contradict himself. Very soon Zilpa adored him, and then he gave notice to her parents that she was to be his wife. These stared considerably, being very wealthy people of high Jewish blood, and thus the oldest of the old, and steadfast most, where all are steadfast, to their own race of religion. Finding their astonishment received serenely, they locked up their daughter with some strong expressions, which they redoubled when they found the door wide open in the morning. Zilpa was gone, and they scratched out her name from the surface of their memories. Christopher Burt, being lawfully married, for the local restrictions scorned the case of a foreigner and a Jewish, crossed the Polish frontier with his mules and tools, and drove his little covered cart through Austria. And here he lit upon and helped in some predicament of the road a spirited young Englishman undergoing the miseries of the grand tour, the son and heir of Philip Yordus. Duncan was large and crooked of thought, as every true Yordus must be, and finding a mind in advance of his own by several years of such sallyings, and not yet even swerving toward the turning goal of corpulence, the young man perceived that he had hit upon a prophet. For Burt scarcely ever talked of all his generous ideas. A prophet's proper mantle is the long cloak of Harpocrates, and his best vaticinations are inspired more than uttered. So it came about that Duncan Yordus, difficult as he was to lead, largely shared the devious courses of Christopher Burt the workman, and these few months of friendship made a lasting mark upon the younger man. Soon after this a heavy blow befell the ingenious wanderer. Among his many arts and trades he had some knowledge of engineering, or at any rate much boldness of it, which led him to conceive a brave idea concerning some tributary of the Po. The idea was sound and fine, and might have led to many blessings, but nature, enjoying her bad work best, recoiled upon the improver. He left an oozy channel drying, like a glanderous sponge in August, and virulent fever came upon his tent. All of his 8 children died, except his youngest son, Maunder. His own strong frame was shaken sadly, and his loving wife lost all her strength and buxom beauty. He gathered the remnants of his race, and stricken but still unconquered, took his way to a long-forgotten land. "The residue of us must go home," he said after all his wanderings. In London, of course, he was utterly forgotten, although he had spent much substance there in the days of sanguine charity. Durham was his native country, where he might have been a leading man, if more like other men. Cosmopolitan as he was, and strong in his own opinion still, the force of years and sorrow and long striving told upon him. He had felt a longing to mend the kettles of the house that once was his, but when he came to the brink of Tees his stout heart failed, and he could not cross. Instead of that he turned away, to look for his old friend Yordus, not to be patronized by him, for patronage he would have none, but from hankering after a congenial mind and to touch upon kind memories. Yordus was gone, as pure an outcast as himself, and his name almost forbidden there. He thought it a part of the general wrong, and wandered about to see the land with his eyes wide open as usual. There was nothing very beautiful in the land, and nothing at all attractive, except that it commanded length of view, and was noble in its rugged strength. This, however, pleased him well, and here he resolved to set up his staff, if means could be found to make it grow. From the higher fells he could behold, whenever the weather encouraged him, the dromedary humps of certain hills, at the tail whereof he had been at school, a charming mist of retrospect. And he felt, though it might have been hard to make him own it, a deeply seated joy that here he should be long links out of reach of the most highly illuminated working man. This was an inconsistent thing, but consistent forever in coming to pass. Where the will is, there the way is, if the will be only wise. Burt found out a way of living in this howling wilderness, as his poor wife would have called it, if she had been a bad wife. Unskilful as he had shown himself in the matter of silver and gold, he had won great skill in the useful metals, especially in steel, the type of truth. And here in a break of rock he discovered a slender vein of slate-gray mineral, distinct from cobalt, but not unlike it, such as he had found in the Carpathian Mountains, and which in metallurgy had no name yet, for its value was known to very few. But a legend of the spot declared that the ancient cutlers of Bilbo owed much to their fame the use of this mineral in the careful process of conversion. "I can make a living out of it, and that is all I want," said Bert, who was moderately sanguine still. "I know a manufacturer who has faith in me and is doing all he can against the supremacy of Sheffield. If I can make arrangements with him, we will settle here and keep our own affairs for the future." He built him a cottage in lonely snugness, fair in the waste and outside even of the range of title deeds, though he paid a small rent to the manor to save trouble and to satisfy his conscience on the mineral deposit. By right of discovery, lease, and user, this became entirely his, and nobody else had ever heard of it. So by the fine irony of facts it came to pass, first, that the squanderer of 3 fortunes united his lot with a Jewess, next, that a great cosmopolitan hugged a strict corner of jealous monopoly, and again, that a champion of communism insisted upon his exclusive right to other people's property. However, for all that, it might not be easy to find a more consistent man. Here Maunder, the surviving son, grew up, and Insi, their last child, was born, and the land enjoyed peace for 20 years because it was of little value. A man who had been about the world so loosely must have found it hard to be boxed up here, except for the lowering of strength and pride by sorrow of affection and sore bodily affliction. But the air of the moorland is good for such troubles. Bert possessed a happy nature, and perhaps it was well that his children could say, "We are 9, but only 2 to feed." It must have been the whistling wind, a long memorial sound which sent him, upon this snowy December night, back among the echoes of the past, for he always had plenty of work to do, even in the winter evenings, and was not at all given to folded arms. And before he was tired of his short, warm rest, his wife asked, "Where is Maunder?" "I left him doing his work," he replied. "He had a great heap still to clear. He understands his work right well. He will not go to bed until he has done it. We must not be quite snowed up, my dear." Mrs. Burt shook her head. Having lost so many children, she was anxious about the rest of them. But before she could speak again, a heavy leap inside the door was heard, and strong latch rattled and the timbers creaked. Insi jumped to see what it meant, but her father stopped her and went himself. When he opened the door, a whirl of snow flew in, and through the glitter and flutter a great dog came reeling and rolled upon the floor, a mighty lump of bristled whiteness. Mrs. Burt was terrified, for she thought that it was a wolf, not having found it in her power to believe that there could be such a desert place without wolves in the winter-time. "Why, Saracen," said Insi, "I declare it is. You poor old dog, what could have brought you out in this weather?" Both her parents were surprised to see her sit down on the floor and throw her arms around the neck of this self-invited and very uncouth visitor. For the girl forgot all her trumpetry concealments in the warmth of her feeling for a poor lost dog. Saracen looked at her with a view to dignity. He had only seen her once before, when Pet brought him down, both for company and safeguard, and he was not a dog who would dream of recognizing a person to whom he had been rashly introduced, and he knew that he was in a mighty difficulty now, which made self-respect all the more imperative. However, on the whole, he had been pleased with Insi at their first interview, and had patronized her, for she had an honest fragrance and a little taste of salt. And now, with a side look, he let her know that he did not wish to hurt her feelings, although his business was not with her. But if she wanted to give him some refreshment, she might do so while he was considering. The fact was, though he could not tell it, and would scorn to do so if he could, that he had not had one bit to eat for more hours than he could reckon. That wicked hostler at Middleton had taken his money and dispersed it upon beer, adding insult to injury by remarking in the hearing of Saracen, while strictly chained, that he was a deal too fat already. So vile a sentiment had deepened into passion the dog's ever-dominant love of home, and when the darkness closed upon him in an unknown hungry hole without even a horse for company, any other dog would have howled. But this dog stiffened his tail with self-respect. He scraped away all the straw to make a clear area for his experiment, and then he stood up like a pillar or a fine kangaroo and made trial of his weight against the chain. Feeling something give or show propensity toward giving, he said to himself that here was one more triumph for him over the presumptuous intellect of man. The chain might be strong enough to hold a ship, and the great leathern collar to secure a bull, but the fastening of chain to collar was unsound, by reason of the rusting of a rivet. Retiring to the manger for a better length of rush, he backed against the wall for a fulcrum to his spring, while the roll of his chest and the breadth of his loins quivered with tight muscle. Then, take off like charge of a cannon, he dashed. The loop of the collar flew out of the rivet, and the chain fell clanking on the paving bricks. With grim satisfaction the dog set off in the track of the horse for Scargate Hall, and now he sat up panting in the cottage of the Gill to tell his discovery and to crave for help. "Where do you come from, and what do you want?" asked Bert, as the dog, soon beginning to recover, looked round the door and then back again at him and jerked up his chin impatiently. "Incy, you seem to know this fine fellow. Where have you met him? And whose dog is he?" "Saracen. Why, that is the name of the dog who is everybody's terror at Scargate." "I gave him some water one day," said Incy, "when he was terribly thirsty. But he seems to know you, father, better than me. He wants you to do something, and he scorns me." For Saracen, failing in articulate speech, was uttering volumes of entreaty with his eyes, which were large and brown and full of clear expression under eyebrows of rich tan. And then he ran to the door, put up one heavy paw and shook it, and ran back and pushed the master with his muzzle, and then threw back his great head and long velvet ears, and opening his enormous jaws, gave vent to a mighty howl which shook the roof. "Ow, put him out, open the door!" exclaimed Mrs. Burt in fresh terror. "If he is not a wolf, he is a great deal worse." "His master is out in the snow," cried Bert, "perhaps buried in the snow, and he's come to tell us. Give me my hat, child, and my thick coat. See how delighted he is, poor fellow. Oh, here comes Maunder. Now lead the way, my friend. Maunder, go and fetch the other shovel. There is somebody lost in the snow, I believe. We must follow this dog immediately." "Not till you both have had much plenty food," the mother said. "Out upon the moors this bad night, and for leagues possibly to travel. My son and my husband are much too good. You bad dog, why did you come, pestilent? But you shall have food also. Incy, provide him, while I make to eat your father and your brother." Saracen could hardly wait, starving as he was, but seeing the men prepare to start, he made the best of it, and cleared out a colander of victuals in a minute. "Put up what is needful for a starving traveller," Mr. Burt said to the ladies. "We shall want no lantern. The snow gives light enough, and the moon will soon be up. Keep a kettle boiling and some warm clothes ready. Perhaps we shall be hours away, but have no fear. Maunder is the boy for snowdrifts." The young man, being of dark and silent nature, quite unlike his father's, made no reply, nor even deigned to give a smile, but seemed to be wonderfully taken with the dog, who in many ways resembled him. Then he cast both shovels on his shoulder at the door, and strode forth and stamped upon the path that he had cleared. His father took a stout stick. The dog leapt past them, and led them out at once upon the open moor. "We are in for the night of it," said Mr. Bird, and his son did not contradict him. "The dog goes first, then I, then you," he said to his father in his deep, slow tone. And the elderly man, whose chief puzzle in life, since he had given up the problem of the world, was the nature of his only son, now wondered again, as he seldom ceased from wondering, whether this boy despised or loved him. The young fellow always took the very greatest care of his father, as if he were a child to be protected, and he never showed the smallest sign of disrespect. Yet Maunder was not the true son of his father, but of some ancestor whose pride sprang out of dust at the outrageous idea of a kettle-mending Bert, and embodied itself in this Maunder. The large-minded father never dreamed of such a trifle, but felt in such weather with the snow above the leggings that sometimes it is good to have a large-bodied son. End of Chapter 41. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 42 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 42. A Clew of Buttons. When Jack of the Smithies met his old commander, as related by himself, at the house of Mr. Murdoch's, everything seemed to be going on well for Sir Duncan, and badly for his sisters. The general factor, as he hinted long ago, possessed certain knowledge of which the Middleton lawyer fondly supposed to be confined to himself and his fair clients. Sir Duncan refused to believe that the ladies could ever have heard of such a document as that which, if valid, would simply expel them, for, said he, if they know of it, they are nothing less than thieves to conceal it and continue in possession. Of a lawyer I could fancy it, but never of a lady. My good sir, answered the sarcastic Murdochs, a lady's conscience is not the same as a gentleman's, but bears more resemblance to a lawyer's. A lady's honor is of the very highest standard, but the standard depends upon her state of mind, and that again depends upon the condition of her feelings. You must not suppose me to admit the faintest shadow of disrespect toward your good sisters, but ladies are ladies and facts are facts, and the former can always surmount the latter, while a man is comparatively helpless. I know that Mr. Jellycorse, their man of law, is thoroughly acquainted with this interesting deed. His first duty was to apprise them of it, and that, you may be quite sure, he has done. I hope not. I am sure not. A lawyer does not always employ hot haste in an unwelcome duty. True enough, Sir Duncan. But the duty here was welcome, and their knowledge of that deed and of his possession of it would make him their master, if he chose to be so. Not that old Jellycorse would think of such a thing. He is a man of high principle like myself, of a lofty conscience, and even sentimental. But lawyers are just like the rest of mankind. Their first consideration is their bread and cheese, though some of them certainly seem ready to accept it even in the toasted form. You may say what you like, Murdochs, but my sister Philippa is far too upright, and Eliza too good, for any such thing to be possible, however that question may abide. I shall not move until I have someone to do it for. I have no great affection for a home which cast me forth, whether it had a right to do so or not. But if we succeed in the more important matter, it will be my duty to recover the estates, for the benefit of another. You are sure of the proofs that it is the boy? As certain as need be, and we will make it surer when you meet me there the week after next. For the reasons I have mentioned, we must wait till then. Your yacht is at Yarmouth. You have followed my advice in approaching by sea and not by land, and in hiring at Yarmouth for that purpose. But you never should have come to York, Sir Duncan. This is a very great mistake of yours. They are almost sure to hear of it, and even your name given in our best inn. But luckily they never see a newspaper at Scargate. I follow the tactics with which you succeed, all above board and no stratagems. Your own letter brought me, but perhaps I am too old to be so impatient. Where shall I meet you, and on what day? This day fortnight, at the Thornwick Inn. I shall hope to be with you at 3 o'clock, and perhaps bring somebody with me. If I fixed an earlier day, I should only disappoint you, for many things have to be delicately managed, and among them the running of a certain cargo without serious consequence. For that we must trust a certain very skilful youth. For the rest, you must trust to a clumsier person, your humble land agent and surveyor. Titles inquired into and verified at 1/10 of solicitor's charges. Well, said Sir Duncan, you shall verify mine as soon as you have verified my son and my title to him. Goodbye, Mordax. I am sure that you mean me well, but you seem to be very long about it. Hot climates breed impatience, sir. A true son of Yorkshire is never in a hurry. The general complaint of me is considering my wild rapidity. You are like the grocer, whose goods, if they have any fault at all, have the opposite one to what the customer finds in them. Well, goodbye, Mordax. You are a trusty friend, and I thank you. These words from Sir Duncan Yordas were not merely of commonplace, for he was a man of great self-reliance, quick conclusion, and strong resolve. These had served him well in India and ensured his fortune, while early adversity and bitter losses had tempered the arrogance of his race. After the loss of his wife and child and the breach with all his relatives, he had led a life of peril and hard labor, varied with few pleasures. When first he learned from Edinburgh that the ship conveying his only child to the care of the mother's relatives was lost, with all on board, he did all in his power to make inquiries. But the illness and death of his wife, to whom he was deeply attached, overwhelmed him. For while with some people one blow drives out another, with some the second serves only to drive home, deepen, and aggravate the first. For years he was satisfied to believe both losses irretrievable, and so he might still have gone on believing, except for a queer little accident. Being called to Calcutta upon government business, he happened to see a pair of English sailors lazily playing in a shady place by the side of the road, at Holpenny. One of them seemed to have his pocket cleared out, for just as Sir Duncan was passing, he cried, "Here, Jack, you give me change of one of them, and I'll have it you again, my boy. As good as a guinea with these blessed niggers. Come back to their home, I believe they are. Same as I wish I was, rare gold. Ask this gentleman." The others swore that they were naught but brass, and not worth a copper farden, until the tars, being too tipsy for much fighting, referred the question to Sir Duncan. 3 hollow beads of gold were what they showed him, and he knew them at once for his little boy's buttons, the workmanship being peculiar to one village of his district, and one family thereof. The sailor would thankfully have taken 1 rupee apiece for them, but Sir Duncan gave him 30 for the 3, their full metallic value, upon his pledging honor to tell all he knew about them, and make affidavit if required. Then he told all he knew, to the best of his knowledge, and swore to it when sober, accepted a refresher, and made oath to it again, with some lively particulars added, and the facts that he deposed to and deposited were these. Being down upon his luck, about a 12-month back, he thought of keeping company with a nice young woman and settling down until a better time turned up, and happening to get a month's wages from a schooner of 95 tons at Scarborough, he strolled about the street a bit and kept looking down the railings for a servant girl who might have got her wages in her workbox. Clean as he was and taut and clever, beating up street in Sunday rig, keeping a sharp lookout for a consort, and in 3 or 4 tacks he hailed one, as nice a young partner as a lad could want, and his meaning was to buckle to for the winter. But the night before the splicing day, what happened to him he never could tell after. He was bowsing up his jib, as a lad is bound to do before he takes the breakers, and when he came to, he was 20 leagues from Scarborough, on board of His Majesty's recruiting brig, the Harpy. He felt in his pocket for the wedding ring, and instead of that, there were these 3 beads. Sir Duncan was sorry for his sad disaster and gave him 10 more rupees to get over it. And then he discovered that the poor forsaken maiden's name was Sally Watkins. Sally was a daughter of a rich pawnbroker whose frame of mind was sometimes out of keeping with its true contents. He had very fine feelings and a real warmth of sympathy, but circumstances seemed sometimes to lead them into the wrong channel, and induced him to kick his children out of doors. In the middle of the family he kicked out Sally, almost before her turn was come, and she took a place at £4 a year to disgrace his memory, as she said, carrying off these buttons and the jacket, which he had bestowed upon her in a larger interval. There was no more to be learned than this from the intercepted bridegroom. He said that he might have no objection to go with his love again as soon as the war was over, leastways if it was made worth his while. But he had come across another girl at the Cape of Good Hope, and believed that this time the Lord was in it, for she had been born in a caul, and he had got it. With such a dispensation Sir Duncan Yorda saw no right to interfere, but left the course of true love to itself, after taking down the sailor's name, Ned Faithful. However, he resolved to follow out the clue of beads, though without much hope of any good result. Of the 3 in his possession he kept 1, and 1 he sent to Edinburgh, and the 3rd to York, having heard of the great sagacity, vigor, and strict integrity of Mr. Mordock's, all of which he sharpened by the promise of a large reward upon discovery. Then he went back to his work until his time of leave was due, after 20 years of arduous and distinguished service. In troublous times no private affairs, however urgent, should drive him from his post. Now, eager as he was when in England once again, he was true to his character and the discipline of life. He had proof that the matter was in very good hands, and long command had taught him the necessity of obedience. Any previous Yordas would have kicked against the pricks, rushed forward, and scattered everything. But Sir Duncan was now of a different fibre. He had left York at once, as Mordock's advised, and posted to Yarmouth, before the roads were blocked with snow, and while Jack of the Smithies was returning to his farm. And from Yarmouth he set sail for Scarborough in a sturdy little coaster, which he hired by the week. From Scarborough he would run down to Bridlington, not too soon, for fear of setting gossip going, but in time to meet Mordock's at Flamborough as agreed upon. That gentleman had other business in hand, which must not be neglected, but he gave to this matter a very large share of his time, and paid £25 for the trusty roadster, who liked the taste of Flamborough Pond, and the salt air on the oats of Widow Tapsey's stable, and now regularly neighed and whisked his tail as soon as he found himself outside Monk Bar. By favour of his horse and of his own sword and pistols, Mordock spent nearly as much time now at Flamborough as he did in York, but unluckily he had been obliged to leave on the very afternoon before the run was accomplished, and Caraway slain so wickedly, for he hurried home to meet Sir Duncan, and had not heard the bad news when he met him. That horrible murder was a sad blow to him, not only as a man of considerable kindness and desire to think well of everyone, so far as experience allows it, but also because of the sudden apparition of the law rising sternly in front of him. Justice in those days was not as now. Her truer name was Nemesis. After such an outrage to the dignity of the realm, an example must be made, without much consideration whether it were the right one. If Robin Lyth were caught, there would be the form of trial, but the principal point would be to hang him. Like the rest of the world, Mr. Mordock at first believed entirely in his guilt, but unlike the world, he did not desire to have him caught and brought straight away to the gallows. Instead of seeking him, therefore, he was now compelled to avoid him when he wanted him most. For it never must be said that a citizen of note had discoursed with such a criminal and allowed him to escape. On the other hand, here he had to meet Sir Duncan, and tell him that all those grand promises were shattered, that in finding his only son all he had found was a cowardly murderer flying for his life, and far better left at the bottom of the sea. For once in a way, as he dwelt upon all this, the general factor became downhearted. His vigorous face lost the strong lines of decision, and he even allowed his mouth to open without anything to put into it. But it was impossible for this to last. Nature had provided Mordax with an admirably high opinion of himself, enlivened by his sprightly goodwill toward the world whenever it wagged well with him. He had plenty of business of his own, and yet could take an amateur delight in the concerns of everybody. He was always at liberty to give good advice, and never under duty to take it. He had vigor of mind, of memory, of character, and of digestion. And whenever he stole a holiday from self-denial and launched out after some favorite thing, there was the cash to do it with, and the health to do it pleasantly. Such a man is not long depressed by a sudden misadventure. Dr. Upround's opinion in favor of Robin did not go very far with him, for he looked down upon the rector as a man who knew more of divine than of human nature. But that fault could scarcely be found with a woman, or at any rate with a widow encumbered with a large family hanging upon the dry breast of the government. And though Mr. Mordax did not invade the cottage quite so soon as he should have done, if guided by strict business, he thought himself bound to get over that reluctance and press her upon a most distressing subject before he kept appointment with his principal. The snow, which by this time had blockaded Scargate, impounded Jordas, and compelled Mr. Jellycorse to rest and be thankful for a hot mince pie, although it had visited this eastern coast as well, was not deep enough there to stop the roads. Keeping headquarters at the Hooked Cod now, and encouraging a butcher to set up again who had dropped all his money in his hurry to get on, Geoffrey Mordax began to make way into the outer crust of Flamborough society. In a council of the boats upon a Sunday afternoon, every boat being garnished for its rest upon the flat, and every master fisherman buttoned with a flower, the last flowers of the year, and bearing ice marks in their eyes, a resolution had been passed that the inland man meant well, had naught to do with the revenue, or Frenchmen either, or what was even worse, any outside fishers, such as oftentimes came sneaking after fishing grounds of Flamborough. Mother Tapsy stood credit for this strange man, and he might be allowed to go where he was minded, and to take all the help he liked to pay for. Few men could have achieved such a triumph without having married a Flamborough lass, which must have been the crown of all human ambition if difficulty crowns it. Even to so great a man it was an added laurel, and strengthened him much in his opinion of himself. In spite of all disasters, he recovered faith and fortunes. So many leading Flamborough men began to touch their hats to him. And thus he set forth before a bitter eastern gale, with the head of his seasoned charger bent toward the melancholy cot at Bridlington. Having granted a new life of slaughter to that continually insolvent butcher who exhibited the body of a sheep once more, with an eye to the approach of Christmas, this universal factor made it a point of duty to encourage him. In either saddlebag he bore a 7-pound leg of mutton, a credit to a sheep of that district then, and to show himself no traitor to the staple of the place, he strapped upon his crupper, in some oarweed and old netting, a 20-pound cod, who found it hard to breathe his last when beginning to enjoy horse exercise. "There is a lot of mouths to fill," said Mr. Mordax with a sigh, while his landlady squeezed a brown loaf of her baking into the nick of his big sword strap, "and you and I are capable of entering into the condition of the widow and the fatherless." "Hunger is the way of them, and victuals is the cure for it. Now mind you come home afore dark," cried the widow, to whom he had happened to say very sadly that he was now a widower. "To my mind a sight of more snow is a-coming, and what my sad or soon for against it. Captain Mordax, come ye home early. The hare shall be done a turn be 5 o'clock. Come ye home be that o'clock if ye care for dinner." "I must have made a tender impression on her heart," Mr. Murdoch said to himself as he kissed his hand to the capacious hostess. "Such is my fortune, to be loved by everybody, while aiming at the sternest rectitude. It is sweet, it is dangerously sweet. But what a comfort! How that large-hearted female will baste my hair." End of chapter 42. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 43 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 43. A Pleasant Interview. Cumbered as he was of body and burdened with some cares of mind, the general factor ploughed his way with his usual resolution. A scowl of dark vapor came over the headlands, and underran the snow clouds with a scud, like bonfire smoke. The keen wind following the curves of land, and shaking the fringe of every white-clad bush, piped, like a boy through a comb, wherever stock or stub divided it. It turned all the coat of the horse the wrong way, and frizzed up the hair of Mr. Murdoch's, which was as short as a soldier's, and tossed up his heavy riding cape and got into him all up the small of his back. Being fond of strong language, he indulged in much, but none of it warmed him, and the wind whistled over his shoulders and whirled the words out of his mouth. When he came to the dip of the road where it crosses the Danes' Dyke, he pulled up his horse for a minute, in the shelter of shivering fir trees. "What a cursed bleak country! My fish is frozen stiff, and my legs are dead as the mutton in the saddlebags. Geoffrey, you are a fool," he said. "Charity is very fine, and business even better, but a good coal fire is the best of all. But in for a penny of it, in for a pound. Hark! I hear some fellow fool equally determined to be frozen. I'll go at once and hail him. Perhaps the sight of him will warm me." He turned his horse down a little lane upon the left, where snow lay deep, with laden bushes overhanging it, and a rill of water bridged with bearded ice ran dark in the hedge trough. And here he found a stout, lusty man with shining red cheeks and keen blue eyes, hacking and hewing in a mighty maze of brambles. "My friend, you seem busy. I admire your vast industry," Mr. Murdoch exclaimed as the man looked at him but ceased not from swinging his long hedge-hook. "Happy is the land that owns such men." "The land dothn't own me. I own the land. I shall be pleased to learn what your business is upon it." Farmer Anerley hated chaff as a good agriculturist should do. Moreover, he was vexed by many little griefs today, and had not been out long enough to work them off. He guessed pretty shrewdly that this sordid man was Murdoch's, as the leading wags of Flamborough were gradually calling him, and the sight of a sword upon his farm, unless of an officer bound to it, was already some disquietude to an English farmer's heart. That was a trifle, for fools would be fools, and might think it a grand thing to go about with tools they were never born to the handling of. But a fellow who was come to take up Robin Leith's case and strive to get him out of his abominable crime had better go back to the Rogues' Highway, instead of coming down the private road to Anerley. "Upon my word, I do believe," cried Murdoch with a sprightly joy, "that I have the pleasure of meeting at last the well-known Captain Anerley. My dear sir, I cannot help commending your prudence in guarding the entrance to your manor, but not in this employment of a bill-hook. From all that I hear, it is a paradise indeed. What a heaven in such weather as the present! Now, Captain Anerley, I entreat you to consider whether it is wise to take the thorn so from the rose. If I had so sweet a place, I would plant brambles, briars, blackthorn, firs, Cretaceous, every kind of spinous growth inside my gates, and never let anybody lop them. Captain, you are too hospitable." Farmer Anerley gazed with wonder at this man who could talk so fast for the first time of seeing a body. Then, feeling as if his hospitality were challenged and desiring more leisure for reflection, "You better come down the lane, sir," he said. "Am I to understand that you invite me to your house, or only to the gate where the dogs come out? Excuse me, I always am a most plain-spoken man. Our dogs never bite anybody but rogues." "In that case, Captain Anerley, I may trust their moral estimate. I knew a farmer once who was a thorough thief in hay, a man who farmed his own land and trimmed his own hedges, a thoroughly respectable and solid agriculturist. But his trusses of hay were always 6 pounds short, and if ever anybody brought a sample truss to the steer yard, he had got a little dog, just 7 pounds weight, who slipped into the core of it, being just a good hay collar. He always delivered his hay in the twilight, and when it swung the beam he used to say, 'Come now, I must charge you for overweight.' Now, Captain, have you got such an honest dog as that? I would have claimed him, that I would, if such a clever dog were weighed to me. But, sir, you have got the better of me. What a man for stories you be, for sure. Come into our fireplace." Farmer Anerley was conquered by this tale, which he told 50 times every year he lived thereafter, never failing to finish with, "What rogues they be up York way." Master Mordax was delighted with this piece of luck on his side. Many times he had been longing to get in at Anerley, not only from the reputation of good cheer there, but also from kind curiosity to see the charming Mary, who was now becoming an important element of business. Since Robin had given him the slip so sadly, a thing that was impossible to guard against, the best chance of hearing what became of him would be to get into the good graces of his sweetheart. "We have been very sadly for a long time now," said the farmer as he knocked at his own porch door with the handle of his billhook. "There used to be one as was always welcome here, and a pleasure it was to see him make himself so pleasant, sir. But ever since the Lord took him home from his family, without a good-bye, as a man might say, my wife hath taken to bar the doors whiles I am away and out of sight." Stephen Anerley knocked harder, and thus explained the need for it grieved him to have his house shut up. "Very wise of them all to bar out such weather," said Mordax, who read the farmer's thoughts like print. "Don't relax your rules, sir, until the weather changes. Ah, that was a very sad thing about the captain. As gallant as an officer, as single-minded as ever killed a Frenchman in the best days of our navy. Single-minded is the very word to give him, sir. I sought about for it ever since I heard of him coming to an end like that, and doing of his duty in the thick of it. If I could only get a gentleman to tell me, or an officer's wife would be better still, what the manners is when a poor lady gets her husband shot, I'll be blessed if I wouldn't go straight and see her, though they make such a distance betwixt us and the regulars." "Oh, then you've come at last. No thief, no thief."
"Father,"
cried Mary, bravely opening the door, of which the ruffian wind made wrong by casting her figure in high relief, and yet a pardonable wrong.
"Father, you are quite wise to come home before your dear nose is quite cut off. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I never saw you."
"My fate in life is to be overlooked," Mr. Mordax answered with a martial stride. "But not always, young lady, with such exquisite revenge. What I look at pays 50-fold for being overlooked."
"You are an impudent, conceited man,"
thought Mary to herself with gross injustice. But she only blushed and said, "I beg your pardon, sir." "You see, sir," quoth the farmer with some severity, tempered, however, with a smile of pride, "my daughter, Mary Anerley." and I take off my hat," replied audacious Mordax, among whose faults was no false shame, "not only to salute a lady, sir, but also to have a better look." "Well, well," said the farmer as Mary ran away, "your city ways are high polite, no doubt, but my little lass is strange to them, and I like her better so, than to answer pert with pertness. Now you come in and warm your feet a bit. None of us are younger than we used to be." This was not Master Anerley's general style of welcoming a guest, but he hated new-fangled Frenchified manners, as he told his good wife when he boasted by and by how finely he had put that old coxcomb down. "You never should have done it," was all the praise he got. "Mr. Mordax is a businessman, and businessmen always must relieve their minds." For no sooner now was a general factor introduced to Mistress Anerley than she perceived clearly that the object of his visit was not to make speeches to young chits of girls, but to seek the advice of a sensible person, who ought to have been consulted 100 times for once that she even had been allowed to open her mouth fairly. Sitting by the fire, he convinced her that the whole of the mischief had been caused by the sheer neglect of her opinion. Everything she said was so exactly to the point that he could not conceive how it should have been so slighted, and she, for her part, begged him to stay and partake of their simple dinner. "Dear madam, it cannot be," he replied. "Alas, I must not think of it. My conscience reproaches me for indulging, as I have done, in what is far sweeter than even one of your dinners, a most sensible lady's society. I have a long bitter ride before me to comfort the fatherless and the widow. My 2 legs of mutton will be thawed by this time in the general warmth of your stable. I also am thawed, warmed, and feasted, I may say, by happy approximation to a mind so bright and congenial. Captain Anerley, madam, has shown true kindness in allowing me the privilege of exclusive speech with you. Little did I hope for such a piece of luck this morning. You have put so many things in a new and brilliant light, that my road becomes clear before me. Justice must be done, and you feel quite sure that Robin Lyth committed this atrocious murder because poor Carroway surprised him so when making clandestine love at your brother Squire Popplewell's to a beautiful young lady who shall be nameless. And deeply as you grieve for the loss of such a neighbor, the bravest officer of the British Navy who leapt from a strictly immeasurable height into a French ship, and scattered all her crew, and has since had a baby about 3 months old, as well as innumerable children, you feel that you have reason to be thankful sometimes that the young man's character has been so clearly shown, before he contrived to make his way into the bosom of respectable families in the neighborhood."
"I never thought it out quite so clear as that, sir, for I feel so sorry for everybody, and especially those who have brought him up, and those he has made away with."
"Quite so, my dear madam, such are your fine feelings, springing from the goodness of your nature. Pardon my saying that you could have no other, according to my experience of a most benevolent countenance. Part of my duty, and in such a case as yours, one of the pleasantest parts of it, is to study the expression of a truly benevolent—"
"I am not that old, sir, asking of your pardon, to pretend to be benevolent. All that I lay claim to is to look at things sensible."
"Certainly, yet with a tincture of high feeling. Now, if it should happen that this poor young man were of very high birth, perhaps the highest in the country, an heir to very large landed property, and a title, and all that sort of nonsense, you would look at him from the very same point of view?"
"That I would, sir, that I would, so long as he was proclaimed for hanging, but naturally bound, of course, to be more sorry for him."
"Yes, from sense of all the good things he must lose. There seems, however, to be strong ground for believing, as I may tell you in confidence, Dr. Upround does, that he had no more to do with it than you or I, madam. At first I concluded as you have done. I am going to see Mrs. Carroway now. Till then I suspend my judgment."
"Now that is what nobody should do, Mr. Mordax. I have tried, but never found good come of it. To change your mind is 2 words against yourself, and you go wrong both ways, before and after."
"Undoubtedly you do, ma'am. I never thought of that before. But you must remember that we have not the gift of hitting, I might say, of making, the truth with a flash or a dash, as you ladies have. May I be allowed to come again?"
"To tell you the truth, sir, I am heartily sorry that you are going away at all. I could have talked to you all afternoon, and how seldom I get the chance now, Lord knows. There is that in your conversation which makes one feel quite sure of being understood. Not so much in what you say, sir, if you understand my meaning, as in the way you look, quite as if my meaning was not at all too quick for you. My good husband is of a greater mind than I am, being 49 inches round the chest, but his mind seems somehow to come after mine, the same as the ducks do, going down to our pond."
"Mistress Anerley, how thankful you should be. What a picture of conjugal felicity! But I thought that the drake always led the way."
"Never upon our farm, sir. When he doth, it is a proof of his being crossed with wild ducks, the same as they be round Flamborough."
"Oh, now I see the truth. How slow I am! It improves their flavour at the expense of their behaviour. But seriously, madam, you are fit to take the lead. What a pleasant visit I have had! I must brace myself up for a very sad one now. A poor lady, with none to walk behind her."
"Yes, to be sure. It is very fine of me to talk, but if I was left without my husband I should only care to walk after him. Please to give her my kind love, sir, though I have only seen her once, and if there is anything that we can do—"
"If there's anything we can do," said the farmer, coming out of his corn chamber, "we won't talk about it, but we'll do it, Mr. Mordax." The factor quietly dispersed this rebuke by waving his hand at his 2 legs of mutton and the cod, which had thawed in the stable. "I knew that I should be too late," he said. "Her house will be full of such little things as these, so warm is the feeling of the neighbourhood. I guessed as much, and arranged with my butcher to take them back in that case, and he said that they would eat all the better for the ride. But as for the cod, perhaps you will accept him. I could never take him back to Flamborough." "Right away, sir, right away," said the farmer, who had better not to have measured swords with Mordax. "I were thinking of sending a cart over there so soon as the weather should be opening of the roads up. But the children might be hankering after meat, the worse for all the snow time. It is almost impossible to imagine such a thing, universally respected, suddenly cut off, enormous family with hereditary hunger, all the neighbours well aware of straitened circumstances, the kindest-hearted country in Great Britain. Sorrow and abundance must have cloyed their appetites, as at a wealthy man's funeral. What a fool I must have been not to foresee all that." "Better see than foresee," replied the farmer, who was crusty from remembering that he had done nothing. "Neighbours likes to wait for neighbours to go in, same as 2 cows staring at a new-mown meadow." End of chapter 43. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 44 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 44. The Way of the World. Cliffs snow-mantled and storm-plowed sands, and dark gray billows frilled with white, rolling and roaring to the shrill east wind, made the Bay of Bridlington a very different sight from the smooth, fair scene of August. Scarcely could the staggering colliers, anchored under Flamborough Head, which they gladly would have rounded if they could, hold their own against wind and sea, although the outer spit of sand tempered as yet the full violence of waves. But if everything looked cold and dreary, rough and hard and bare of beauty, the cottage of the late lieutenant, standing in the shallow bluff, beaten by the wind and blinded of its windows from within, of all things looked the most forlorn, most desolate, and freezing. The windward side was piled with snow, on the crest of which foam pellets lay, looking yellow by comparison, and melting small holes with their brine. At the door no footmark broke the drift, and against the vaporous sky no warmer vapor tufted the chimney-pots. "I'm pretty nearly frozen again," said Mordax, "but that place sends another shiver down my back. All the poor little devils must be icicles at least." After peeping through a blind, he turned pale betwixt his blueness, and galloped to the public house abutting on the quay. Here he marched into the parlor and stamped about, till the merry-looking landlord came to him. "Have a glass of hot, sir. How blue your nose is!" the genial master said to him. The reply of the factor cannot be written down in these days of noble language. Enough that it was a terse malediction of the landlord, the glass of hot, and even his own nose. Boniface was no Yorkshireman. Elsie would have given as much as he got, at least in lingual currency. As it was, he considered it no affair of his if a guest expressed his nationality. "You must have better orders than that to give, I hope, sir." "Yes, sir, I have, and you have got the better of me, which has happened to me 3 times this day already, because of the freezing of my wits, young man. Now, you go into your best locker, and bring me your very best bottle of cognac. None of your government stuff, you know, but a sample of your finest bit of smuggling. Why did I swear at a glass of hot? Why, because you are all such a set of scoundrels. I want a glass of hot as much as a man ever did. But how can I drink it when a woman and child are dying, perhaps dead for all I know, for want of warmth and victuals? You're next-door neighbors almost, and a woman whose husband has just been murdered, and here you are swizzling and rattling your coppers. Good God, sir, the Almighty from heaven would send orders to have his own commandment broken." Mr. Mordax was excited, and the landlord saw no cause for it. "What makes you carry on like this?" he said. "It was only last night we was talking in the tap-room of getting a subscription up downright liberal. I said I was good for a crown and take it out of the tick they owes me. And when you come to think of these hard times—" "Take that, and then tell me if you find them softer." Suiting the action to the word, the universal factor did something omitted on his card in the list of his comprehensive functions. As the fat host turned away to rub his hands with a phosphoric feeling of his future generosity, a set of highly energetic toes, prefixed with the toughest York leather, and tingling for exercise, made him their example. The landlord flew up among his own pots and glasses, his head struck the ceiling, which declined too long a taste of him, and anon a silvery ring announced his return to his own timbers. "Accept that neighborly subscription, my dear friend, and acknowledge its promptitude," said Mr. Mordax. "And now be quick about your orders. Peradventure a second flight might be less agreeable. Now don't show any airs. You have been well treated, and should be thankful for the facilities you have to offer. I know a poor man without any legs at all, who would be only too glad if he could do what you have done." "Then his taste must be a queer one," the landlord replied as he illustrated sadly the discovery reserved for a riper age, that human fingers have attained their present flexibility, form, and skill by habit of assuaging for some millions of ages the woes of the human body. "Now don't waste my time like that," cried Mordax, and seeing him draw near again, his host became right active. Benevolence must be inculcated, continued the factor, following strictly in pursuit. I have done you a world of good, my dear friend, and reflection will compel you to heap every blessing on me. I don't know about that, replied the landlord. It is certain, however, that this exhibition of philanthropic vigor had a fine effect. In 5 minutes all the resources of the house were at the disposal of this rapid agent, who gave his orders right and left, clapped down a big bag of cash and took it up again, and said, Now just you mind my horse, twice as well as you mind your fellow creatures. Take a leg of mutton out and set it roasting. Have your biggest bed hot for a lot of frozen children. By the Lord, if you don't look alive, I'll have you up for murder. As he spoke, a stout fishwoman came in from the quay, and he beckoned to her and took her with him.
You can't come in,
said a little weak voice when Mr. Mordax, having knocked in vain, began to prise open the cottage door.
Mother is so poorly, and you mustn't think of coming in. Oh, whatever shall I do if you won't stop when I tell you?
Where are all the rest of you? Oh, in the kitchen, are they? You poor little atomy. How many of you are dead?
None of us dead, sir. Without it is the baby.
Here Geraldine burst into a wailing storm of tears.
I gave him every bit,
she sobbed.
Every bit, sir. But the rushlights and them, they wouldn't eat, sir, or I never would have touched them. But Mother has gone off her head, and baby won't eat it.
You are a little heroine, said Mordax, looking at her, the pinched face and the hollow eyes and the tottering blue legs of her. You are greater than a queen. No queen forgets herself in that way.
Please, sir, no. I ate almost a box of rushlights, and they were only done last night. Oh, if baby would have took to them.
Hot bread and milk in this bottle. Pour it out. Feed her first, Molly, Mr. Mordax ordered. The world can't spare such girls as this. Oh, you won't eat first? Very well. Then the others shall not have a morsel till your mouth is full, and they seem to want it bad enough. Where is the dead baby? In the kitchen where they now stood, not a spark of fire was lingering, but some wood ash still retained a feeble memory of warmth, and the 3 little children, blessed with small advance from babyhood, were huddling around with hands and faces and sharp, grimy knees poking for lukewarm corners, while 2 rather senior young caraways were lying fast asleep with a jack-towel over them. But Tommy was not there, that gallant Tommy, who had ridden all the way to Filey after dark and brought his poor father to the fatal place. Mordax, with his short, bittersweet smile, considered all these little ones. They were not beautiful, nor even pretty. One of them was too literally a chip of the old block, for he had reproduced his dear father's scar, and every one of them wanted a wash and brush-up, as well as a warming and sound victualling. Corruptio optimi pessima. These children had always been so highly scrubbed, and the great molecular author of existence, dirt, resumed parental sway, with tenfold power of attachment and protection, the moment soap and flannel ceased their wicked usurpation.
Please, sir, I couldn't keep them clean. I couldn't,
cried Geraldine, choking both with bread and milk and tears.
I had Tommy to feed through the coal cellar door, and all the bits of victuals in the house to hunt up, and it did get so dark, and it was so cold. I am frightened to think of what Mother will say for my burning up all of her brushes and the baskets. But please, sir, little Sissy was a-freezing at the nose.
The 3 little children at the grate were peeping back over the pits in their shoulders, half frightened at the tall, strange man, and half ready to toddle to him for protection, while the 2 on the floor sat up and stared and opened their mouths for their sister's bread and milk. Then Jerry flew to them and squatted on the stones and very nearly choked them with her spoon and basin. Molly, take 2 in your apron and be off, said the factor to the stout fishwoman, who was simply full of staring, and of crying out, "Oh, Lord!" Pop them into the hot bed at once. They want warmth first, and victuals by and by. Our wonderful little maid wants food most. I will come after you with the other 3, but I must see my little queen fill her own stomach first."
"But please, sir, won't you let our Tommy out first?"
cried Jerry as the strong woman lapped up the 2 youngest in her woolsey apron and ran off with them.
"He has been so good, and he was too proud to cry so soon as ever he found out that Mother couldn't hear him, and I gave him the most to eat of anybody else because of him being the biggest, sir. It was all as black as ink going under the door, but Tommy never minded."
"Wonderful merit. While you were eating tallow. Show me the coal cellar, and out he comes. But why don't you speak of your poor mother, child?" The child, who had been so brave and clever, self-denying, laborious and noble, avoided his eyes and began to lick her spoon, as if she had had enough, starving though she was. She glanced up at the ceiling, and then suddenly withdrew her eyes, and the blue lids trembled over them. Mordax saw that it was childhood's dread of death. "Show me where little Tommy is," he said. "We must not be too hard upon you, my dear. But what made your mother lock you up and carry on so?"
"I don't know at all, sir,"
said Geraldine. "Now, don't tell a story," answered Mr. Mordax. "You are not meant for lies, and you know all about it. I shall just go away if you tell stories."
"Then all I know is this,"
cried Jerry, running up to him and desperately clutching at his riding coat.
"The very night dear father was put into the pit hole. Oh, oh!"
"Now, we can't stop for that," said the general factor as he took her up and kissed her, and the tears which had vainly tried to stop ran out of young eyes upon well-seasoned cheeks. "You have been a wonder. I am like a father to you. You must tell me quickly, or else how can I cure it? We will let Tommy out, then, and try to save your mother."
"Mother was sitting in the window, sir,"
said the child, trying strongly to command herself.
"And I was to one side of her, and Tommy to the other, and none of us was saying anything. And then there came a bad, wicked face against the window, and the man said, 'What is it you said today, ma'am?' And Mother stood up. She was quite right then, and she opened the window, and she looked right at him. And she said, 'I spoke the truth, John Cadman, between you and your God at rest.' And the man said, 'You shut your black mouth up, or you and your brats shall all go the same way. Mind one thing, you have had your warning.' Then Mother fell away, for she was just worn out, and she lay upon the floor, and she kept on moaning, 'There is no God, there is no God,' after all she have taught us to say our prayers to. And there was nothing for baby to draw ever since."
For once in his life Mr. Mordax held his tongue, and his face, which was generally fiercer than his mind, was now far behind it in ferocity. He thought within himself, "Well, I am come to nothing to have let such things be going on in a matter which pertains to my office. Pigeon-hole 100. This comes of false delicacy, my stumbling block perpetually. No more of that. Now for action." Geraldine looked up at him and said,
"Oh, please, sir,"
and then she ran off to show the way toward little Tommy. The coal cellar flew open before the foot of Mordax, but no Tommy appeared till his sister ran in. The poor little fellow was quite dazzled with the light, and the grime on his cheeks made the inrush of fresh air come like wasps to him.
"Now, Tommy, you be good," said Geraldine. "Trouble enough has been made about you."
The boy put out his under lip and blinked with great amazement. After such a quantity of darkness and starvation, to be told to be good was a little too bad. His sense of right and wrong became fluid with confusion. He saw no sign of anything to eat, and the loud howl of an injured heart began to issue from the coaly rampart of the neglected teeth. "Quite right, my boy," Mr. Mordax said. "You have had a bad time, and are entitled to lament. Wipe your nose on your sleeve, and have at it again."
"Dirty, dirty things I hear. Who has come into my house like this? My house and my baby belong to me. Go away, all of you. How can I bear this noise?"
Mrs. Carroway stood in the passage behind them, looking only fit to die. One of her husband's watch coats hung around her, falling nearly to her feet, and the long clothes of her dead baby, which she carried, hung over it, shaking like a white dog's tail. She was standing with her bare feet well apart, and that swing of hip and heel alternate which mothers for 1,000 generations have supposed to lull their babies into sweet sleep. For once in his life the general factor had not the least idea of the proper thing to do. Not only did he not find it, but he did not even seek for it, standing aside rather out of the way and trying to look like a calm spectator, but this availed him to no account whatever. He was the only man there, and the woman naturally fixed upon him.
"You are the man,"
she said in a quiet and reasonable voice, and coming up to Mordax with the manner of a lady.
"You are the gentleman, I mean, who promised to bring back my husband. Where is he? Have you fulfilled your promise?"
My dear madam, consider your children and how cold you are. Allow me to conduct you to a warmer place. You scarcely seem to enter into the situation."
"Oh, yes, I do, sir. Thoroughly. My husband is in his grave. My children are going after him, and the best place for them. But they shall not be murdered. I will lock them up, so that they never shall be murdered."
My dear lady, I agree with you entirely. You do the very wisest thing in these bad times. But you know me well. I have had the honor of making your acquaintance in a pleasant manner. I feel for your children quite as if I was, ma'am, a very fine old gentleman's affection. Geraldine, come and kiss me, my darling. Tommy, you may have the other side. Never mind the coal, my boy. There is a coal wharf quite close to my windows at home." These children, who had been hiding behind Mr. Mordax and Molly, who was now come back, immediately did as he ordered them, or rather Jerry led the way and made Tommy come as well, by a signal which he never durst gainsay. But while they saluted the general factor, who sat down upon a box to accommodate them, from the corners of their eyes they kept a timid, trembling, melancholy watch upon their own mother. Poor Mrs. Carroway was capable of wondering. Her power of judgment was not so far lost as it is in a dream, where we wonder at nothing but cast off skeptic misery, and for the moment she seemed to be brought home from the distance of roving delusion by looking at 2 of her children kissing a man who was hunting in his pocket for his card. "Circumstances, madam," said Mr. Mordax, "have deprived me of the pleasure of producing my address. It should be in 2 of my pockets, but it seems to have strangely escaped from both of them. However, I will write it down if required. Geraldine, dear, where is your school slate? Go and look for it, and take Tommy with you." This surprised Mrs. Carroway, and began to make her think. These were her children. She was nearly sure of that. Her own poor children, who were threatened from all sides with the likelihood of being done away with. Yet here was a man who made much of them and kissed them, and they kissed him without asking her permission.
"I scarcely know what it is about," she said, "and my husband is not here to help me."
"You have hit the very point, ma'am. You must take it on yourself. How wonderfully clever the ladies always are. Your family is waiting for a government supply. Everybody knows that everybody in the world may starve before government thinks of supplying supply. I do not belong to the government, although if I had my deserts I should have done so. But fully understanding them, I step in to anticipate their action. I see that the children of a very noble officer and his admirable wife have been neglected, through the rigor of the weather and condition of the roads. I am a very large factor in the neighborhood, who make a good thing out of all such cases. I step in, Circumstances favor me. I discover a good stroke of business. My very high character, though much obscured by diffidence, secures me universal confidence. The little dears take to me, and I to them. They feel themselves safe under my protection from their most villainous enemies. They are pleased to kiss a man of strength and spirit who represents the government." Mrs. Carroway scarcely understood a jot of this. Such a rush of words made her weak brain go round, and she looked out vainly for her children, who had gladly escaped upon the chance afforded. But she came to the conclusion that she was meant to come too, that this gentleman before her was the government. "I will do whatever I am told," she said, looking miserably round as if for anything to care about. "Only I must count my children first, or the government might say there was not the proper number." "Of all points, that is the very one that I would urge," Mordax answered without dismay. "Molly, conduct this good lady to her room. Light a good fire, as the commissioners have ordered. Warm the soup sent from the arsenal last night, but be sure that you put no pepper in it. The lady will go with you and follow our directions. She sees the importance of having all her faculties perfectly clear when we make our schedule, as we shall do in a few hours' time. Of all the children, every one with the date of their birth and their Christian names, which nobody knows so well as their own dear mother. Ah, how very sweet it is to have so many of them, and to know the pride, the pleasure, the delight which the nation feels in providing for the welfare of every little darling." End of chapter 44. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 45 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 45. The Thing is Just. "Was there ever such a man?" said Mr. Mordax to himself as he rode back to Flamborough against the bitter wind, after fettling the affairs of the poor Carroways, as well as might be for the present. "As if I had not got my hands too full already, now I am in for another plaguesome business, which will cost a lot of money, instead of bringing money in. How many people have I now to look after? In the first place, 2 vile wretches, Rickon Gould, the ship scuttler, and John Cadman, the murderer, supposing that Dr. Uppendown and Mrs. Carroway are right. Then 2 drunken tars with one leg between them, who may get scared of the law and cut and run. Then an outlawed smuggler who has cut and run already, and a gentleman from India who will be wild with disappointment through the things that have happened since I saw him last. After that, a lawyer who will fight tooth and nail, of course, because it brings grist to his mill. That makes 7. And now to all these I have added number 8, and that the worst of all. Not only a woman, but a downright mad one, as well as 7 starving children. Charity is a thing that pays so slowly. That this poor creature should lose her head just now is most unfortunate. I have nothing whatever to lay before Sir Duncan, when I tell him of this vile catastrophe, except the boy's own assertion, and the opinion of Dr. Uppendown. Well, well, faint heart, etc. I must nurse the people round. Without me they would all have been dead. Virtue is its own reward. I hope the old lady has not burned my hair to death." The factor might well say that without his aid that large family must have perished. Their neighbors were not to be blamed for this, being locked out of the house and having no knowledge of the frost and famine that prevailed within. Perhaps when the little ones began to die, Geraldine might have escaped from a window and got help in time to save some of them, if she herself had any strength remaining. But as it was, she preferred to sacrifice herself and obey her mother.
"Father always told me,"
she had said to Mr. Mordax when he asked her how so sharp a child could let things come to such a pitch.
That when he was out of the way, the first thing I was to mind always was to do what Mother told me, and now he can't come back no more to let me off from doing it.
By this time the cod with the hook in his gills was as much at the mercy of Mr. Mordax as if he had landed and were crimping him. Widow Precious was a very tough lady to get over, and she liked to think the worst she could of everybody, which proves in the end that the most charitable course, because of the goodwill produced by explanation, and for some time she had stood in the Flambourian attitude of doubt toward the factor. But even the Flambourian may be at last pierced, and then, as with other pachydermatous animals, the hole once made is almost certain to grow larger. So, by dint of good offices here and there, kind interest, and great industry among a very simple and grateful race, he became the Saint Oswald of that ancient shrine, as already has been hinted, and might do as he liked, even on the Sabbath day. And as one of the first things he always liked to do was to enter into everybody's business, he got into an intricacy of little knowledge too manifold even for his many-fibred brain. But some of this ran into and strengthened his main clue, leading into the story he was laboring to explore, and laying before him as bright as a diamond, even the mystery of earrings. "My highly valued hostess and admirable cook," he said to Widow Precious after making noble dinner, which his long snowy ride and work at Bridlington had earned, "in your knowledge of the annals of this interesting town, happen you to be able to recall the name of a certain man, John Cadman?"
"Ah, that I de,"
Widow Tapsy answered with a heavy sigh which rattled all the dishes on the waiter.
"And smagood smagood whatever, geroot we'un."
The landlady shut her firm lips with a smack which Mordax well knew by this time, though seldom foreclosed by it now, as he had been before he became a Danish citizen. He was sure that she had some good reason for her silence, and the next day he found that the girl who had left her home through Cadman's villainy was akin by her mother's side to Mistress Precious. But he had another matter to discuss with her now which caused some misgivings, yet had better be faced manfully. In the safe philosophical distance of York from this strong landlady he had, for good reasons of his own, appointed the place of meeting with Sir Duncan Yordas at the rival hostelry, the Inn of Thornwick. Widow Precious had a mind of uncommonly large type, so lofty and pure of all petty emotions, that if anyone spoke of the Thornwick Inn, even upon her back premises, her dignity stepped in and said, "I can't abide the stinking name on." Of this persistently noble regard of a lower institution Mr. Mordax was well aware, and it gave him pause, in his deep anxiety, to spare a tender heart, and maintain the high standard of his breakfast kidneys. "Madam," he began, and then he rubbed his mouth with the cross-cut out of the jack-towel by the sink, newly set on table, to satisfy him for a dinner napkin. "Madam, will you listen while I make an explanation?" The landlady looked at him with dark, suspicious gathering. "Jus spank oot," she said. "Whatever's working into mind." "I am bound to meet a gentleman near Flamborough tomorrow," Mr. Mordax continued with the effrontery of guilt, "who will come from the sea, and as it would not suit him to walk far inland, he has arranged for the interview at a poor little place called the Thorny Wick, or the Stubbly Wick, or something of that sort. I thought it was due to you, madam, to explain the reason of my entering, even for a moment."
"I don't care. Sith, they ma faddle thee there, if thou's fond head anew."
Without another word she left the room, clattering her heavy shoes at the door, and Mordax foresaw a sad encounter on the morrow, without a good breakfast to fettle him for it. It was not in his nature to dread anything much, and he could not see where he had been all to blame. But gladly would he have taken 10% off his old contract than meet Sir Duncan Yordas with the news he had to tell him. One cause of the righteous indignation felt by the good Mother Tapsy was her knowledge that nobody could land just now in any cove under the Thornwick Hotel. With the turbulent snow wind bringing in the sea as now as it had been doing for several days, even the fishermen's cobbles could not take the beach, much less any stranger craft. Mr. Mordax was sharp, but an inland factor is apt to overlook such little facts marine. Upon the following day he stood in the best room of the Thornwick Inn, which even then was a very decent place to any eyes uncast with envy, and he saw the long billows of the ocean rolling before the steady blowing of the salt-tongued wind, and the broad white valleys that between them lay, and the vaporous generation of great waves. They seemed to have little gift of power for themselves, and no sign of any heed of purport, only to keep at proper distance from each other, and threaten to break over long before they meant to do it. But to see what they did at the first opposition of reef, or crag, or headland bluff, was a cure for any delusion about them, or faith in their liquid benevolence. For spouts of wild fury dashed up into the clouds, and the shore, wherever any sight of it was left, weltered in a sadly frothsome state, like the chin of a Titan with a lather brush at work. "Why, bless my heart," cried the keen-eyed Mordax, "this is a check I never thought of. Nobody could land in such a surf as that, even if he had conquered all India. Landlord, do you mean to tell me any one could land? And if not, what's the use of your inn standing here?" "Naw, sir, nobody could land just now. They asked was not to cow for naw yell to dry hissin." The landlord was pleased with his own wit, perhaps by reason of its scarcity, and went out to tell it in the tap-room while fresh. And Mordax had made up his mind to call for something, for the good of the house and himself, and return with a sense of escape to his own inn, when the rough frozen road rang with vehement iron, and a horse was pulled up, and a man strode in, the landlord having told his own joke 3 times, came out with the taste of it upon his lips, but the stern dark eyes looking down into his turned his smile into a frightened stare. He had so much to think of that he could not speak, which happens not only at Flamborough, but this visitor did not wait for the solution of his mental stutter. Without any rudeness he passed the mooning host, and walked into the parlor where he hoped to find 2 persons. Instead of 2 he found 1 only, and that one standing with his back to the door, and by the snow-flecked window intent upon the drizzly distance of the wind-struck sea. The attitude and fixed regard were so unlike the usual vivacity of Mordax that the visitor thought that there must be some mistake, till the other turned round and looked at him. "You see a defeated, but not a beaten man," said the factor to get through the worst of it. "Thank you, Sir Duncan, I will not shake hands. My ambition was to do so, and to put into yours another hand, more near and dear to it. Sir, I have failed. It is open to you to call me by any hard name that may occur to you. That will do you good, be a hearty relief, and restore me rapidly to self-respect by arousing my anxiety to vindicate myself. It is no time for joking. I came here to meet my son. Have you found him, or have you not?" Sir Duncan sat down and gazed steadfastly at Mordax. His self-command had borne many hard trials, but the prime of his life was over now, and strong as he looked and thought himself, the searching wind had sought and found weak places in a sun-beaten frame. But no man would be of noble aspect by dwelling at all upon himself. The quick intelligence of Mordax, who was of smaller though admirable type, entered into these things at a flash, and throughout their interview he thought less of himself and more of another than was at all habitual with him, or conducive to good work. "You must bear with a very heavy blow," he said, "and it goes to my heart to have to deal it." Sir Duncan Yordas bowed and said, "The sooner the better, my good friend." "I have found your son as I promised you I would," replied Mordax, speaking rapidly. "Healthy, active, uncommonly clever, a very fine sailor, and as brave as Nelson. Of gallant appearance, as might be expected, enterprising, steadfast, respected and admired, benevolent in private life, and a public benefactor, a youth of whom the most distinguished father might be proud. But, will you ever finish? But by the force of circumstances, over which he had no control, he became in early days a smuggler, and rose to an eminent rank in that profession. I do not care two pice for that, though I should have been sorry if he had not risen. He rose to such eminence as to become the High Admiral of smugglers on this coast, and attained the honours of outlawry. I look upon that as a pity, but still we may be able to rescind it. Is there anything more against my son? Unluckily there is. A commander of the Coast Guard has been killed in the discharge of his duty, and Robin Lyth has left the country to escape a warrant. What have we to do with Robin Lyth? I have heard of him everywhere, a villain and a murderer. God forbid that you should say so. Robin Lyth is your only son. The man whose word was law to myriads rose without a word for his own case. He looked at his agent with a stern, calm gaze, and not a sign of trembling in his lulled, broad frame, unless perhaps his under lip gave a little soft vibration to the grizzled beard grown to meet the change of climate. "Unhappily so it is," said Mordax, firmly meeting Sir Duncan's eyes. "I have proved the matter beyond dispute, and I wish I had better news for you." "I thank you, sir. You could not well have worse. I believe it upon your word alone. No Iordus ever yet had pleasure of a son. The thing is quite just. I will order my horse. Sir Duncan, allow me a few minutes first. You are a man of large judicial mind. Do you ever condemn any stranger upon rumour? And will you, upon that, condemn your son? Certainly not. I proceed upon my knowledge of the fate between father and son in our race. That generally has been the father's fault. In this case, you are the father." Sir Duncan turned back, being struck with this remark. Then he sat down again, which his ancestors had always refused to do, and had rued it. He spoke very gently, with a sad, faint smile. "I scarcely see how, in the present case, the fault can be upon the father's side." "Not as yet, I grant you, but it would be so if the father refused to hear out the matter, and joined in a general outcry against his son, without even having seen him or afforded him a chance of self-defence." "I am not so unjust or unnatural as that, sir. I have heard much about this sad occurrence in the cave. There can be no question that the smugglers slew the officer. That very unfortunate young man may not have done it himself. I trust in God that he did not even mean it. Nevertheless, in the eye of the law, if he were present, he is as guilty as if his own hand did it. Can you contend that he was not present?" "Unhappily, I cannot. He himself admits it. And if he did not, it could be proved most clearly." "Then all that I can do," said Sir Duncan, rising with a heavy sigh and a violent shiver caused by the chill of his long, bleak ride, "is first to require your proofs, Mr. Mordax, as to the identity of my child who sailed from India with this unfortunate youth. Then to give you a check for £5,000, and thank you for the skilful offices and great confidence in my honour. Then I shall leave you with what sum you may think needful for the defence, if he is ever brought to trial. And probably after that, well, I shall even go back to end my life in India. My proofs are not arranged yet, but they will satisfy you. I shall take no £5,000 from you, Sir Duncan, though, strictly speaking, I have earned it. but I will take 1,000 to cover past and future outlay, including the possibility of a trial. The balance I shall live to claim yet, I do believe, and you to discharge it with great pleasure. For that will not be until I bring you a son, not only acquitted, but also guiltless, as I have good reason for believing him to be. But you do not look well. Let me call for something."
"No, thank you. It is nothing. I am quite well, but not quite seasoned to my native climate yet. Tell me your reasons for believing that."
"I cannot do that in a moment. You know what evidence is 100 times as well as I do. And in this cold room you must not stop. Sir Duncan, I am not a coddler any more than you are, and I do not presume to dictate to you, but I am as resolute a man as yourself, and I refuse to go further with this subject until you are thoroughly warmed and refreshed." "Mordax, you shall have your way," said his visitor after a heavy frown, which produced no effect upon the factor. "You are as kind-hearted as you are shrewd. Tell me once more what your conviction is, and I will wait for your reasons, till you are ready." "Then, sir, my settled conviction is that your son is purely innocent of this crime, and that we shall be able to establish that."
"God bless you for thinking so, my dear friend. I can bear a great deal, and I would do my duty, but I did love that boy's mother so."
The general factor always understood his business, and he knew that no part of it compelled him now to keep watch upon the eyes of a stern, proud man. "Sir, I am your agent, and I magnify mine office," he said as he took up his hat to go forth. "One branch of my duty is to fettle your horse, and in Flamborough they fettle them on stale fish." Mr. Mordax strode with a military tramp and a loud shout for the landlord, who had finished his joke by this time and was paying the penalties of reaction. "Gill Bilby, thou's nobbut a fordhead," he was saying to himself. "Thou mun have thy little jock thought it crackin' with thy own pure back." For he thought that he was driving 2 great customers away by the flashing independence of too brilliant a mind, and many clever people of his native place had told him so. "Make a roaring fire in that room," said Mordax. End of chapter 45. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 46 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 46. Stumped Out.
I think, my dear, that you never should allow mysterious things to be doing in your parish, and everybody full of curiosity about them, while the only proper person to explain their meaning is allowed to remain without any more knowledge than a man locked up in York Castle might have. In spite of all the weather and the noise the sea makes, I feel quite certain that important things which never have any right to happen in our parish are going on here, and you never interfere, which, on the part of the rector and the magistrate of the neighborhood, to my mind is not a proper course of action. I am sure that I have not the very smallest curiosity. I feel very often that I should have asked questions. Then it has become too late to do so, and when anybody else would have put them at the moment, and not had to be sorry afterward.
"I understand that feeling," Dr. Upround answered, looking at his wife for the 3rd cup of coffee to wind up his breakfast as usual.
And without hesitation I reply that it naturally arises in superior natures. Janetta, you have eaten up that bit of broiled hake that I was keeping for your dear mother. Now really, Papa, you are too crafty. You put my mother off with a wretched generality because you don't choose to tell her anything. And to stop me from coming to the rescue, you attack me with a miserable little personality. I perceive by your face, Papa, every trick that rises, and without hesitation I reply that they naturally arise in inferior natures. Janetta, you never express yourself well. Mrs. Upround insisted upon filial respect. When I say well, I mean, well, you know quite well what I mean, Janetta. To be sure, mamma, I always do. You always mean the very best meaning in the world, but you are not up to half of papa's tricks yet.
This is too bad, cried the father with a smile.
A great deal too bad, said the mother with a frown. I am sure I would never have asked a word of anything, if I could ever have imagined such behavior. Go away, Janetta, this very moment. Your dear father evidently wants to tell me something. Now, my dear, you were too sleepy last night, but your peace of mind requires you to unburden itself at once of all these very mysterious goings-on.
Well, perhaps I shall have no peace of mind unless I do, said the rector with a slight sarcasm which missed her altogether. Only it might save trouble, my dear, if you would first specify the points which oppress your, or rather, I should say, perhaps my mind so much.
In the first place, then,
began Mrs. Upround, drawing nearer to the doctor,
who is that highly distinguished stranger who cannot get away from the Thornwick Inn? What made him come to such a place in dreadful weather, and if he is ill, why not send for Dr. Sturbax? Dr. Sturbax will think it most unkind of you, and after all he did for Janetta. And then, again, what did the milkman from Sewerby mean by the way he shook his head this morning about something in the family at the Anerley Farm? And what did that most unaccountable man who calls himself Mr. Mordax, though I don't believe that is his name at all? Yes, it is, my dear. You never should say such things. He is well known at York and for miles around, and I entertain very high respect for him. So you may, Dr. Upround. You do that too freely, but Janetta quite agrees with me about him. A man with a sword that goes slashing about and kills a rat that was none of his business. A more straightforward creature than himself, I do believe, though he struts like a soldier with a ramrod. And what did he mean in such horrible weather by dragging you out to take a deposition in a place even colder than Flamborough itself? That vile rabbit warren on the other side of Bempton. Deposition of a man who had drunk himself to death, and a Methodist, too, as you could not help saying. I said it, I know, and I am ashamed of saying it. I was miserably cold and much annoyed about my coat. You never say anything to be ashamed of. It is when you do not say things that you should rather blame yourself. For instance, I feel no curiosity whatever, but a kind-hearted interest in the doings of my neighbours. We very seldom get any sort of excitement, and when exciting things come all together, quite within the hearing of our stable bell, to be left to guess them out, and perhaps be contradicted, destroys one's finest feelings and produces downright fidgets. My dear, you really should endeavour to emancipate yourself from such small ideas. Large words shall never divert me from my duty. My path of duty is distinctly traced, and if thwarting hand withdraws me from it, it must end in a bilious headache.
This was a terrible menace to the household, which was always thrown out of its course for 3 days when the lady became thus afflicted. My first duty is to my wife, said the rector. If people come into my parish with secrets which come to my knowledge without my desire and without official obligation, and the faithful and admirable partner of my life threatens to be quite unwell,
ill, dear, very ill is what would happen to me,
then I consider that my duty is to impart to her everything that cannot lead to mischief.
How could you have any doubt of it, my dear? And as to the mischief, I am the proper judge of that.
Dr. Upround laughed in his quiet inner way, and then, as a matter of form, he said, My dear, you must promise most faithfully to keep whatever I tell you as the very strictest secret. Mrs. Upround looked shocked at the mere idea of her ever doing otherwise, which indeed, as she said, was impossible. Her husband very nearly looked as if he quite believed her, and then they went into his snug sitting-room while the maid took away the breakfast things.
"Now, don't keep me waiting," said the lady.
"Well, then, my dear," the rector began after crossing stout legs stoutly, "you must do your utmost not to interrupt me, and, in short, to put it courteously, you must try to hold your tongue, and suffer much astonishment and silence. We have a most distinguished visitor in Flamborough setting up his staff at the Thornwick Hotel."
"Lord Nelson, I knew it must be. Janetta is so quick at things."
"Janetta is too quick at things, and she is utterly crazy about Nelson. No, it is the famous Sir Duncan Yordas."
"Sir Duncan Yordas?
Why, I never heard of him." "You will find that you have heard of him when you come to think, my dear. Our Harry is full of his wonderful doings. He is one of the foremost men in India, though perhaps little heard of in this country yet. He belongs to an ancient Yorkshire family, and is, I believe, the head of it. He came here looking for his son, but has caught a most terrible chill instead of him, and I think we ought to send him some of your rare soup."
"How sensible you are! It will be the very thing. But first of all, what character does he bear? They do such things in India."
"His character is spotless, I might say too romantic. He is a man of magnificent appearance, large mind, and lots of money."
My dear, he must never stay there. I shudder to think of it this weather. A chill is a thing upon the kidneys always. You know my electuary. And if we bring him round, it is high time for Janetta to begin to think of settling."
"My dear," said Dr. Upround, "well, how suddenly you jump! I must put on my spectacles to look at you. This gentleman must be getting on for 50.
Janetta should have a man of some discretion, somebody she would not dare to snap at. Her expressions are so reckless that a young man would not suit her. She ought to have someone to look up to. And you know how she raves about fame and celebrity and that. She really seems to care for very little else."
"Then she ought to have fallen in love with Robin Lyth, the most famous man in all this neighborhood."
"Dr. Upround, you say things on purpose to provoke me when my remarks are unanswerable. Robin Lyth, indeed! A sailor, smuggler, a common working man, and under that terrible accusation."
"An objectionable party altogether, not even desirable as a grandson. Therefore say nothing more of Janetta and Sir Duncan."
"Sometimes, my dear, the chief object of your existence seems to irritate me. What can poor Robin have to do with Sir Duncan Yordas?"
"Simply this. He is his only son. The proofs were completed and deposited with me for safe custody last night by the very active man of business, Geoffrey Mordax of York City."
"Wow!"
cried Mrs. Upround, with both hands lifted and a high color flowing into her unwrinkled cheeks.
"From this day forth I shall never have any confidence in you again. How long, if I may dare to put any sort of question, have you been getting into all this very secret knowledge? And why have I never heard a word of it till now? And not even now, I do believe, through any proper urgency of conscience on your part, but only because I insisted upon knowing. Oh, Dr. Upround, for shame, for shame!"
"My dear, you have no one but yourself to blame," her husband replied with a sweet and placid smile. 3 times I have told you things that were to go no further, and all 3 of them went 20 miles within 3 days. I do not complain of it, far less of you. You may have felt it quite as much your duty to spread knowledge as I felt it mine to restrict it. And I never should have let you get all this out of me now, if it had been at all incumbent upon me to keep it quiet."
"That means that I have never got it out of you at all. I have taken all this trouble for nothing." No, my dear, not at all. You have worked well and have promised not to say a word about it. You might not have known it for a week at least, except for my confidence in you. Much of it I thank you for, but don't be cross, my dear, because you have behaved so atrociously. You have not answered half of my questions yet. Well, there were so many that I scarcely can remember them. Let me see. I have told you who the great man is and the reason that brought him to Flamborough. Then, about the dangerous chill he has taken, it came through a bitter ride from Scarborough, and if Dr. Sturbax came, he would probably make it still more dangerous. At least so Mordock says, and the patient is in his hands and out of mine, so that Sturbax can not be aggrieved with us. On the other hand, as to the milkman from Sewerby, I really do not know why he shook his head. Perhaps he found the big pump frozen. He is not of my parish, and may shake his head without asking my permission. Now I think that I have answered nearly all of your questions. Not at all. I have not had time to ask them yet, because I feel so much above them. But if the milkman meant nothing because of his not belonging to our parish, the butcher does, and he can have no excuse. He says that Mr. Mordox takes all the best meanings of a mutton sheep every other day to Burlington. I know he does, and it ought to put us to the blush that a stranger should have to do so. Mordox is finding clothes, food, and firing for all the little creatures poor Caraway left, and even for his widow, who has got a wandering mind. Without him there would not have been one left. The poor mother locked in all her little ones, and starved them to save them from some quite imaginary foe. The neighbors began to think of interfering, and might have begun to do it when it was all over. Happily Mordox arrived just in time. His promptitude, skill, and generosity saved them. Never say a word against that man again. My dear, I will not, Mrs. Upround answered, with tears coming into her kindly eyes. I never heard of anything more pitiful. I had no idea Mr. Mordox was so good. He looks more like an evil spirit. I always regarded him as an evil spirit, and his name sounds like it, and he jumps about so. But he ought to have gone to the rector of the parish. It is a happy thing that he can jump about. The rector of the parish cannot do so, as you know, and he lives 2 miles away from them, and had never even heard of it. People always talk about the rector of a parish as if he could be everywhere and see to everything, and few of them come near to him in their prosperous times. Have you any other questions to put to me, my dear? Yes, a quantity of things which I cannot think of now. How is it that that little boy, I remember it like yesterday, came ashore here and turned out to be Robin Lyth, or at least to be no Robin Lyth at all, but the son of Sir Duncan Yordus? And what happened to the poor man in Bempton Warren? The poor man died a most miserable death, but I trust sincerely penitent. He had led a sad, ungodly life, and he died at last of wooden legs. He was hunted to his grave, he told us, by these wooden legs, and he recognized in them divine retribution, for the sin of his life was committed in timber. No sooner did any of those legs appear, and the poor fellow said that they were always coming, than his heart began to patter, and his own legs failed him, and he tried to stop his ears, but his conscience would not let him. Now there, cried Mrs. Upround, what the power of conscience is. He had stolen choice timber, perhaps ready-made legs. A great deal worse than that, my dear. He had knocked out a knot as large as my shovel hat from the side of a ship homebound from India, because he was going to be tried for mutiny upon their arrival at Lyth, it was, I think. He and his partners had been in irons, but unluckily they were just released. The weather was magnificent, a lovely summer's night, soft, fair breeze, and everyone rejoicing in the certainty of home within a few short hours. And they found home that night, but it was in a better world. You have made me creep all over. And you mean to say that a wretch like that has any hope of heaven? How did he get away himself?"
"Very easily. A little boat was towing at the side. There were only 3 men upon deck. Through the beauty of the weather, and 2 of those were asleep. They bound and gagged the waking one, lashed the wheel, and made off in the boat wholly unperceived. There was Rickon Gold, the ringleader, and 4 others, and they brought away a little boy who was lying fast asleep, because one of them had been in the service of his father, and because of the value of his Indian clothes, which his ayah made him wear now in his little cot for warmth. The scoundrels took good care that no one should get away to tell the tale. They saw the poor Golconda sink with every soul on board, including the captain's wife and babies, and they made for land, and in the morning fog were carried by the tide toward our north landing. One of them knew the coast as well as need be, but they durst not land until their story was concocted, and everything fitted in to suit it. The sight of the rising sun scattering the fog frightened them, as it well might do, and they pulled into the cave, from which I always said, as you may now remember, Robin must have come, the cave which already bears his name. Here they remained all day, considering a plausible tale to account for themselves without making mention of any lost ship, and trying to remove every trace of identity from the boat they had stolen. They had brought with them food enough to last 3 days, and an anchor of rum from the steward's stores. And as they grew weary of their long confinement, they indulged more freely than wisely in the consumption of that cordial. In a word, they became so tipsy that they frightened the little helpless boy, and when they began to fight about his gold buttons, which were claimed by the fellow who had saved his life, he scrambled from the side of the boat upon the rock and got along a narrow ledge, where none of them could follow him. They tried to coax him back, but he stamped his feet and swore at them, being sadly taught bad language by the native servants, I dare say. Rickon Gold wanted to shoot him, for they had got a gun with them, and he feared to leave him there. But Sir Duncan's former boatman would not allow it, and at dark they went away and left him there, and the poor little fellow in his dark despair must have been led by the hand of the Lord through the crannies too narrow for a man to pass. There was a well-known land passage out of that cave, but he must have crawled out by a smaller one, unknown even to our fishermen, slanting up the hill, and having outlet in the thicket near the place where the boats draw up. And so he was found by Robin Coxcroft in the morning. They had fed the child with biscuits soaked in rum, which accounts for his heavy sleep and wonderful exertions, and may have predisposed him for a contraband career.
"And perhaps for the very bad language which he used," said Mrs. Upround thoughtfully. "It is an extraordinary tale, my dear, but I suppose there can be no doubt of it. But such a clever child should have known his own name. Why did he call himself Isunsabe?"
"That is another link in the certainty of proof. On board that unfortunate ship, and perhaps even before he left India, he was always called Young Sahib, and he used, having proud little ways of his own, to shout, if anybody durst provoke him, 'I see young Sahib, I see young Sahib,' which we rendered into Isunsabe. But the true name is Wilton Bart Yordus, I believe, and the initials can be made out upon his gold beads, Mr. Mordox tells me, among heathen texts."
"That seems rather shocking to good principles, my dear. I trust that Sir Duncan is a Christian at least, or he shall never set foot in this house."
"My dear, I cannot tell. How should I know? He may have lapsed, of course, as a good many of them do, from the heat of the climate and bad surroundings, but that happens mostly from their marrying native women, and this gentleman never has done that, I do believe.
They tell me that he is a very handsome man, and of most commanding aspect, the very thing Janetta likes so much. But what became of those unhappy, sadly tipsy sailors?"
"Well, they managed very cleverly and made success of tipsiness,
As soon as it was dark that night, and before the child had crawled away, they pushed out of the cave and let the flood tide take them round the head. They meant to have landed in Bridlington Quay, with a tale of escape from a Frenchman, but they found no necessity for going so far. A short-handed collier was lying in the roads, and the skipper, perceiving that they were in liquor, thought it a fine chance, and took some trouble to secure them. They told him that they had been trying to run goods and were chased by a revenue boat and so on. He was only too glad to be enabled to make sail, and by dawn they were under way for the Thames. And that was the end of the Golconda. What an awful crime! But you never mean to tell me that the Lord let those men live and prosper? That subject is beyond our view, my dear. There were 5 of them, and Rickon Gould believed himself the last of them. But being very penitent, he might have exaggerated. He said that one was swallowed by a shark, at least his head was, and one was hanged for stealing sheep, and one for a bad sixpence. But the fate of the other 2, too terrible to tell you, brought this man down here, to be looking at the place and to divide his time between fasting and drinking and poaching and discoursing to the thoughtless. The women flocked to hear him preach when the passion was upon him, and he used to hint at awful sins of his own which made him earnest. I hope that he was so, and I do believe it. But the wooden-legged sailors, old Joe and his son, who seemed to have been employed by Mordax, took him at his own word for a miserable sinner, which, as they told their master, no respectable man would call himself, and in the most business-like manner they set to remove him to a better world. And now they have succeeded. Poor man! After all, one must be rather sorry for him. If old Joe came stumping after me for half an hour, I should have no interest in this life left. My dear, they stumped after him the whole day long, and at night they danced a hornpipe outside his hut. He became convinced that the Prince of Evil was come, in that naval style, to fetch him, and he drank everything he could lay hands on to fortify him for the contest. The end, as you know, was extremely sad for him, but highly satisfactory to them, I fear. They have signified their resolution to attend his funeral, and Mordax has said with unbecoming levity that if they never were drunk before, which seems to me an almost romantic supposition, that night they shall be drunk, and no mistake. All these things, my dear, replied Mrs. Upround, who was gifted with a fine vein of moral reflection, are not as we might wish if we ordered them ourselves, but still there is this to be said in their favor, that they have a large tendency toward righteousness. End of chapter 46. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 47 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 47. A Tangle of Veins. Human resolution, energy, experience, and reason in its loftiest form may fight against the doctor, but he beats them all, maintains at least his own vitality, and asserts his guineas. 2 more resolute men than Mr. Mordax and Sir Duncan Yordas could scarcely be found in those resolute times. They sternly resolved to have no sort of doctor, and yet within 3 days they did have one, and, more than that, the very one they had positively vowed to abstain from. Dr. Sturbax let everybody know that he never cared 2 flips of his thumb for anybody. If anybody wanted him, they must come and seek him, and be thankful if he could find time to hear their nonsense. For he understood not the system only, but also the nature of mankind. The people at the Thornwick did not want him. Very good. So much the better for him and for them, because the more they wanted him, the less would he go near them. Tut, 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 he said.
What did he want with crack-brained patience? All this compelled him with a very strong reluctance to be dragged into that very place the very same day, and he saw that he was not come an hour too soon. Sir Duncan was lying in a bitterly cold room with the fire gone out and the spark of his life not very far from following it. Mr. Mordax was gone for the day upon business after leaving strict orders that a good fire must be kept, and many other things attended to. But the chimney took to smoking and the patient to coughing, and the landlady opened the window wide and the fire took flight into the upper air. Sir Duncan hated nothing more than any fuss about himself. He had sent a man to Scarborough for a little chest of clothes, for his saddle-kit was exhausted, and having promised Mordax that he would not quit the house, he had nothing to do except to meditate and shiver. Gill Bilby's wife Nell, coming up to take orders for dinner, got a dreadful turn from what she saw, and ran down exclaiming that the very best customer that ever drew their latch was dead. Without waiting to think, the landlord sent a most urgent message for Dr. Sturbax. That learned man happened to be round the corner, although he lived at Bempton. He met the messenger, cast to the winds all sense of wrong, and rushed to the succor of humanity. That night, when the general factor returned, with the hunger excited by feeding the hungry, he was met at the door by Dr. Sturbax, saying, "Hush, my good sir," before he had time to think of speaking. "You!" cried Mr. Mordax, having met this gentleman when Rickon Gould was near his last. "You! Then it must be bad indeed." "It is bad, and it must have been all over, sir, but for my being providentially at the cheese shop. I say nothing to wound any gentleman's feelings who thinks that he understands everything, but our poor patient, with the very best meaning, no doubt, has been all but murdered. Dr. Sturbax, you have got him now, and of course you will make the best of him. Don't let him slip through your fingers, doctor. He is much too good for that." "He shall not slip through my fingers," said the little doctor with a twinkle of self-preservation. "I have got him, sir, and I shall keep him, sir, and you ought to have put him in my hands long ago." The sequel of this needs no detail. Dr. Sturbax came 3 times a day, and without any disrespect to the profession, it must be admitted that he earned his fees, for Sir Duncan's case was a very strange one, and beyond the best wisdom of the laity. If that chill had struck upon him when his spirit was as usual, he might have cast it off, and gone on upon his business. But coming as it did, when the temperature of his heart was lowered by the nip of disappointment, it went into him, as water on a duck's back is not cast away when his rump gland is out of order. A warm room, good victuals, and cheerful society, these 3 are indispensable," said Dr. Sturbax to Mr. Mordax, over whom he began to try to tyrannize. "And admirable as you are, my good sir, I fear that your society is depressing. You are always in a fume to be doing something, a stew, I might say without exaggeration, a wonderful pattern of an active mind. But in a case of illness we require the passive voice. Everything suggestive of rapid motion must be removed, and never spoken of. You are rapid motion itself, my dear sir. We get a relapse every time you come in." "You want me out of the way. Very well. Let me know when you have killed my friend. I suppose your office ends with that. I will come down and see to his funeral." "Mr. Mordax, you may be premature in such prevision. Your own may come first, sir. Look well at your eyes the next time you shave, and I fear you will decry those radiant fibres in the iris which always coexist with heart disease. I can tell you 50 cases if you have time to listen." "Darn your prognostics, sir!" exclaimed the factor rudely, but he seldom lathered himself thenceforth without a little sigh of self-regard. "Now, Dr. Sturbax," he continued with a rally, "you may find my society depressing, but it is generally considered to be elevating, and that, sir, by judges of the highest order, and men of independent income. The head of your profession in the northern half of England, who takes 100 guineas for every one you take, rejoices, sir. Rejoices is not too strong a word to use. in my very humble society. Of course, he may be wrong, but when he hears that Dr. Sturbax of Little Under Bumpton is at the right address, sir, speaks of my society as depressing—" "Mr. Mordax, you misunderstood my meaning. I spoke with no reference to you whatever, but of all male society as enervating. If you dislike the word depressing, relaxing, emollient, emasculating from want of contradictory element, while I was proceeding to describe the need of strictly female society, the rector offers this. He was here just now. His admiration for you is unbounded. He desires to receive our distinguished patient with the vast advantage of ladies' society, double-thick walls, and a southern aspect, if you should consider it advisable." "Undoubtedly I do, if the moving can be done without danger, and of that you are the proper judge, of course." Thus they composed their little disagreement with mutual respect and some approaches to goodwill, and Sir Duncan Yordas, being skilfully removed, spent his Christmas, without knowing much about it, in the best and warmest bedroom in the rectory. But Mordax returned, as an honest man should do, to put the laurel and the mistletoe on his proper household gods. And where can this be better done than in that grand old city, York? But before leaving Flamborough, he settled his claims of business and charity, so far as he could see them, and so far as the state of things permitted. Foiled as he was in his main object by the murder of the revenue officer, and the consequent flight of Robin Lyth, he had thoroughly accomplished one part of his task, the discovery of the Golconda's fate, and the history of Sir Duncan's child. Moreover, his trusty agents, Joe of the Monument and Bob his son, had relieved him of one thorny care by the zeal and skill with which they worked. It was to them a sweet instruction to watch, encounter, and drink down a rogue who had scuttled a ship, and even defeated them at their own weapons, and made a text of them to teach mankind. Dr. Upround had not exaggerated the ardor with which they discharged their duty, but Mordax still had one rogue on hand, and a deeper one than Rickon Gould. In the course of his visits to Bridlington Quay, he had managed to meet John Cadman, preferring, as he always did, his own impressions to almost any other evidence. And his own impressions had entirely borne out the conviction of Widow Carroway. But he saw at once that this man could not be plied with coarse weapons, like the other worn-out villain. He reserved him as a choice bit for his own skill, and was careful not to alarm him yet. Only two things concerned him as immediate in the matter: to provide against Cadman's departure from the scene, and to learn all the widow had to tell about him. The widow had a great deal to say about that man, but had not said it yet, from want of power to do so. Mordax himself had often stopped her when she could scarcely stop herself, for until her health should be set up again, any stir of the mind would be dangerous. But now, with the many things provided for her, good nursing and company and the kindness of the neighbors, who jealously rushed in as soon as a stranger led the way, and the sickening of Tommy with the measles, which he had caught in the coal cellar, she began to be started in a different plane of life. To contemplate the past as a golden age, enshrining a diamond statue of a revenue officer in full uniform, and to look upon the present as a period of steel, when a keen edge must be kept against the world for a defense of the little seed of diamonds. Now the weather was milder, as it generally is at Christmas time, and the snow all gone, and the wind blowing off the land again, to the great satisfaction of both cod and conger. The cottage, which had looked such a den of cold and famine with the blinds drawn down, and the snow piled up against the door, and not a single child nose against the glass, was now quite warm again, and almost as lively as if Lieutenant Carroway were coming home to dinner. The heart of Mr. Mordax glowed with pride as he said to himself that he had done all this, and the glow was reflected in the cheeks of Geraldine as she ran out to kiss him, and then jumped upon his shoulder. For in spite of his rigid aspect and stern nose, the little lass had taken kindly to him, while he admired her for eating candles.
"If you please, you can come in here," said Jerry. "Oh, don't knock my head against the door."
Mrs. Carroway knew what he was come for, and although she had tried to prepare herself for it, she could not help trembling a little. The factor had begged for her to have some friend present to encourage and help her in so grievous an affair, but she would not hear of it, and said she had no friend. Mr. Murdoch sat down, as he was told to do, in the little room sacred to the poor lieutenant, and faithful even yet to the pious memory of his pipe. When the children were shut out, he began to look around, that the lady might have time to cry, but she only found occasion for a little dry sob.
"It is horrible, very, very horrible," she murmured with a shudder as her eyes were following his. "But for his sake I can endure it."
"A most sad and bitter trial, ma'am, as ever I heard of. But you are bound to bear in mind that he is looking down on you."
"I could not put up with it, without the sense of that, sir. But I say to myself how much he loved it, and that makes me put up with it."
"I am quite at a loss to understand you, madam. We seem to be at cross purposes. I was speaking of a thing that pains me to mention, and you say how much he loved—"
"Dirt, sir, dirt. It was his only weakness. Oh, my darling Charles, my blessed Charlie. Sometimes I used to drive him almost to his end about it, but I never thought his end would come. I assure you I never did, sir. But now I shall leave everything as he would like to see it, every table and every chair, that he could write his name on it, and his favourite pipe with the bottom in it. That is what he must love to see if the Lord allows him to look down. Only the children mustn't see it for the sake of bad example."
"Mrs. Carroway, I agree with you most strictly. Children must be taught clean ways, even while they revere their father. You should see my daughter Arabella, ma'am. She regards me with perfect devotion. Why? Because I never let her do the things that I myself do. It is the only true principle of government for a nation, a parish, a household. How beautifully you have trained pretty Geraldine! I fear that you scarcely could spare her for a month in the spring, and perhaps Tommy after his measles. But a visit to York would do them good, and establish their expanding minds, ma'am."
"Mr. Murdoch, I know not where we may be then, but anything that you desire is a law to us."
"Well said, beautifully said. But I trust, my dear madam, that you will be here. Indeed, it would never do for you to go away. Or rather, I should put it thus. For the purposes of justice, and for other reasons also, it is most important that you should not leave this place. At least you will promise me that, I hope? Unless, of course, you find the memories too painful, and even so you might find comfort in some inland house not far."
"Many people might not like to stop," the widow answered simply. "But to me it would be a worse pain to go away. I sit in the evening by the window here, whenever there is light enough to show the sea, and the bench is fit for landing on. It seems to my eyes that I can see the boat, with my husband standing up in it. He had a majestic way of standing, with one leg more up than the other, sir, through one of his daring exploits, and whenever I see him he is just like that, and the little children in the kitchen peep and say, 'Here's Daddy coming at last. We can tell by my mammy's eyes.' And the bigger ones say, 'Hush, you might know better.' And I look again, wondering which of them is right, and then there is nothing but the clouds and the sea. Still, when it is over, and I have cried about it, it does me a little good every time. I seem to be nearer to Charlie, as my heart falls quietly into the will of the Lord."
"No doubt of it whatever. I can thoroughly understand it, although there is not a bit of resignation in me. I felt that sort of thing to some extent when I lost my angelic wife, ma'am, though naturally departed to a sphere more suited for her, and I often seem to think that still I hear her voice when a coal comes to the table in a well-dish. Life, Mrs. Carroway, is no joke to bandy back, but trouble to be shared, and none share it fairly but the husband and the wife, ma'am."
"You make it very hard for me to get my words," she said, without minding that her tears ran down so long as she spoke clearly. "I am not of the lofty sort, and understand no laws of things, though my husband was remarkable for doing so. He took all the trouble of the taxes off, though my part was to pay for them, and in every other way he was a wonder, sir. Not at all because now he is gone above. That would be my last motive."
"He was a wonder, a genuine wonder," Mordax replied without irony. "He did his duty, ma'am, with zeal and ardor, a shining example upon every little pay. I fear that it was integrity and zeal, truly British character and striking sense of discipline that have so sadly brought him to the condition of an example."
"Yes, Mr. Mordax, it was all that. He never could put up with a lazy man, as anybody to live must have to do. He kept all his men, as I used to do our children, to word of command and no answer. Honest men like it, but wicked men fly out, and all along we had a very wicked man here."
"So I have heard from other good authority. A deceiver of women, a skulk, a dog. I have met with many villains, and I am not hot. But my tendency is to take that fellow by the throat with both hands and throttle him. Having thoroughly accomplished that, I should prepare to sift the evidence. Unscientific, illogical, brutal are such desires as you need not tell me, and yet, madam, they are manly. I hate slow justice. I like it quick. Quick or none at all, I say, so long as it is justice. Creeping justice is, to my mind, a little better than slow revenge. My opinions are not orthodox, but I hope they do not frighten you."
"They do indeed, sir, or at least your face does, though I know how quick and just you are. He is a bad man, too well I know it. But as my dear husband used to say, he has a large lot of children."
"Well, Mrs. Carroway, I admire you the more for considering what he has not considered. Let us put aside that. The question is, guilty or not guilty? If he is guilty, shall he get off, and innocent men be hanged for him? 6 men are in jail at this present moment for the deed which we believe he did. Have they no wives, no fathers and mothers, no children, not to speak of their own lives? The case is one in which the constitution of the realm must be asserted. 6 innocent men must die unless the crime is brought home to the guilty one. Even that is not all as regards yourself. You may not care for your own life, but you are bound to treasure it 7 times over for the sake of your 7 children. While John Cadman is at large and nobody hanged instead of him, your life is in peril, ma'am. He knows that you know him, and have denounced him. He has tried to scare you into silence, and the fright caused you your sad illness. I have reason to believe that he, by scattering crafty rumors, concealed from the neighbors your sad plight, and that of your children. If so, he is worse than the devil himself. Do you see your duty now, and your interest also?"
Mrs. Carroway nodded gently. Her strength of mind was not come back yet after so much illness. The baby lay now on its father's breast, and the mother's had been wild for it.
"I am sorry to have used harsh words," resumed Mordax, "but I always have to do so. They seem to put things clearer, and without that, where would business be? Now I will not tire you if I can help it, nor ask a needless question. What provocation had this man? What fanciful cause for spite, I mean?"
"Oh, none, Mr. Mordax, none whatever. My husband rebuked him for being worthless and a liar and a traitor, and he threatened to get him removed from the force. And he gave him a little throwdown from the cliff, but what little was done entirely for his good."
"Yes, I see, and after that, was Cadman ever heard to threaten him?"
"Many times, in a most malicious way, when he thought that he was not heeded. The other men may fear to bear witness, but my Geraldine has heard him."
"There could be no better witness. A child, especially a pretty little girl, tells wonderfully with a jury. But we must have a great deal more than that. Thousands of men threaten and do nothing, according to the proverb. A still more important point is, how did the muskets in the boat come home? They were all returned to the station, I presume. Were they all returned with their charges in them?"
"I am sure I cannot say how that was. There was nobody to attend to that, but one of them had been lost altogether."
"One of the guns never came back at all?" Mordax almost shouted. "Whose gun was it that did not come back?"
"How can we say? There was such confusion. My husband would never let them nick the guns as they do at some of the stations, for every man to know his own. But in spite of that, each man had his own, I believe. Cadman declares that he brought home his, and nobody contradicted him. But if I saw the guns, I should know whether Cadman's is among them."
"How can you possibly pretend to know that, ma'am? English ladies can do almost anything, but surely you never served out the guns."
"No, Mr. Mordax, but I have cleaned them. Not the inside, of course, that I know nothing of, and nobody sees that to be offended. But several times I have observed at the station the disgraceful quantity of dust upon the guns. Dust and rust and miserable blotches, such as bad girls leave in the top of a fish kettle. And I made Charlie bring them down, and be sure to have them empty, because they were so unlike what I have seen on board of the ship where he won his glory, and took the bullet in his 19th rib."
"My dear madam, what a frame he must have had! But this is most instructive. No wonder Geraldine is brave. What a worthy wife for a naval hero, a lady who would handle guns."
"I knew, sir, quite from early years, having lived near a very large arsenal, that nothing can make a gun go off unless there is something in it. And I could trust my husband to see to that, and before I touched one of them I made him put a brimstone match to the touch-hole. And I found it so pleasant to polish them, from having such wicked things quite at my mercy. The wood was what I noticed most, because of understanding chairs. One of them had a very curious tangle of veins on the left cheek behind the trigger, and I just had been doing for the children's tea what they call crinkly-crankly, trickled like a maze upon the bread. And Tommy said, 'Look here, it's the very same upon this gun.' And so it was, just the same pattern on the wood. And while I was doing it, Cadman came up, in his low, surly way, and said, 'I want my gun, missus. I never shoot with no other gun than that. Captain says I may shoot a sea-pie for the little ones.' And so I always called it Cadman's gun. I have not been able to think much yet. But if that gun is lost, I shall know who it was that lost a gun that dreadful night."
"All this is most strictly to the purpose," answered Mordax, "and may prove most important. We could never hope to get those 6 men off without throwing most grave suspicion elsewhere, and unless we can get those 6 men off, their captain will come and surrender himself and be hanged to a dead certainty. I doubted his carrying the sense of right so far until I reflected upon his birth, dear madam. He belongs, as I may tell you now, to a very ancient family, a race that would run their heads into a noose out of pure obstinacy rather than skulk off. I am a very ancient race myself, though I never take pride in the matter, because I have seen more harm than good of it. I always learned Latin at school so quickly through being a grammatical example of decent. According to our pedigree, Cassius Calpurnius Mordax Naso was the governor of Britain under Pernitax. My name means biting, and bite I can, whether my dinner is before me or my enemy. In the present case I shall not bite yet, but prepare myself for doing so. I watch the proceedings of the government, who are sure to be slow as well as blundering. There has been no appointment to this command as yet, because of so many people wanting it. This patched-up peace, which may last about 6 months, even if it is ever signed, is producing confusion everywhere. You have an old fool put in charge of this station till a proper successor is appointed.
He is not like Captain Carroway, sir, but that concerns me little now. But I do wish, for my children's sake, that they would send a little money.
On no account think twice of that. That question is in my hands, and affords me one of the few pleasures I derive from business. You are under no sort of obligation about it. I am acting under authority. A man of exalted position and high office, but never mind that until the proper time comes. Only keep your mind in perfect rest, and attend to your children and yourself. I am obliged to proceed very warily, but you shall not be annoyed by that scoundrel. I will provide for that before I leave. Also, I will see the guns still in store, without letting anybody guess my motive. I have picked up a very sharp fellow here, whose heart is in the business thoroughly, for one of the prisoners is his twin brother, and he lost his poor sweetheart through Cadman's villainy, a young lass who used to pick mussels or something. He will see that the rogue does not give us the slip, and I have looked out for that in other ways as well. I am greatly afraid of tiring you, my dear madam, but have you any other thing to tell me of this Cadman?
No, Mr. Mordax, except a whole quantity of little things that tell a great deal to me, but to anybody else would have no sense. For instance, of his looks, and turns, and habits, and tricks of seeming neither the one thing or the other, and jumping all the morning when the last man was hanged.
Did he do that, madam? Are you quite sure?
I had it on the authority of his own wife. He beats her, but still she cannot understand him. You may remember that the man to be suspended was brought up to the place where
he earned his doom. It is quite right. Things of that sort should be done upon a far more liberal scale. Example is better than 1,000 precepts. Let us be thankful that we live in such a country. I have brought some medicine for brave Tommy from Dr. Sturback's, but be sure that you stroke his throat when he takes it. Boys are such rogues.
Well, Mr. Mordax, I really hope that I know how to make my little boy take medicine.
End of chapter 47. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 48 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 48. Short Sighs and Long Ones. Now it came to pass that for several months this neighborhood, which had begun to regard Mr. Mordax as its tutelary genius, so great is the power of bold energy, lost him altogether, and with brief lamentation began to do very well without him. So fugitive is vivacious stir, and so well content is the general world to jog along in its old ruts. The Flamborough butcher once more subsided into a pescatarian. The postman, who had been driven off his legs, had time to nurse his grain again. Widow Tapsy relapsed into the very worst of taps, having none to demand good beverage, and a new rat, sevenfold worse than the mighty net devourer whom Mordax slew, but the chronicle has been cut out for the sake of brevity, took possession of his galleries and made them pay. All Flamborough yearned for the gentleman as did things, itself being rather of the contemplative vein, which flows from immemorial converse with the sea. But the man of dry hand and heel activity came not, and the lanes forgot the echo of his Roman march. The postman, with a wicked endeavour of hope to beget faith from sweet laziness, propagated a loose report that death had claimed the general factor through fear of any rival in activity. The postman did not put it so, because his education was too good for long words to enter into it, but he put his meaning in a shorter form than a smattering of distant tongues leaves to us. The butcher, having doubt of death unless by man administered, kicked the postman out of his expiring shop, where large hooks now had no sheep for bait, and Widow Tapsy, filled with softer liquid form of memory, was so upset by the letterman's tale that she let off a man who owed 4 gallons, for beating him as flat as his own bag. To tell of these things may take time, but time is thoroughly well spent if it contributes a trifle towards some tendency on anybody's part to hope that there used to be, even in this century, such a thing as gratitude. But why did Mr. Mordax thus desert his favourite quest and quarters, and the folk in whom he took most delight, because so long inaccessible? The reason was as sound as need be. Important business of his own had called him away into Derbyshire. Like every true son of stone and crag, he required an annual scratch against them, and hoped to rest among them when the itch of life was over. But now he had hopes of even more than that, of owning a good house and fair estate, and henceforth exerting his remarkable powers of agency on his own behalf. For his cousin, Calpurnius Mordax, the head of the family, was badly ailing, and having lost his only son in the West Indies, had sent for his kinsman to settle matters with him. His offer was generous and noble, to wit, that Geoffrey should take, not the property alone, but also his second cousin, fair Calpurnia, though not without her full consent. Without the lady he was not to have the land, and the lady's consent must be secured before her father ceased to be a sound testator. Now if Calpurnia had been kept in ignorance of this arrangement, a man possessing the figure, decision, stature, self-confidence, and other high attributes of our Mordax, must have triumphed in a week at latest. But with that candour which appears to have been so strictly entailed in the family, Colonel Calpurnius called them in, and there, in the presence of the testator and of each other, they were fully appraised of this rather urgent call upon their best and most delicate emotions. And the worst of it was, from this gentleman's point of view, that the contest was unequal. The golden apples were not his to cast, but Atalanta's. The lady was to have the land even without accepting love. Moreover, he was 50% beyond her in age, and Hymen would make her a mamma without invocation of Lucina. But highest and deepest woe of all, most mountainous of obstacles, was the lofty skyline of his nose, inherited from the Roman. If the lady's corresponding feature had not corresponded, in other words, if her nose had been chubby, snub, or even Greek, his bold bridge must have served him well, and even shortened access to rosy lips and tender heart. But alas, the fair one's nose was also of the fine imperial type, truly admirable in itself, but, under one of nature's strictest laws, coy of contact with its own male expression. Love, whose joy and fierce prank is to buckle to the plated pole ill-matched forms and incongruous spirits, did not fail of her impartial freaks. Mr. Mordax had to cope with his own kin, and found the conflict so severe that not a breath of time was left him for anybody's business but his own. If luck was against him in that quarter, although he would not have known it yet, at York and Flamborough it was not so. No crisis arose to demand his presence, no business went amiss because of his having to work so hard at love. There came, as there sometimes does in matters pressing, tangled, and exasperating, a quiet period, a gentle lull, a halcyon time when the jaded brain reposes, and the heart may hatch her own mare's nest. Underneath that tranquil spell lay fond Joe and Bob, with their cash to spend, Widow Precious, with her beer laid in, and Widow Caraway, with a dole at last extorted from the government, while Anerley Farm was content to hearken the creak of wagon and the ring of flail, and the rector of Flamborough once more rejoiced in the bloodless war that breeds goodwill. For Sir Duncan Yordas was a fine chess player, as many Indian officers of that time were, and now that he was coming to his proper temperature, after 3 months of barbed stab of cold, and the breach of the seal of the 75th file of Dr. Sturback's, in gratitude for that miraculous escape, he did his very best to please everybody. To Dr. Upround, he was an agreeable and penetrative companion. To Mrs. Upround, a gallant guest, with a story for every slice of bread and butter. To Janetta, a deity combining the perfections of Jupiter, Phoebus, Mars, and Neptune, because of his yacht, without any of their drawbacks, and to Flamborough, more largely speaking, a downright good sort of gentleman, combining a smoke with a chaw, so they understood cigars, and not above standing still sometimes for a man to say some sense to him. But before Mr. Mordax left his client under Dr. Upround's care, he had done his best to provide that mischief should not come of gossip, and the only way to prevent that issue is to preclude the gossip. Sir Duncan Yordas, having lived so long in a large commanding way among people who might say that they pleased of him, desired no concealment here, and accepted it unwillingly. But his agent was better skilled in English life, and rightly foresaw a mighty buzz of nuisance, without any honey to be brought home, from the knowledge of the public that the Indian hero had begotten the better-known apostle of free trade. Yet it might have been hard to persuade Sir Duncan to keep that great fact to himself, if his son had been only a smuggler or only a fugitive from a false charge of murder. But that which struck him in the face as soon as he was able to consider things was the fact that his son had fled and vanished, leaving his underlings to meet their fate. "The smuggling is a trifle," exclaimed the sick man. "Our family never was law-abiding, and used to be large cattle-lifters. Even the slaying of a man in hot combat was no more than I myself have done, and never felt the worse for it. But to run away, and leave men to be hanged, after bringing them into the scrape himself, is not the right sort of dishonor for a Yordas. If the boy surrenders, I shall be proud to own him, but until he does that, I agree with you, Mordax, that he does not deserve to know who he is." This view of the case was harsh, perhaps, and showed some ignorance of free trade questions, and of English justice. If Robin Lyth had been driven by the heroic view of circumstances to rush into embrace Constabulary, would that have restored the other 6 men to family sinuosities? Not a chance of it. Rather, it would treble the pangs of jail, where they enjoyed themselves, to feel that anxiety about their pledges to fortune from which the free Robin relieved them. Money was lodged and paid as punctual as the bank for the benefit of all their belongings. There were times when the sailors grumbled a little because they had no ropes to climb, but of any unfriendly rope impending they were too wise to have much fear. They knew that they had not done the deed, and they felt assured that 12 good men would never turn round in their box to believe it. Their captain took the same view of the case. He had very little doubt of their acquittal if they were defended properly, and of that a far wealthier man than himself, the Chancellor of the Exchequer of Free Trade, Master Rideout of Malton, would take good care, if the money left with Dr. Upround failed. The surrender of Robin would simply hurt them, unless they were convicted, and in that case he would yield himself. Sir Duncan did not understand these points and condemned his son unjustly, and Mordax was no longer there to explain such questions in his sharp, clear way. Being in this sadly disappointed state and not thoroughly delivered from that renal chill, which the northeast wind coming over the leather of his valise had inflicted, this gentleman, like a long pendulous grape with ventilators open, was exposed to the delicate insidious billing of little birds that love something good. It might be wrong, indeed it must be wrong, and a foul slur upon fair sweet love, to insinuate that Indian gold or rank or renown or vague romance contributed toward what came to pass. Miss Janetta Upround, up to this time of her life, had laughed at all the wanton tricks of Cupid, and whenever the married women told her that her time would be safe to come, and then she might understand their behavior, they had always been ordered to go home and do their washing, and this made it harder for her to be mangled by the very tribulation she had laughed at. Short little sighs were her first symptom, and a quiet way of going up the stairs, which used to be a noisy process with her, and then a desire to know something of history, and a sudden turn of mind toward soup. Sir Duncan had a basin every day at 12 o'clock, and Janetta had orders to see him do it, by strict institution of Sturbacks. Those orders she carried out with such zeal that she even went so far as to blow upon the spoon, and she did look nice while doing it. In a word, as there is no time for many, being stricken, she did her best to strike, as a manner of sweet women is. Sir Duncan Yordas received it well, being far on toward her futurity in years, and beyond her whole existence and experience and size. He smiled at her ardor and short vehemence to please him, and liked to see her go about because she turned so lightly. Then the pleasant agility of thought began to make him turn to answer it, and whenever she had the best of him in words, her bright eyes fell, as if she had the worst. "She doesn't even know that she is clever," said the patient to himself, "and she is the first person I have met yet who knows which side of the line Calcutta is." The manner of those benighted times was to keep from young ladies important secrets which seemed to be no concern of theirs. Miss Upround had never been told what brought his visitor to Flamborough, and although she had plenty of proper curiosity, she never got any reward for it. Only 4 Flamborians knew that Sir Duncan was Robin Leith's papa, or as they would put it, having faster hold of the end of the stick next to them, that Robin Leith was the son of Sir Duncan, and those were 4 by force of circumstance, Robin Coxcroft and Joan his wife, the rector and the rectoress. Even Dr. Sturbacks, organically inquisitive as he was and ill content to sniff at any bottle with the cork tied down, by mastery of Mordax and calm dignity of rector, was able to suspect a lot of things, but to be sure of none of them. And suspicion, according to its usual manner, never came near the truth at all. Miss Upround, therefore, had no idea that if she became Lady Yordas, which she very sincerely longed to be, she would, by that event, be made the stepmother of a widely celebrated smuggler, while her Indian hero, having no idea of her flattering regard as yet, was not bound to enlighten her upon that point. At Anerley Farm the like ignorance prevailed, except that Mistress Anerley, having a quick turn for romance and liking to get her predictions confirmed, recalled to her mind, and recited to her husband in far stronger language, what she had said in the clover-blossom time to the bravest man that ever lived, the lamented Captain Carroway. Captain Carroway's dauntless end, so thoroughly befitting his extraordinary exploits, for which she even had his own authority, made it the clearest thing in all the world that every word she said to him must turn out Bible true, and she had begged him, and one might be certain that he had told it, as a good man must to his poor dear widow, not to shoot at Robin Leith, because he would get £1,000 instead of 100 for doing it. She never could have dreamed to find her words come true so suddenly, but here was an Indian prince come home who employed the most pleasant-spoken gentleman, and he might know who it was he had to thank that even in the cave the captain did not like to shoot that long-lost heir. and from this time out there was no excuse for Stephen if he ever laughed at anything that his wife said. Only on no account must Mary ever hear of it, for a bird in the hand was worth 50 in the bush, and the other gone abroad, and under accusation, and very likely born of a Red Indian mother, whereas Harry Tanfield's father, George, had been as fair as a foal, poor fellow, and perhaps if the church books had been as he desired, he might have kept out of the churchyard to this day. "And me in it," the farmer answered with a laugh. "Dead for love of my wife, Sophie, as wouldn't ha' been my wife, nor drawn nigh upon £5 this week for feathers, fur, and ribbon stuff. Well, well, George would ha' come again, to think of it. How many times have I seen him go with a sixpence in the palm's hand, and think better of the king upon it, and worser of the poor chap as were worn out, like the tale of it. Then back go the sixpence into George's breeches, and out comes my shilling to the starving chap, on the sly and never mentioned. But for all that, I think, like enow, old George might have managed to get up to heaven."
"Stephen, I wish to hear nothing of that. The question concerns his family, not ours, as Providence has seen fit to arrange. Now, what is your desire to have done with Mary? William has made his great discovery at last, and if we should get the £10,000, nobody need look down on us."
"I should like to see anyone look down on me," Master Anerley said with his back set straight. "I might do so once, but I would be sorry afterward. Not that I would hinder him of his own way, only that he better keep out of mine. Sometimes when you go thinking of your own ideas, you never seem to bear in mind what my considerations be."
"Because you cannot follow out the quickness of the way I think. You always acknowledge that, my dear."
"Well, well, quick churn spoileth butter, like Willie in his perpetual motion. What good to come of it if he hath found out? And a mite if ever a body did, from a way he goeth jumping about forever, and never hold fast to anything. A nice thing 'twould be for fools to say, perpetual motion come from Anerley Farm."
"You never will think any good of him, Stephen, because his mind comes from my side. But wait till you see the £10,000.
"That I will, and thank the Lord to live so long. But, to come to common sense, how was Mary and Harry carrying on this afternoon?"
"Not so very bad, father, and nothing good to speak of. He kept on very well from the corners of his eyes, but she never corresponded, so to speak, same as, you know."
"The same as you used to do when you was young? Well, manners may be higher stylish now. Did he ask her about the hayrick?"
"That he did, 3 or 4 times over, exactly as you said it to him. He knew that was how you got the upper hand of me, according to your memory, but not mine. And he tried to do it the very same way, but the Lord makes a lot of change in 30 years of time. Mary quite turned her nose up at any such riddle, and he pulled his spotted handkerchief out of that new hat of his, and the faggot never saw fit to heed even the colour of his poor red cheeks. Stephen, you would have marched off for a week if I had behaved to you so."
"And the right way, too. I shall put him up to that. Long sighs only leads to turn up noses. He plays too knuckle down at it. You should go on with your sweetheart very mild at first, just a feeling for your fingertips, and emboldening of her to believe that you are frightened, and bringing her to peep at you as if you was a blackbird ready to pop out of sight. That makes him wonderful curious and eager, and sticks you to him like prickly spinach. But you mustn't stop too long like that. You must come out large as a bull runs up to gate, and let him see that you could smash it if you liked, but feel a goodness in your heart that keeps you out of mischief. And they comes up, and they says, 'Poor fellow.'"
"Stephen, I do not approve of such expressions, or any such low opinions. You may know how you went on. Such things may have answered once, because of your being yourself, you know. But Mary, although she may not have my sense, must have her own opinions. And the more you talk of what we used to do, though I never remember your trotting up like a bull roaring to any kind of gait, the less I feel inclined to force her. And who is Harry Tanfield, after all?" "We know all about him," the farmer answered, "and that is something to begin with. His land is worth 15 shillings an acre less than ours, and full of kidbane. But for all that, he can keep a family, and is a good home dweller. However, like the rest of us, in the way of women, he must bide his bolt and boat it." "Father," the mistress of the house replied, "I shall never go one step out of my way to encourage a young man who makes you speak so lightly of those you owe so much to. Harry Tanfield may take his chance for me." "And so may for me, mother, and so may for me. If it was to have our Mary, his father George would be coming up between us, out of his peace in the churchyard more than he doth already, and it comes too much already. Why, Poppet, we were talking of you. Fie, listening." "No, now, father," Mary Anerley answered, with a smile at such a low idea. "You never had that to find fault with me, I think. And if you were plotting against me for my good, as mother loves to put it, it would be the best way to shut me out before you begin to do it."
"Why, bless my heart and soul," exclaimed the father with a most crafty laugh, for he meant to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, "if the lass hasn't got her own dear mother's tongue in the very same way of turning things, there hath never been such a time as this here. The childer tell us what to do, and their mothers tell us what not to do. Better take the business off my hands, and sell all they turnips as is rotten. Women is cheats, and would warrant 'em sound, with the best to the top of the bury. But mind you one thing, if I retires from business like Brother Popplewell, I shall expect to be supported, cheap, but very substantial."
"Mary, you are wicked to say such things," Mistress Anerley began as he went out, "when you know that your dear father is such a substantial, silent man."
End of chapter 48. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 49 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 49. A Bold Angler. As if in vexation at being thwarted by one branch of the family, Cupid began to work harder at the other, among the moors and the mountains. Not that either my Lady Philippa or gentle Mistress Carnaby fell back into the snares of youth, but rather that youth, contemptuous of age, leapt up, and defied everybody but itself, and cried tush to its own welfare. For as soon as the trance of snow was gone, and the world, emboldened to behold itself again, smiled up from genial places, and the timid step of peeping spring awoke in a sudden flutter in the breast of buds, and streams, having sent their broken anger to the sea, were pleased to be murmuring clearly again, and enjoyed their own flexibility. And even stern mountains and menacing crags allowed soft light to play with them. At such a time Prudence found very narrow house-room in the breast of young Lancelot, otherwise Pet. If Prudence be present, no divinity is absent, according to high authority, but the author of the proverb must have first excluded love from the list of divinities. Pet's breast, or at any rate his chest, had grown under the expansive enormity of love. His liver, moreover, which, according to poets both Latin and Greek, is the especial throne of love, had quickened its proceedings from the exercise he took. From the same cause his calves increased so largely that even Jordas could not pull the agate buttons of his gaiters through their holes. In a word, he gained flesh, muscle, bone, and digestion, and other great bodily blessings, from the power believed by most poets to upset and annihilate every one of them. However, this proves nothing anti-poetical, for the essence of that youth was to contradict experience. Jordaes had never in all his born days, not even in the thick of the snowdrift, found himself more in a puzzle than now, and he could not even fly for advice in this matter to Lawyer Jellycorse. The first great gift of nature, expelled by education, is gratitude. A child is full of gratitude, or at least has got the room for it, but no full-grown mortal, after good education, has been known to keep the rudiments of thankfulness. But Jordaes had a stock of it, as much as can remain to any one superior in the making of a cross. Now the difficulty of it was that Jordaes called to mind, every morning when he saw snow, and afterward when he saw anything white, that he must have required a grave, and not got it, in time to be any good to him, without the hard labor, strong endurance, and brotherly tendance of the people of the Gill. Even the 3 grand fairy gifts of Lawyer Jellycorse himself might scarcely have saved him, though they were no less than as follows. In virtue, the tip of a tongue that had never told a lie, because it belonged to a bullock slain young, a flask of old Scotch whisky, and a horn comfit box of Irish snuff. All these 3 had stood him in good stead, especially the last, which kept him wide awake and enabled him to sneeze a yellow hole in the drift, whenever it threatened to engulf his beard. Without those 3 he could never have got on, but with all the 3 he could never have got out, if Bat and Maunder of the Gill had not come to his succor in the very nick of time. Not only did they work hard for hours under the guidance of Saracen, who was ready to fly at them if they left off, but when at length they came on Jordaes in his last exhaustion, with the good horse rubbing up his chin to make him warmer, they did a sight of things which the good Samaritan, having finer climate, was enabled to dispense with. And when they had set him on his legs again, finding that he could not use them yet, they hoisted him on the back of Maunder, who was strong, and the whole of that expedition ended at the little cottage in the Gill. But the kindness of the inhabitants was only just beginning, for when Jordaes came to himself he found that his off-foot, as Marmaduke would have called it, the one which had ridden with the northeast aspect, was frozen as hard as a hammer, and as blue as a pistol barrel. Mrs. Bard happened to have seen such cases in her native country, and by her skilful treatment and never-wearying care the poor fellow's foot was saved and cured, although at one time he despaired of it. Marmaduke also was restored and sent home to his stable some days before his rider was in a condition to mount him. In return for all these benefits, how could the dogman, without being worse than a dog, go and say to his ladies that mischief was breeding between their heir and a poor girl who lived in a corner of their land? If he had been ungrateful, or in any way a sneak, he might have found no trouble in this thing. But being, as he was, an honest, noble-hearted fellow, he battled severely in his mind to set up the standard of the proper side to take. For such matters Pet cared not one jot. Crafty as he was, he could never understand that Jordaes and Weldrum were not the same man, one half working out of doors and the other in. For him it was enough that Jordaes would not tell, probably because he was afraid to do so, and Pet resolved to make him useful. For Launcelot Carnaby was very sharp indeed in espying what suited his purpose. His set purpose was to marry Incy Bart, in whom he had sense enough to perceive his better, in every respect but money and birth, in which two he was before her, or at any rate supposed to. He was proud, as need be, of his station in life, but he reasoned, if the process of his mind was reason, that being so exalted he might please himself, that his wife would rise to his rank instead of lowering him, that her father was a man of education and a gentleman, although he worked with his own hands, and that Incy was a lady, though she went to fill a pitcher. For one happy fact the youth deserved some credit, or rather perhaps his youth deserved it for him. He was madly in love with Incy, and his passion could not be of very high spiritual order. The idea of obtaining her dishonorably never occurred to his mind for one moment. He knew her to be better, purer, and nobler than himself in every way, and he felt, though he did not want to feel it, that her nature gave a lift to his. Incy, on the other hand, began to like him better and to despise him less and less. His reckless devotion to her made its way, and in spite of all her common sense, his beauty and his lordly style had attractions for her young romance, and at last her heart began to bound, like his, when they were together. "With all thy faults I love thee still," was the loose condition of her youthful mind. Into every combination, however steep and deep be the gill of its quiet incubation, a number of people and things peep in, and will enter like the cuckoo at the glimpse of a white feather, or even without it, unless beak and claw are shown. And now the intruder into Pet's love nest had the right to look in and to pull him out, neck and crop, until he sat there legally. Whether birds discharge fraternal duty is a question for notes and queries even in the present most positive age. Sophocles says that the clever birds feed their parents and their benefactors, and men ascribe piety to them in fables as a needful ensample to one another. Be that as it may, this Maunder Bart, when his rather slow attention was once aroused, kept a sharp watch upon his young landlord's works. It was lucky for Pet that he meant no harm, and that Maunder had contemptuous faith in him. Otherwise, Incy's brother would have shortly taken him up by his gaiters and softly beaten his head against a rock. For Mr. Bart's son was of bitter, morose, and almost savage nature, silent, moody, and resolute as death. He resented and darkly repined at the loss of position and property of which he had heard, and he scorned the fine sentiments which had led to nothing at all substantial. It was not in his power to despise his father, for his mind felt the presence of the larger one, but he did not love him as a son should do, neither did he speak out his thoughts to anybody beyond a few mutters to his mother. But he loved his gentle sister, and found in her goodness which warmed him up to think about getting some upon his own account. Such thoughts, however, were fugitive, and Maunder's more general subject of brooding was the wrong he had suffered through his father. He was living and working like a peasant or a miner, instead of having horses and dogs and men and the right to kick out inferior people, as that baby Lancelot Carnaby had, for no other reason that he could find than the magnitude of his father's mind. He had gone into the subject with his father long ago, for Mr. Bart felt a noble pride in his convictions, and the son lamented with all his heart the extent of his own father's mind, and his lonely walks, heavy hours, and hard work, which last he never grudged, for his strength required outlet. He pondered continually upon one thing, and now he seemed to see a chance of doing it. The first step in this upward course would be Incy's marriage with Lancelot. Pet, who had no fear of any one but Maunder, tried crafty little tricks to please him, but instead of earning many thanks, got none at all, which made him endeavor to improve himself. Mr. Bart's opinion of him now began to follow the course of John Smithy's, and Smithy's looked at it in one light only, ever since Pet so assaulted him and then trusted his good will across the dark moors. And that light was that, when you come to think of him, you mustn't be too hard upon him after all. And one great excellence of his youth was that he cared not a doit for general opinion, so long as he got his own special desire. His desire was not to let a day go by without sight and touch of Incy. These were not to be had at a moment's notice, nor even by much care, and 5 times out of 6 he failed of so much as a glimpse or a word of her, for the weather and the time of year have much to say concerning the course of the very truest love, and worse than the weather itself too often is the cloudy caprice of the maiden mind. Incy's father must have known that attraction drew this youth to such a cold, unfurnished spot, and if he had been like other men, he would either have nipped in the bud this passion, or, for selfish reasons, fostered it. But being of large theoretical mind, he found his due outlet in giving advice. It is plain at a glance that in such a case the mother is the proper one to give advice, and the father is the one to act strenuously. But now Mrs. Bart, who was a very good lady, had gone through a world of trouble from the want of money, which she had cast away for the sake of something better, came to the forefront of this pretty little business, as Inzy's mother, vigorously.
"Christopher," she said to her husband, "not often do I speak between us. Of the affairs it is wise to let alone. But now of our dear child Inessa, it is just that I should insist something. Mandaro, which you call English Maunder, already is destroyed for life by the magnitude of your good mind. It is just that his sister should find the occasion of reversion to her proper grade of life. For you, Christopher, I have abandoned all, and have the good right to claim something from you. And the only thing that I demand is one, let Inessa return to the lady."
"Well," said Mr. Bart, who had the sense of humour without which no man can give his property away, "I hope that she never has departed from it. But, my dear, as you make such a point of it, I will promise not to interfere, unless there is any attempt to do wrong, and entrap a poor boy who does not know his own mind. Incy is his equal by birth and education, and perhaps his superior in that which comes forth most nowadays, the money. Dream not that he is a great catch, my dear. I know more of that matter than you do. It is possible that he may stand at the altar with little to settle upon his bride except his bright waistcoat and gaiters."
"Tush, Christopher, you are, to my mind, always an enigma."
"That is as it should be. It keeps me interesting still. But this is a mere boy and girl romance. If it meant anything, my only concern would be to know whether the boy was good. If not, I should promptly kick him back to his own door."
"From my observation, he is very good, to attend to his rights and make the utmost of them."
Mr. Bart laughed, for he knew that a little hit at himself was intended. And very often now, as his joints began to stiffen, he wished that his youth had been wiser. He stuck to his theory still, but his practice would have been more of the practical kind, if it had come back to be done again. But his children and his wife had no claim to bring up anything, because everything was gone before he undertook their business. However, he obtained reproach, as always seems to happen, for those things of his early days which led to their existence. Still, he liked to make the best of things and laughed instead of arguing. For a short time, therefore, Lancelot Carnaby seemed to have his own way in this matter, as well as in so many others. As soon as spring weather unbound the streams and enlarged both the spots and the appetite of trout, which mainly thrived together, Pet became seized by his own account with insatiable love of angling. The beck of the Gill, running into the loon, was alive in those unpoaching days with sweet little trout of a very high breed, playful, mischievous, and indulging, while they provoked, good hunger. These were trout who disdained to feed basely on the ground when they could feed upward, ennobling almost every gulp with a glimpse of the upper creation. Mrs. Carnaby loved these graceful creatures, as she always called them, when fried well, and she thought it so good and so clever of her son to tempt her poor appetite with them.
"Philippa, he knows. Perhaps your mind is absent," she said as she put the 5th trout on her plate at breakfast one fine morning. "He feels that these little creatures do me good, and to me it becomes a sacred duty to endeavour to eat them. You seem to succeed very well, Eliza." "Yes, dear, I manage to get on a little, from a sort of sporting feeling that appeals to me. Before I begin to lift the skins of any of these little darlings, I can see my dear boy standing over the torrent with his wonderful boldness and bright eagle eyes, to pull out a fish of 1.5 ounces. Without any disrespect to Pet, whose fishing apparel has cost £20, I believe that Jordas catches every one of them." Sad to say, this was even so. Lancelot had tried once or twice, for some 5 minutes at a time, throwing the fly as he threw a skittle ball, but finding no fish at once respond to his precipitance,
Down he cast the rod and left the rest of it to Jordas. But inasmuch as he brought back fish whenever he went out fishing, and looked as brilliant and picturesque as a salmon fly, in his new costume his mother was delighted, and his aunt, being full of fresh troubles, paid small heed to him. For as soon as the roads became safe again, and an honest attorney could enter horse hire in his bill without being too chivalrous, and the ink that had clotted in the goodwill time began to form black blood again, Mr. Jellycorse himself resolved legitimately to set forth upon a legal enterprise. The winter had shaken him slightly, for even a solicitor's body is vulnerable, and well for the clerk of the weather it is that no action lies against him, and his good wife told him to be very careful, although he looked as young as ever. She had no great opinion of the people he was going to, and was sure that they would be too high and mighty even to see that his bed was aired. For her part, she hoped that the reports were true which were now getting into every honest person's mouth, and if he would listen to a woman's common sense, and at once go over to the other side, it would serve them quite right, and be the better for his family, and give a good lift to his profession. But his honesty was stout, and vanquished even his pride in his profession. End of chapter 49. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 50 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 50. Princely Treatment.
"This, then, is what you have to say,"
cried my Lady Philippa in a tone of little gratitude, and perhaps not purely free from wrath.
"This is what has happened while you did nothing?"
"Madam, I assure you," Mr. Jellycorse replied, "that no one point has been neglected, and truly I am bold enough, though you may not perceive it, to take a little credit to myself for the skill and activity of my proceedings. I have a most conceited man against me, no member at all of our honored profession, but rather inclined to make light of us, a gentleman, if one may so describe him, of the name of Mordax, who lives in a den below a bridge in York, and has very long harassed the law by a sort of cheap-jack, slapdash, low-minded style of doing things. Jobbing, I may call it, cheap and nasty jobbing. Not at all the proper thing from a correct point of view. A catch-penny fellow, that is the proper name for him. I was trying to think of it half the way from Middleton."
"And now in your eloquence you have hit upon it. I can easily understand that such a style of business would not meet with your approbation. But Mr. Jellycorse, he seems to me to have proved himself considerably more active in his way, however objectionable it may be, than you, as our agent, have shown yourself."
The cheerful, expressive, and innocent face of Mr. Jellycorse protested now. By nature he was almost as honest as Geoffrey Mordax himself could be, and in spite of a very long professional career, the original element was there, and must be charged for.
"I cannot recall to my memory," he said, "any instance of neglect on my part. But if that impression is upon your mind, it would be better for you to change your legal advisers at an early opportunity. Such has been the frequent practice, madam, of your family, and but for that, none of this trouble could exist. I must beg you either to withdraw the charge of negligence which I understand you to have brought, or else to appoint some gentleman of greater activity to conduct your business." With the haughtiness of her headstrong race, Miss Jordas had failed as yet to comprehend that a lawyer could be a gentleman, and even now that idea scarcely broke upon her, until she looked hard at Mr. Jellycorse. But he, having cast aside all deference for the moment, met her stern gaze with such courteous indifference and poise of self-composure that she suddenly remembered that his grandfather had been the master of a pack of foxhounds. "I have made no charge of negligence. You are hasty and misunderstand me.
she answered after waiting for him to begin again as if he were a rash aggressor.
"It is possible that you desire to abandon our case, and conceive a front where none is meant whatever."
"God forbid!" Mr. Jellycorse exclaimed, with his legal state of mind returning.
"A finer case never came into my court of law. There is a coarse axiom, not without some truth, that possession is 9 points of the law. We have possession. What is even more important, we have the hostile instrument in our possession." "You mean that unfortunate and unjust deed of a bygone time that was so wickedly concealed? Dishonest transaction from first to last?"
"Madam, the law is not to blame for that, nor even the lawyers, but the clients who kept changing them. But for that, your admirable father must have known that the will he dictated to me was waste paper, at least as regards the main part of these domain."
"What monstrous injustice! A positive premium upon filial depravity. You regard things professionally, I suppose, but surely it must have struck you as a flagrant dishonesty, a base and wicked crime, that a document so vile should be allowed even to exist."
Miss Yortis had spoken with unusual heat, and the lawyer looked at her with an air of mild inquiry. Was it possible that she suggested to him the destruction of the wicked instrument? Ladies had done queer things within his knowledge, but this lady showed herself too cautious for that.
"I know what my father would have done in such a case," she continued, with her tranquil smile recovered. "He would just have ridden up to the solicitor's office, demanded the implement of robbery, brought it home, and set it upon the hall fire, in the presence of the whole of his family and household. But now we live in such a strictly lawful age that no crime can be stopped, if only perpetrated legally. And you say that Mr. Moresharp, I think it was, knows of that iniquitous production?"
"Madam, we cannot be certain, but I have reason to suspect that Mr. Morax has got wind of that unfortunate deed of appointment."
"Supposing that he has, and that he means to use his knowledge, he cannot force the document from your possession, can he?"
"Not without an order, but by filing affidavit after issue of writ injectment, they may compel us to produce and allow attested copy to be taken."
"Then the law is disgraceful to the last degree, and it is useless to own anything. That deed is in your charge as our attorney, I suppose, sir?"
"By no other right, madam. We have 12 chestfuls, any one or all of which I am bound to render up to your order."
"Our confidence in you is unshaken, but without shaking it we might order home any particular chest for inspection?"
"Most certainly, madam, by giving us receipt for it. For antiquarian uses and others, such a thing is by no means irregular. And the oldest of all the deeds are in that box. Charters from the Crown, grants from corporations, records of assay by arms, warrants that even I cannot decipher."
"A very learned gentleman is likely soon to visit us, a man of modern family who spends his whole time in seeking out the stories of older ones. No family in Yorkshire is comparable to ours in the interest of its annals."
"That is a truth beyond all denial, madam. The character of your ancient race has always been a marked one."
"And always honourable, Mr. Jellycorse. Undeviating principle has distinguished all my ancestors. Nothing has ever been allowed to stand between them and their view of right."
"You could not have put it more clearly, Mistress Yortis. Their own view of right has been their guiding star throughout, and they never have failed to act accordingly."
"Alas, of how very few others can we say it. But being of a very good old family yourself, you are able to appreciate such conduct. You would like me, perhaps, to sign the order for that box of ancient cartularies. Is not that the proper word for them? And it might be as well to state why they happen to be wanted, for purposes of family history."
"Madam, I will at once prepare a memorandum for your signature and your sister's." The mind of Mr. Jellycorse was much relieved, although the relief was not untempered with misgivings. He sat down immediately at an ancient writing table and prepared a short order for delivery to their trusty servant Jordas, of a certain box with the letter C upon it, and containing title deeds of Scargate Hall estate.
"I think it might be simpler not to put it so precisely," my Lady Philippa suggested, "but merely to say a box containing the oldest of the title deeds as required for an impending antiquarian research."
Mr. Jellycorse made the amendment, and then, with the prudence of long practice, added,
"The order should be in your handwriting, madam. Will it give you too much trouble just to copy it?" "How can it signify if it bears our signatures?"
his client asked, with a smile at such a trifle. However, she sat down and copied it upon another sheet of paper. Then Mr. Jellycorse, beautifully bowing, drew near to take possession of his own handwriting, but the lady, with a bow of even greater elegance, lifted the cover of the standing desk, and therein placed both manuscripts, and the lawyer perceived that he could say nothing.
"How delightful it is to be quit of business!" The hostess now looked hospitable. "We need not recur to this matter, I do hope. That paper, whatever it is, will be signed by both of us, and handed over to you in your legal headquarters tomorrow. We must have the pleasure of sending you home in the morning, Mr. Jellycorse. We have bought a very wonderful vehicle, invented for such roads as ours, and to supersede the jumping car. It is warranted to traverse any place a horse can travel with luxurious ease to the passengers and safety of no common description. Jordas will drive you, your horse can trot behind, and you can send back by it whatever there may be."
Mr. Jellycorse detested new inventions and objected most strongly to any experiment made in his own body. However, he would rather die than plead his time of life in bar, and his faith in the dogman was unlimited. And now the gentle Mrs. Carnaby, who had gracefully taken flight from the horrid business, returned in an evening dress and with a sweetly smiling countenance, and very nearly turned the Jellycorsian head, snowy as it was, with soft attentions and delicious deference.
"I was treated like a prince," he said next day, when delivered safe at home and resting among his rather dingy household gods. "There never could have been a more absurd idea than that notion of yours about my being put into wet sheets, Diana. Why, I even had my nightcap warmed, and a young woman came with a blush upon her face and a question whether I would be pleased to sleep in a gross of Naples stockings. Ah, to my mind, after all, it proves what I have always said, that there is nothing like old blood." "Nothing like old blood for being made a fool of," his wife replied with a coarseness which made him shiver after Mrs. Carnaby. "They know what they are about, I'll lay a penny. Some roguery, no doubt, that they seek to lead you into. That is what their nightcaps and stockings mean. How low it is to make a foreground of them. Hush, my dear, I cannot bear such want of charity, and what is even worse, you expose me to an action at law with heavy damages."
The lawyer had sundry little qualms of conscience, which were deepened by his wife's sagacious words, and suddenly it struck him that the new-fangled vehicle which had brought him home so quietly from Scargate had shown a strange inability to stand still for more than 2 minutes at his side door. So much had he been hurried by the apparent straits of his charioteer that he ran out with Box C without ever stopping to make an inventory of its contents, as he intended to do, or even looking whether the all-important deed was there. In fact, he had scarcely time to seal up the key in a separate package, hand it to Jordas, and take the order, now become a receipt, from the horny fist of the dogman, before Marmaduke, rendered more dashing by snowdrift, was away like a thunderbolt, if such a thing there be, and if it has 4 legs.
"How could I have helped doing as I have done?" he whispered to himself uncomfortably. "Here are 2 ladies of high position, and they send a joint order for their property. By the by, I will just have to look at that order, now that there is no horse to jump over me.
Upon going to the day file, he found the order right, transcribed from his own amended copy, and bearing 2 signatures, as it should do. But it struck him that the words Eliza Carnaby were written too boldly for that lady's hand, and the more he looked at them, the more he was convinced of it. That was no concern of his, for it was not his duty, under the circumstances of the case, to verify her signature. But this conviction drove him to an uncomfortable conclusion.
Miss Jordas intends to destroy that deed without her sister's knowledge. She shows that her sister's nerve is weaker, and she does not like to involve her in the job. A very brave, sisterly feeling, no doubt, and much the wiser course if she means to do it. It is a bold stroke, and well worthy of a Jordas, but I hope, with all my heart, that she never can have thought of it. And she kept that order in my handwriting to make it look as if the suggestion came from me, and I am as innocent as any lamb is of the frauds that shall come to be written on his skin. The duty of attorney to our client prevents me from opening my lips upon the matter, but she is a deep woman, and a bold one, too. May the Lord direct things aright. I shall retire, and let Robert have the practice, as soon as Brown's bankruptcy has worn out captious creditors. It is the Lord alone that doeth all things well. Mr. Jellicoe knew that he had done his best, and though doubtful in the turn which things had taken, with some exclusion of his agency, he felt, though his conscience told him not to feel it, that here was one true source of joy, that impudent, dashing, unprofessional man who was always poking his vile, unarticled nose into legal business, that fellow of the name of Mordax, now would have no locus standi left. At least 150 firms of good standing in the country detested that man, and even a judge would import a scinatula juris into any measure which relieved the country of him. Meditating thus, he heard a knock. End of chapter 50. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 51 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 51. Stand and Deliver. The day was not far worn as yet, and May month having come at last, the day would stand a good deal of wear. With Jordas burning to exhibit the wonders of the new machine, which had been bought upon his advice, and with Marmaduke conscious of the new gloss on his coat, all previous times had been beaten, as the sporting writers put it. That is to say, all previous times of the journey from Scargate to Middleton for any man who sat on wheels. A rider would take a shorter cut and have many other advantages, but for a driver the time had been the quickest upon record. Mr. Jellicoe, exulting in his safety, had imprinted the chaste salute upon his good wife's cheek at 10 minutes after 1 o'clock, when the clerks in the office, with laudable promptitude, not expecting him as yet, had unanimously cast down pen and betaken hand and foot toward knife and fork. Instead of blaming them, this good lawyer went upon the same road himself, with the great advantage that the road to his dinner lay through his own kitchen. At dinner time he had much to tell and many large helps to receive, of interest and of admiration, especially from his pet child Emily, who forgot herself so largely as to lick her spoon while gazing. And after dinner he was not without reasons for letting perhaps a little of the time slip by. Therefore, by the time he had described all dangers, discharged his duty to all comforts, and held the little confidential talk with his wife and himself above recorded, the clock had made its way to 3:30. Mrs. Jellicoe and Emily were gone forth to pay visits. The clerks, shut away in their own room, were busy scratching up a lovely case for Nisi Prius. The cook had thrown the sifted cinders on the kitchen fire and was gone with the maids to exchange just a few constitutional words with the gardener. And while the whole house was drowsy with that by-time when the light and shadow seemed to mix together, and far-away sounds take a faint to and fro as if they were the pendulum of silence. That is Emily's knock. Impatient child. Come back for her mother's gloves or something. All the people are out. I must go and let her in."
With these words, and a little placid frown because a soft nap was impending on his eyelids, and yet they were always glad to open on his favourite, the worthy lawyer rose, and took a pinch of snuff to rouse himself, but before he could get to the door, a louder and more impatient rap almost made him jump.
"What a hurry you are in, my dear! You should really try to learn some little patience."
While he was speaking, he opened the door, and behold, there was no little girl, but a tall and stately gentleman in horseman's dress and of strong, commanding aspect.
"What is your pleasure, sir?"
the lawyer asked, while his heart began to flutter, for exactly such a visitor had caused him scare of his life, when stronger by a quarter of a century than now. "My pleasure, or rather my business, is with Mr. Jellycorse, the lawyer."
"Then, sir, you have come to the right man for it. My name is Jellycorse, and greatly at your service. Allow me the honour of inviting you within."
"My name is Yordas, Sir Duncan Yordas," said the stranger when seated in the lawyer's private room. "My father, Philip Yordas, was a client of yours, and of other legal gentlemen before he came to you. Upon the day of his death in the year 1777, you prepared his will, which you have since found to be of no effect, except as regards his personal estate, and about 1/8 part of the realty. Of the bulk of the land, including Scargate Hall, he could not dispose, for the simple reason that it had been strictly entailed by a deed executed by my grandfather and his wife in 1751. Under that entail I take in fee, for it could not have been barred without me, and I never concurred in any disentailing deed, and my father never knew that such was needful."
"Excuse me, Sir Duncan, but you seem to be wonderfully apt with the terms of our profession."
"I could scarcely be otherwise, after all that I have had to do with law in India. Our first object is to apply our own laws, and our second, to spread our religion. But no more of that. Do you admit the truth of a matter so stated that you cannot fail to grasp it?" Sir Duncan Yordas, as he put this question, fixed large, unwavering, and piercing eyes, against which no spectacles were any shelter, upon the mild, amiable, and, generally speaking, very honest orbs of sight, which had lighted the path of the elder gentleman to good repute and competence. But who may turn a lawyer's hand from the heaven-sped legal plough?
"Am I to understand, Sir Duncan Yordas, that your visit to me is of an amicable nature, and intended, without prejudice to other interests, to ascertain, so far as may be compatible with professional rules, how far my clients are acquainted with documents alleged or imagined to be in existence, and how far their conduct might be guided by desire to afford every reasonable facility? You are to understand simply this, that as the proper owner of Scargate Hall, and the main part of the estates held with it, I require you to sign a memorandum that you hold all the title deeds on my behalf, and to deliver at once to me that entailing instrument of 1751, under which I make my claim. You speak, sir, as if you had already brought your action and entered verdict. Legal process may be dispensed with in barbarous countries, but not here. The title deeds and other papers of Scargate Hall were placed in my custody neither by you nor on your behalf, sir. I hold them on behalf of those at present in possession, and until I receive due instructions from them or a final order from a court of law, I should be guilty of a breach of trust if I parted with a dog's ear of them. You distinctly refuse my requirements and defy me to enforce them? No, Sir Duncan, I do nothing more than declare what my view of my duty is, and decline in any way to depart from it. Upon that score I have nothing more to say. I did not expect you to give up the deeds, though in barbarous countries, as you call them, we have peremptory ways. I will say more than that, Mr. Jellycorse. I will say that I respect you for clinging to what you must know better than anybody else to be the weaker side.
The lawyer bowed his very best bow, but was bound to enter protest against the calm assumption of the claimant.
"Let us leave that question," Sir Duncan said. "The time would fail us to discuss that now. But one thing I surely may insist upon, as the proper heir of my grandfather. I may desire you to produce for my inspection that deed in pursuance of this marriage settlement, which has for so many years lain concealed." "With pleasure I will do so, Sir Duncan Yordas, presuming that any such deed exists, upon the production of an order from the court either of King's Bench or of Common Pleas. In that case you would be obliged to produce it, and would earn no thanks of mine. But I ask you to lay aside the legal aspect, for no action is pending, and perhaps never will be. I ask you as a valued adviser of the family and a trustworthy friend to its interests, as a gentleman, in fact, rather than a mere lawyer, to do a wise and amicable thing. You cannot in any way injure your case if a law case is to come of it, because we know all about the deed already. We even have an abstract of it as clear as you yourself could make, and we have discovered that one of the witnesses is still alive. I have come to you myself in preference to employing a lawyer because I hope, if you meet me frankly, to put things in train for a friendly and fair settlement. I am not a young man. I have been disappointed of any one to succeed me, and I wish to settle my affairs in this country and return to India, which suits me better and where I am more useful. My sisters have not behaved kindly to me, but that I must try to forgive and forget. I have thought matters over, and am quite prepared to offer very liberal terms, in short, to leave them in possession of Scargate, upon certain conditions and in a certain manner." "Really, Sir Duncan," Mr. Jellycorse exclaimed, "allow me to offer you a pinch of snuff. You are pleased with it?" "Yes, it is of quite superior quality. It saved the life of an admirable fellow, a henchman of your family. In fact, poor Jordas, the power of this snuff alone supported him from freezing." "At another time I may be highly interested in that matter," the visitor replied without meaning to be rude, but knowing that the man of law was making passes to gain time. "Just at present I must ask you to say yes or no. If you wish me to set my offer plainly before you, and so relieve the property of the cost of a hopeless struggle, for I have taken the opinion of the first real property counsel of the age, you will, as a token of good faith and of common sense, produce for my inspection that deed poll of November 15th, 1751. Poor Mr. Jellycorse was desperately driven. He looked round the room to seek for any interruption. He went to the window and pretended to see another visitor knocking at the door, but no help came. He must face it out himself, and Sir Duncan, with his quiet resolution, looked more stern than his violent father. "I think that before we proceed any further," said the lawyer at last, sitting down and taking up a pen and trying what the nib was like, "we really should understand a little where we are already. My own desire to avoid litigation is very strong, almost unprofessionally so, though the first thing consulted by all of us naturally is the pocket of our client. Whether it will hold out, I suppose." Sir Duncan Yordas departed from his dignity in saying this, and was sorry as soon as he had said it. "That is the vulgar impression about us, which it is our duty to disdain. But without losing time upon that question, let me ask, what shall I put down as your proposition, sir?" "There is nothing to put down. That is just the point. I do not come here with any formal proposition. If that had been my object, I would have brought a lawyer. What I say is that I have the right to see that deed. It forms no part of my sister's title deeds, but even destroys their title. It belongs to me. It is my property, and only through fraud it is now in your hands. Of course we can easily wrest it from you, and must do so if you defy me. It rests with you to take that risk. But I prefer to cut things short. I pledge myself to two things. First, to leave the document in your possession, and next, to offer fair and even handsome terms when you have met me thus fairly. Why should you object? For we know all about it, never mind how." Those last 3 words decided the issue. Even worse than the fear of breach of trust was the fear of treason in the office, and the lawyer's only chance of getting Clew to that was to keep on terms with this Sir Duncan Yordas. There had been no treason whatever in the office. Neither had anything come out through the proctorial firm in York or Sir Walter Carnby's solicitors. But a note among long-headed Duncombe's papers had got into the hands of Mordax. Of that, however, Mr. Jellycorse had no idea. "Sir Duncan Yordas, I will meet you as you come," he said with his good, fresh-colored face, as honest as the sun when the clouds roll off. "It is an unusual step on my part, and perhaps irregular, but rather than destroy the prospect of a friendly compromise, I will strain a point and candidly admit that there is an instrument open to interpretation which might or might not be in your favor." "That I knew long ago, and more than that. My demand is to see it and to satisfy myself. Under the circumstances, I am half inclined to think that I should be disposed to allow you that privilege if the document were in my possession." "Now, Mr. Jellycorse," Sir Duncan answered, showing his temper in his eyes alone, "how much longer will you trifle with me? Where is that deed?" Mr. Jellycorse drew forth his watch, took off his spectacles, and dusted them carefully with a soft yellow handkerchief, then restored them to their double sphere of usefulness, and perused with some diligence the time of day. By the law which compels a man to sneeze when another man sets the example, Sir Duncan also drew forth his watch. "I am trying to make my reply as accurate," said the lawyer, beginning to enjoy the position as a man, though not quite as a lawyer, "as accurate as your candor and confidence really deserve, Sir Duncan. The box containing that document to which you attach so much importance, whether duly or otherwise is not for me to say until counsel's opinion has been taken on our side. Considering the powers of the horse, that box should be about Stormy Gap by this time. 3:15 by me. What does your watch say, sir?" "The deed has been sent for post-haste, has it? And you know for what purpose?" "You must draw a distinction between the deed and the box containing it, Sir Duncan, or, to put it more accurately, betwixt that deed and its casual accompaniments. It happens to be among very old charters which happen to be wanted for certain excellent antiquarian purposes. Such things are not in my line, I must confess, although so deeply interesting. But a very learned man seems to have expressed—" "Rubbish! Excuse me, but you are most provoking. You know as well as I do that robbery is intended. You allow yourself to be made a party to it." This was the simple truth, and the lawyer, being by some strange inversion of professional excellence honest at the bottom, was deeply pained at having such words used as to, for, about, or in any wise concerning him. "I think, Sir Duncan, that you will be sorry," he answered with much dignity, "for employing such language where it cannot be resented. Your father was a violent man, and we all expect violence of your family." "There is no time to go into that question now. If I have wronged you, I will beg your pardon. A very few hours will prove how that is. How and by whom have you sent the box?" Mr. Jellycorse answered rather stiffly that his clients had sent a trusty servant with a light vehicle to fetch the box, and that now he must be halfway toward home. "I shall overtake him," said Sir Duncan with a smile. "I have a good horse, and I know the short-cuts. Hoofs without wheels go a yard to a foot upon such rocky collar-work." Without another word except good-bye, Sir Duncan Yordas left the house, walked rapidly to the inn, and cut short the dinner his good horse was standing up to. In a very few minutes he was on Tees Bridge, with his face toward the home of his ancestors.
It may be supposed that neither his thoughts nor those of the lawyer were very cheerful. Mr. Jellycorse was deeply anxious as to the conflict which must ensue, and as to the figure his fair frame might cut, if this strange transaction should be exposed and calumniated by evil tongues. In these elderly days, and with all experience, he had laid himself open, not legally perhaps, but morally, to the heavy charge of connivance at a felonious act, and even some contribution toward it. He told himself vainly that he could not help it, that the documents were in his charge only until he was ordered to give them up, and that it was no concern of his to anticipate what might become of them. His position had truly been difficult, but still he might have escaped from it with clearer conscience. His duty was to cast away drawing-room manners and warn Miss Jordas that the document she hated so was not her own to deal with, but belonged, in equity at least, to those who were entitled under it, and that to take advantage of her wrongful possession and destroy the foe was a crime, and, more than that, a shabby one. The former point might not have stopped her, but the latter would have done so without fail, for her pride was equal to her daring. But poor Mr. Jellycorse had felt the power of a will more resolute than his own, and of grand surroundings and exalted style, and his desire to please had confused and thereby overcome his perception of the right. But now these reflections were all too late, and the weary brain found comfort only in the shelter of its nightcap. If a little slip had brought a very good man to unhappiness, how much harder was it for Sir Duncan Jordas, who had committed no offence at all. No Jordas had ever cared a tittle for tattle, to use their own expression, but deeper mischief than tattle must ensue unless great luck prevented it. The brother knew well that his sister inherited much of the reckless self-will which had made the name almost a byword, and which had been master of his own life until large experience of the world and the sense of responsible power curbed it. He had little affection for that sister left, for she had used him cruelly, and even now was embittering the injury. But he still had some tender feeling for the other, who had always been his favorite. And though cut off by his father's act from due headship of the family, he was deeply grieved in this more enlightened age to expose their uncivilized turbulence. Therefore he spurred his willing horse against the hill, and up the many winding ruggedness of the road, hoping at every turn to descry the distance the vehicle carrying that very plaguesome box. If his son had been there, he might have told him on the ridge of Stormy Gap, which commanded high and low, rough and smooth, dark and light for miles ahead, that Jordas was taking the final turn by the furthest gleam of the water-mist, whence the stone road laboured up to Scargate. But Sir Duncan's eyes, though as keen as an eagle's while young, had now seen too much of the sun to make out that grey atom gliding in the sunset haze. Upon the whole, it was a lucky thing that he could not overtake the car, for Jordas would never have yielded his trust while any life was in him, and Sir Duncan, having no knowledge of him except as a boy of all work about the place, might have been tempted to use the sword, without which no horseman then rode there, or failing that, a struggle between two equally resolute men must have followed, with none at hand to part them. When the horseman came to the foot of the long street pole leading up to the stronghold of his race, he just caught a glimpse of the car turning in at the entrance of the courtyard. "They have half an hour's start of me," he thought as he drew up behind a rock that the house might not descry him. "If I ride up in full view, I hurry the mischief. Philippa will welcome me with the embers of my title. She must not suspect that the matter is so urgent. Nobody shall know that I am coming. For many reasons I had better try the private road below the Scarfe." End of chapter 51. Recording by Keith Salis.
Chapter 52 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aisha17, Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 52, The Scarfe. Jordas, without suspicion of pursuit, had allowed no grass to grow under the feet of Marmaduke on the homeward way. His orders were to use all speed, to do as he had done at the lawyer's private door, and then, without baiting his horse, to drive back, reserving the Norse bag of very humpy halting place. There is no such man at the present time of day to carry out strict orders as the dog man was, and the chance of there being such a one again diminishes by very rapid process. Marmaduke as a horse was of equal quality, reasoning not about his orders but about the way to do them. There were no special emergency now, so far as my Lady Philippa knew, but the manner of her mind was to leave no space between a resolution and its execution. This is the way to go up in the world, or else to go down abruptly, and to her the latter would have been far better than to halt between two opinions. Her plan had been shaped and set last night, and like all great ideas was the simplest of the simple. And Jordas, who had inklings of his own, though never admitted to confidence, knew how to carry out the outer part. "When the taboo comes," she said to Wildrum, as soon as her long sight showed her the trusty Jordas beginning the home accent, "it is to be taken first out of the car, and to my sister's sitting room. The other things Jordas will see to. I may be going for a little walk, but you will at once carry up the taboo. Mrs. Carnaby's appetite is delicate." The butler had his own opinion upon the interesting subject, but in her presence it must be his own. Any attempt at enlargement of her mind by exchange of sentiment, such as Mrs. Carnaby permitted and enjoyed, would have sent him flying down the hill, pursued by square-toed men prepared to add elasticity to velocity. Therefore, Wildrum made a leg in silence and retreated, while his mistress prepared for her intended exploit. She had her beaver hat and mantle ready by the shrubbery door, as a little quiet postern of her own was called, and in the heavy standing desk or secretary of her private room she had stored a flat basket or frail of stout flags with a heavy clock weight inside it. Much better to drown the wretched thing than burn it, she had been saying to herself, especially at this time of year, when fires are weak and telltale, and parchment makes such a nasty smell. Eliza might come in and suspect it, but the scarf is a trusty confidant. Mistress Jordas, while sure that her sister, having even more than herself at stake, would approve and even applaud her scheme, was equally sure that it must be kept from her for both its own sake and for hers, and the sooner it was done, the less the chance of disturbing poor Eliza's mind. The scarf is a deep pool, supposed to have no bottom, except perhaps in the very bowels of the earth. Upon one of the wildest headwaters of the Tees, a strong mountain torrent from a desolate ravine springs forth with great ferocity, and sooner than put up with any more stabs from the rugged earth, cast itself on air. For 120 feet the water is bright in the novelty and the power of itself, striking out freaks of eccentric flashes and even little sunbows in fine weather. But the triumph is brief, and a heavy retribution created by its violence awaits below. From the tossing turmoil of the fall, two wide volumes roll away, with a clash of waves between them, and sweeping round the craggy basin meet like a snowy wreath below, and rush back in coiling eddies flaked with foam. All the middle is dark deep water, looking on the watch for something to suck down. What better duty or more pious could a hole like this perform than that of swallowing up a lawyer? Or, if no such morsel offered, then at least a lawyer's deeds. Many a sheep had been there engulfed and never saluted by her lambs again. And although a lawyer by no means is a sheep, except in his clothing and his eyes perhaps, yet his doings appear upon the skin thereof, and enhance its value more than drugs of Tyre. And it is to be feared that some fleeced clients will not feel the horror which they ought to feel at the mad pursuit by Mistress Yordles in the delivery of her act and deed. She came down the dell from the private grounds of Scargate with a resolute face and a step of strength. The clock weight that should know time no more, as well embosomed in the old deed pole, and all stitched firmly in the tough brown frail, whose candles would help for a long, strong cast. Towering crags and a ridge of jagged scores shut down the sunset, while a thicket of dwarf oak and the never-absent bramble aproned the yellow dugs of shale with brown. In the middle was the cauldron of the torrent, called the Scarfe, the sheer trap rock, which is green in the sunlight like black night flung around it, while a snowy wreath of mist like foam exhaling, circling round the basin's deep, or hovered over the chasm. Miss Yordles had very staunch nerves, but still for reasons of her own. She disliked this place and never came near it for pleasure's sake. Although in dry summers, when the springs were low, the flurry of scene passed into grandeur and even beauty. But a Yordles, long ago gone to answer for it, had flung a man who plagued him with the law into this hole. And what was more disheartening, although of less importance, a favourite maid of this lady, upon the exile of her sweetheart, leading that his feet were upside down to hers, and that this hole went right through the earth, had jumped into it in a lonely moment instead of taking lessons in geography. Philippa Yordles was as brave as need be, but now her heart began to creep as coldly as the shadows crept. For now she was out of sight of home, and out of hearing of any sound except the roaring of the force. The hall was half a mile away, behind a shoulder of thick-ribbed hill, and it took no sight of this torrent until it came a quiet river by the downward road. I must be getting cold, Miss Yordles thought, or else this path is much rougher than it used to be. Why, it seems to be getting quite dangerous. It is too bad of Yordles not to see to things better. My father used to ride this way sometimes, but now how could our horse get along here now? There used to be a bridle road from the grounds of Scargate to a ford below the force, and northward thence toward the Tees, or by keeping downstream and then fording it again, might hit upon the Middleton road. Near the rock that warned the public of the bloodhounds, this bridle road kept a great distance from the cliffs overhanging the perilous scarf, and the only way down to a view of the fall was a scrambling track over rocks and trunks unworthy to be called a footpath. The lady with the bag had no choice left but to follow this track or else abandon her intention. For a moment she was sorry that she had not been satisfied with some less troublesome destruction of her foe, even at the risk of chance suspicions. But having thus begun it, she would not turn back and be angry with her idle fears when she came to think of them. With hereditary scorn of second thought, she cast away doubt and went down the steep and stood on the brow of sheer rock to recover her breath and strength for a long bold cast. The creek beneath her feet was trembling with the power of flood below, and the white mist from the deep moved slowly, shrouding now and now, revealing the black gulf and its slippery walls. For the last few months Miss Yordles had taken very little exercise and seldom tasted the open air. Therefore the tumult and the terror of the place, the fading of the sky and darkening of the earth, got hold of her more than they should have done. With the frail in her right hand poised upon 3 fingers, the fourth had been broken in her childhood, she planted the sole of her left foot on the brink and swung herself for the needful cast. A strong throw was needful to reach the black water that never gave up anything. If the bag were dropped in the foaming race, it might be carried back to the heel of the fall. She was proud of her bodily strength, which was almost equal to that of a muscular man, and her long arms swelled with the vigor of the throw. But just when the weight should have been delivered and flown with a hiss into the bottomless abyss, a loose flag of the handle twisted on a broken finger. Instead of being freed, the fall fell back and struck her in the chest and threw her back, for the clock weight was a heavy one. Her balance was lost, her feet flew up, and she fell upon her back, and the smooth beaver clock began sliding upon the slippery rock. Horrible death was pulling at her. Not a stick nor a stone was in reach of her hands, and the pitiless crags echoed one long shriek above all the roar of waterfall. She strove to turn over and grasp the ground, but only felt herself going faster. Her bright boots were flashing against the white mist, a picture in her mind forever. Her body was following inch by inch. With elbow and shoulder and even hair coiled, she strove to prolong the descent into death, but the descent increased its speed and the sky itself was sliding. Just when the balance was inclining downward and the plunge hanging on a hair's breadth, powerful hands fell upon her shoulder. A grating of a drag against the grain was the last thing she was conscious of. And Sir Duncan Yordas, having made a strong pull at the imminent risk of his life, threw back his weight on the heels of his boots, and they helped him. His long Indian spurs, which had no rowel, held their hold like a falcon's hind talon, and he drew back the lady without knowing who she was, having leaped from his horse at her despairing scream. From his knowledge of the place, he concluded that it was some person seeking suicide, but recoiling from the sight of death, and without another thought, he risked his life to save. Breathless himself, for the transit of years and of curry powder had not improved his lungs, he labored at the helpless form and laid it at last in a place of safety. What a weight the lady is, was his first idea. It cannot be want of food that has driven her, nor of money either. Her cloak would fetch 1,000 rupees in Calcutta, and a bag full of something precious also. To judge by the way she clings to it. Poor thing, can I get any water for her? There used to be a spring here where the woodcocks came. Is it safe to leave her? Certainly not. With a head like that, she might even have apoplexy. Allow me, madam, I will not steal it. It is only for a cushion. The lady, however, though still in a stupor, kept her fingers clenched upon the handle of the bag, and without using violence he could not move them. Then the stitching of the frail gave way, and Sir Duncan espied a roll of parchment. Suddenly the lady opened large dark eyes which wandered a little, and then as he raised her head, met his and turned away. Philippa? He said, and she faintly answered, yes. Being humbled and shaken by her deadly terror, and scarcely sure of safety yet, for the roar and the chasm were in sight and hearing still. Philippa, are you better? Never mind what you were thinking of. All shall be right about that, Philippa. What is land in comparison with life? Look up at me. Don't be afraid to look. Surely you know your only brother. I am Duncan, who ran away and has lived for years in India. I used to be very kind to you when we were children. And why should I alter from it now? I remember when you tumbled in the path down there and your knee was bleeding. I tied it out with a dog leaf and my handkerchief. Can you remember it was Primrose time? To be sure I do, she said, looking up with cheerfulness. And you carried me all the way home, almost? And Eliza was dreadfully jealous. That she always was. I knew not much better, but now we are getting on in life and we need not have much to do with one another. Still we may try not to kill one another by trumpery squabbles about property. Stay where you are for a moment, sister. You shall see the end of that. Sir Duncan took the bag with the deed inside it, returned in 3 steps to the perilous shelf, and with one strong hurl sent forth the load, which cleft the white mist and sank forever in the waves of whirlpool. No one can prosecute me for that, he said, returning with a smile. Though Murdax may be much aggrieved now, Philippa, although I cannot carry you well from the additions time has made to you, I can help you home, my dear, and then on upon my business. The pride and self-esteem of Miss Yordas had never been so crushed before. She put both hands upon her brother's shoulders and burst into a flood of tears. End of chapter 52. Scarfe. Recording by Aisha 17.
Chapter 53 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 53. Butts Rebutted. Sir Duncan Yordas was a man of impulse, as almost every man must be who sways the wills of other men. But he had not acted upon mere impulse in casting away his claim to Scargate. He knew that he could never live in that bleak spot after all his years in India. He disliked the place, through his father's harshness. He did not care that any son of his, who had lain under charge of a foul crime, and fled instead of meeting it, should become a Yordas of Scargate Hall, although that description by no means involved any very strict equity of conduct. And besides these reasons, he had another, which will appear very shortly. But whatever the secondary motives were, it was a large and generous act. When Mrs. Carnaby saw her brother, she was sure that he was come to turn her out, and went through a series of states of mind natural to an adoring mother with a frail imagination of an appetite, as she poetically described it. She was not very swift of apprehension, although so promptly alive to anything tender, refined, and succulent. Having too strong a sense of duty to be guilty of any generosity, she could not believe, either then or thereafter, that her brother had cast away anything at all, except a mere shred of a lawsuit. And without any heed of chronology, because, as she justly inquired, what 2 clocks are alike, she was certain that if he did anything at all to drive off those horrible lawyers from the house, there was no credit to do to anyone but Pet. It was the noble way Pet looked at him. Pet, being introduced to his uncle after dinner when he came home from fishing, certainly did look nobly at him, if a long stare is noble. Then he went up to him with a large and liberal sniff and an affable inquiry, as a little dog goes up to a big one. Sir Duncan was amused, having heard already some little particulars about this youth, whose nature he was able to enter into as none but a Yordis could rightly do. However, he was bound to make the best of him, and did so, discovering not only room for improvement, but some hope of that room being occupied. "The boy has been shockingly spoiled," he said to his sister Philippa that evening. "Also, he is dreadfully ignorant. None of us are very great at scholarship, and never have much occasion for it. But things are becoming very different now. Everybody is beginning to be expected to know everything. Very likely, as soon as I am no more wanted, I shall be voted a blockhead. Luckily, the wars keep people from being too choice, when their pick goes every minute. And this may stop the fuss, that comes from Scotland mainly, about universal distribution, or some big words, of education. Pet, as you call him, is a very clever fellow, with much more shape of words about him than ever I was blessed with. In spelling I saw that he was my master, and so I tried him with geography, and all he knew of India was that it takes its name from India rubber." "Now, I call that very clever of him," said Miss Yordis, "for I really might have forgotten even that. But the fatal defect in his education has been the want of what you grow, chiefly in West India perhaps, the cane. Duncan, the sugar cane. I've read all about it. You can tell me nothing. You suck it, you smoke it, and you beat your children with it." "Well," said Sir Duncan, who was not quite sure, in the face of such authority, "I disremember, but perhaps they do in some parts, because the country is so large. But it is not the ignorance of Pet I care for. Such a fault is natural and unavoidable, and who is there to pick holes in it? The boy knows a great deal more than I did at his age, because he is so much younger. But, Philippa, unless you do something with him, he will never be a gentleman." "Duncan, you are hard. You have seen so much." "The more we see, the softer we become. The one thing we harden against is lying, the seed, the root, and the substance of all vileness. I am sorry to say your Pet is a liar." "He does not always tell the truth, I know. But bear in mind, Duncan, that his mother did not insist, and in fact she does not herself always." "I know it. I am aggrieved that it should come from our side. I never cared for his father much, because he went against me. But this I will say for him, Lance Carnaby would sooner cut his tongue out than put it to a lie. When I am at home, my dealings are with fellows who could not speak the truth if they tried for dear life, simply through want of practice. They are like your lower class of horse-dealers, but with infinitely more intelligence. It is late to teach poor Pet the first of all lessons, and for me to stop to do it is impossible. But will you try to say further disgrace to a scapegrace family, but not a mean one?" "I feel it as much as you do, perhaps more," Miss Yordis answered, forgetting altogether about the deed-box and her antiquary. "You need not tell me how very sad it is, but how can it be cured? His mother is his mother. She would never part with him, and her health is delicate." "Stronger than either yours or mine, unless she takes too much nourishment. Philippa, her will is mere petulance. For her own good we must set it aside. And if you agree with me, it can be done. He must go into a marching regiment at once, ordered abroad, with 5 shillings in his pocket, earn his pay, and live upon it. This patched-up peace will never last 6 months. The war must be fought out till France goes down, or England. I can get him a commission, and I know the colonel, a man of my own sort, who sees things done instead of talking. It would be the making of Lancelot. He has plenty of courage, but it has been milched. At Oxford or Cambridge he would do no good, but simply be ruined by having his own way. Under my friend, Colonel Thacker, he will have a hard time of it, and tell no lies. Thus it was settled. There was a fearful outcry, hysterics of an elegant order, and weepings enough to produce summer spate in the teas. But the only result was the ordering of the tailor, the hosier, the bootmaker, and the scissors grinder to put a new edge upon Squire Philip's razors, that Pet might practice shaving. Cold-blooded cruelty, savage homicide, cannibalism is kinder, said poor Mrs. Carnaby, when she saw the razors, but Pet insisted upon having them, made lather, and practised with the backs till he began to understand them. He promises well. I have great hopes of him, Sir Duncan said to himself. He has pride, and no proud boy can long be a liar. I will go and consult my dear old friend Bart. Mr. Bart, who was still of good bodily strength, but becoming less resolute in mind than of yore, was delighted to see his old friend again, and these two men, having warm, proud hearts, preserved each other from self-contempt by looking away through the long hand-clasp. For each of them was to the other almost the only man really respected in the world. Betwixt them such a thing as concealment could not be. The difference in their present position was a thing to laugh at. Sir Duncan looked up to Bart as being the maker of his character, and Bart admired Sir Duncan as a newer and wiser edition of himself. They dispatched the past in a cheery talk, for the face of each was enough to show that it might have been troublous, as all past is, but had slidden into quiet satisfaction now, and a gentle flow of experience. Then they began to speak of present matters and the residue of time before them, and among other things Sir Duncan Yordas spoke of his nephew Lancelot. Lancelot Yordas Carnaby, said Bart, with the smile of a greybeard at young love's dream, has done us the honour to fall in love, for ever and ever, with our little Elsie. And the worst of it is that she likes him. What an excellent idea, his old friend answered. I was sure there was something of that sort going on. Now, betwixt love and war, we shall make a man of Pet. As shortly as possible he told Mr. Bart what his plan about his nephew was, and how he had carried it against maternal, and now must carry it against maiden, love. If Lancelot had any good stuff in him, any vertebrate embryo of honesty, to be put among men, and upon his mettle, with a guardian angel in the distance of sweet home, would stablish all the man in him, and stint the beast. Mr. Bart, though he hated hard fighting, admitted that for weak people it was needful, and was only too happy so to cut the knot of his own home entanglements with the ruthless sword. For a man of liberal education, and much experience in spending money, who can put a new bottom to his own saucepan, is not the one to feel any despair of his fellow creatures mending. Then arose the question, who should bell the cat, or rather, who should lead the cats to the belling? Pet must be taken, under strong duress, to the altar, as his poor mother said and shrieked, whereat he was to shed his darling blood. His heart was in his mouth when his uniform came, and he gave his sacred honour to fly, straight as an arrow, to the port where his regiment was getting into boots. But Sir Duncan shook his grizzled head. Somebody must see him into it, he said. Not a lady. No, no, my dear Eliza. I cannot go myself, but it must be a man of rigidity, a stern agent. Oh, I know. How stupid of me. You mean poor dear Mr. Jellicourse, suggested Mrs. Carnaby with a short, hot sob. But Duncan, he has not the heart for it. For anything honest and loyal and good, kind people may trust him with their lives. But to tyranny, rapine, and manslaughter he could never lend his fine, honourable face. I mean a man of a very different cast, a man who knows what time is worth, a man who is going to be married on a Sunday that he may not lose the day. He has to take 3 days' holiday because the lady is an heiress, otherwise he might get off with one. But he hopes to be at work again on Wednesday, and we will have him here post-haste from York on Thursday. It will be the very job to suit him, a gentleman of Roman ancestry, and of the name of Mordax. My heart was broken already, and now I could feel the poor pieces flying into my brain. Oh, why did I ever have a babe for monsters of the name of Mordax to devour? Mordax was only too glad to come. On the very day after their union, Calpurnia, likewise of Roman descent, had exhibited symptoms of a strong will of her own. Mordax had temporized during their courtship, but now she was his, and must learn the great fact. He behaved very well, and made no attempt at reasoning, which would have been a fatal course, but promptly donned cloak, boots, and spurs while his horse was being saddled, and then set off, with his eyes fixed firmly upon business. A crow could scarcely make less than 50 miles from York to Scargate, and the factor's trusty roadster had to make up his mind to 70. So great, however, is sometimes the centrifugal force of Hymen, that upon the third day Mr. Mordax was there, vigorous, vehement, and fit for any business. When he heard what it was, it liked him well, for he bore a fine grudge against Lancelot for setting the dogs at him 3 years ago, when he came, as an agent for adjoining property, to the house of Yordas, and when Mr. Jellicourse scorned to meet an illegal meddler with legal matters. If Mordax had any fault, and he must have had some, in spite of his resolute conviction to the contrary, it was that he did not altogether scorn revenge. Lives there man, or even woman, capable of describing how the miseries, the hardships, the afflictions beyond groaning, which, like electric hail, came down upon the sacred head of Pet? He was in the grasp of 3 strong men. His uncle, Mr. Bart, worst of all, that Mordax. Escape was impossible. Lamentation met with laughter, and passion led to punishment. Even stern Maunder was sorry for him, although he despised him for feeling it. The only beam of light, the only spark of pleasure was his royal uniform, and to know that Incy's laugh thereat was hollow, and would melt away to weeping when he was out of sight, together with the sulky curiosity of Maunder, kept him up a little in this time of bitter sacrifice. Enough that he went off at last in the claws of that Roman hippogriff, as Mrs. Carnaby savagely called poor Mordax, and the visitor's flag hung half-mast high, and Saracen and the other dogs made a howling dirge with such fine hearts, as the poor mother said between her sobs, that they got their dinners upon china plates. Sir Duncan had left before this, and was back under Dr. Upround's hospitable roof. He had made up his mind to put his fortune, or rather his own value, to the test, in a place of deep interest to him now, the heart of the fair Janetta. He knew that, according to popular view, he was much too old for this young lady, but for popular view he cared not one doit, if her own had the courage and the will to go against it. For years he had sternly resisted all temptation of second marriage, toward which shrewd mothers and nice maidens had labored in vain to lead him. But the bitter disappointment about his son, and that long illness, and the tender nursing, added to the tenderness of his own sides from lying upon them with a hard, dry cough, had opened some parts of his constitution to matrimonial propensities. Miss Upround was of a playful nature, and teased everybody she cared about, and although Sir Duncan was a great hero to her, she treated him sometimes as if he were her doll. Being a grave man, he liked this, within the bounds of good taste and manners, and the young lady always knew where to stop. From being amused with her, he began to like her, and from liking her, he went on to miss her, and from missing her to wanting her was no long step. However, Sir Duncan was not at all inclined to make a fool of himself herein. He liked the lady very much, and saw that she would suit him, and help him well in the life to which he was thinking of returning. For within the last fortnight a very high post at Calcutta had been offered to him by the Powers in Leadenhall Street, upon condition of sailing at once, and foregoing the residue of his leave. If matters had been to his liking in England, he certainly would have declined it, but after his sad disappointment, and the serious blow to his health, he resolved to accept it and set forth speedily. The time was an interlude of the war, and ships need not wait for convoy. This had induced him to take his Yorkshire affairs, which Mordax had been forced to intermit during his Derbyshire campaign, into his own hands, and speed the issue as above related. And part of his plan was to quit all claim to present possession of Scargate, that if the young lady should accept his suit, it might not in any way be for the sake of the landed interest. As it happened, he had gone much further than this, and cast away his claim entirely, to save his sister from disgrace and the family property from lawyers. And now, having sought Dr. Upround's leave, which used to be thought the proper thing to do, he asked Janetta whether she would have him, and she said no, but he might have her. Upon this he begged permission to set the many drawbacks before her, and she nodded her head and told him to begin. I am of Yorkshire family, but I am sorry to say that their temper is bad, and they must have their own way too much. But that suits me, and I understand it, because I must have my own way too. But I have parted with my inheritance, and have no place in this country now. But I am very glad of that, because I shall be able to go about. But India is a dreadfully hot country. Many creatures tease you, and you get tired of almost everything. But that will make it all the more refreshing not to be tired of you, perhaps. But I have a son as old as you, or older. But you scarcely suppose that I can help that. But my hair is growing gray, and I have great crow's feet, and everyone will begin to say. But I don't believe a word of it, and I won't have it, and I don't care a pin's head what all the world says put together, so long as you don't belong to it. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording, and all LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aisha17. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. True Love. About a month after Sir Duncan's marriage, when he and his bride were in London, with the lady's parents come to help in the misery of outfit, a little boy ran through a field of wheat early in the afternoon and hid himself in a blackthorn hedge to see what was going on at Anerley. Nothing escaped him, for his eyes were sharp, being of true Danish breed. He saw Captain Anerley trudging up the hill, with the pipe in his mouth, to the bean field, where 3 or 4 men were enjoying the air without any of the greedy gulps produced by too great exertion of the muscles. Then he saw the mistress of the house throw wide a lattice and shake out a cloth for the birds, who skipped down the thatch by the dozen instantly. And he saw Mary, with the basket and a wooden measure, going round the corner of the house and clucking for the fowls to rally from their scratching places. These came zealously, with the speed of leg and wing, from straw rick, threshing floor, double hedge or mixen, and following their tails the boy slipped through the rick yard and tossed a note to Mary with a truly flamboyant delivery. Although it was only a small-sized boy, no other than the hire of the caught fish, a brighter rose flew into Mary's cheeks than the master cock of all the yard could show upon comb or wattle. Contemptuous of 2 pence which Mary felt for, the boy disappeared like a rabbit, and the fowls came and helped themselves to the tail wheat while the mistress was thinking of her letter. It was short and sweet, at least in promise, being no more than these few words. Darling, the dyke where first we met, an hour after sunset. Mary never doubted that her duty was to go, and at the time appointed she was there, with firm knowledge of her own mind, being now a loving and reasonable woman. It was just a year since she had saved the life of Robin, and patience and loneliness and opposition had enlarged and ennobled her true and simple heart. No lord in the land need have looked for a purer or sweeter example of maidenhood than this daughter of a Yorkshire farmer was, in a simple dress and with the dignity of love. The glen was beginning to bestrew itself with the want of light instead of shadows, and bushy places thickened with the imperceptible growth of night. Mary went on with the excitement deepening, while sunset deepened into dusk, and the colour of her clear face flushed and fleeted under the anxious touch of love, as the tint of a delicate fingernail. With any pressure varies, but not very long was she left in doubt. How long have you been? And oh, where have you been? And how much longer will you be? Among many other words and doings, she insisted chiefly on these points. I'm a true blue, as you may see, and a warrant officer already, he said, with his old way of smiling at himself. When the war begins again, as it must, please God, before many weeks are over, I shall very soon get my commission and go up. I'm quite fit already to command a frigate. Mary was astonished at his modesty. She thought that he ought to be an admiral at least, and so she told him, however, he knew better. You must bear in mind, he replied, with a kindly desire to spare her feelings, that until a change for the better comes, I am under disadvantages. Not only as an outlaw, which has been upon the whole a comfort, but as a suspected criminal, with warrant against him and reward upon him. Of course, I am innocent, and everybody knows it, or at least I hope so, except the one who should have known it best. I am the person who should know it best of all, his true love answered, with some jealousy. Explain yourself, Robin, if you please. No, Robin, so please you, but Mr. James Blythe, captain of the foretop, then coxswain of the barge, and now master's mate of H.M. ship of the line Belazle. But the one who should have trusted me next to my own love is my father, Sir Duncan Yordles. How you are talking! You have such a reckless way. A warrant officer, an arrant criminal, and your father, Sir Duncan Yordles, that very strange gentleman who could never get warm. Oh, Robin, you always did talk nonsense. Whenever I would let you. But you should not try to make my head go round. Every word of it is true, the young sailor answered, applying a prompt remedy for vertigo. It had been clearly proved to his knowledge, long before the great fact was vouchsafed to me, that I am the only son of Sir Duncan Yordles, or at any rate his only son for the present. The discovery gratified him so little that he took speedy measures to supplant me. The very rich gentleman from India, said Mary, that married Miss Upround lately, and her dress was all made up of spun diamonds, they say, as bright as the dew in the morning. Oh, then you will have to give me up, Robin. You must give up me. Clasping her hand, she looked up at him with courage, keeping down all signs of tears. She felt that her heart would not hold out long, and yet she was prouder than to turn away. Speak, she said. It is better to speak plainly. You know that it must be so. Do I? Why? Robin Lyth asked, calmly, being well contented to prolong her doubts that he might get the benefit thereafter. Because you belong to great people, and I am just a farmer's daughter, and no more, and quite satisfied to remain so. Such things never answer. A little while ago you were above me, weren't you, while I was nobody's son and only a castaway with a nickname. That has nothing to do with it. We must take things exactly as we find them at the time. And you took me as you found me at the time, only that you made me out so much better. Mary, I am not worthy of you. What has birth to do with it? And so far as that goes, yours is better. Though mine may seem the brighter, in every other way you are above me. You are good and I am wicked. You are pure and I am careless. You are sweet and I am violent. In truth alone, I can never be with you. And I must be a pitiful scoundrel, Mary, if I did not even try to do that after all that you have done for me. But, said Mary, with her lovely eyes gleaming with the glistering shade of tears, I like you very much to do it, but not exactly as a duty, Robin. You look at me like that and you talk of duty. Duty. This is my duty. I should like to be discharging it forever and a day. I did not come here for ideas of this kind, said Mary, with her lips as red as pyrocanthine berries. Free trade was bad enough, but the Royal Navy worse, it seems. Now, Robin dear, be sensible and tell me what I am to do. To listen to me and then say whether I deserve what my father has done to me. He came back from India, as you must understand, with no other object in life that I can hear of, for he had any quantity of money, than to find out me, his only child, and the child of only wife he ever could put up with. For 20 years he had believed me to be drowned, when the ship he sent me home in to be educated was supposed to have foundered, with all hands. But something made him fancy that I might have escaped, and as he could not leave India then, he employed a gentleman of York, named Mordax, to hunt out all about it. Mordax, who seems to be a wonderful man and most kind-hearted to everybody, as poor widow Caraway says of him with tears, and as he testifies of himself, he set to work and find out in no time at all about me and my errands, and my crawling from the cave that will bear my name. This say and more things than I have time to tell. He pointed a meeting with Sir Duncan Yordles here at Flamborough, and would have brought me to him, and everything might have been quite happy. But in the meanwhile, that horrible murder of poor Caraway came to pass, and I was obliged to go into hiding, as no one knows better than you, my dear. My father, as I suppose must call him, being bound as it seems that they all are, to fall out with their children, took a hasty turn against me at once. Mordax, whom I saw last week, trusting myself to his honour, tells me that Sir Duncan would have cared twopence about my free trade work, and so on, or even about my having killed the officer in fair conflict, for he is used to that. But he never will forgive me absconding and leaving my fellows, as he puts it, to bear the brunt. He says that I am a dastard and a skulk and unworthy to bear the name of yours. What a wicked and natural man he must be, cried Mary. He deserves to have no children. No, I am told that he is a very good man, but stiff-necked and disdainful. He regards me with scorn because he knows no better. He may know our laws, but he knows nothing of our ways. To suppose that my men were in any danger. If I had been caught while the stir was on, a gibbet on the cliff would have been set up. Even before my trial, such is the reward of eminence. But no Yorkshire jury would turn around in the box with those poor fellows before them. Not guilty, my lord, was on their tongues before he had finished charging them. Oh, I am so glad they have been acquitted, and you were there to see it. To be sure, I was in the court, as Harry Omberley's father. Mr. Mordax got it up, and it told on the jury more than could have been expected. Even the judge wiped his eyes as he looked at me, for they say he has scapegrace son. And Harry was the only one of all the six in danger, according to the turn of the evidence. My poor eyes have scarcely come round yet from the quantity of sobbing that I had to do, and the horrible glare of my goggles. And then I had a crutch that I stumbled with as I sighed, so that all the court could hear me. And whenever I did it, all the women sighed too, and even the hardest hearts were moved. Mr. Mordax says that it was capital. Oh, but Robin, how shocking, though you make me laugh. If the verdict had been otherwise, oh, what then? Well, then Harry Omler had a paper in his hand done in printing letters by myself, because he is a very tidy scholar, and signed by me, the which he was to read before receiving sentence, saying that Robbie Lyth himself was in Yorktown and would surrender to that court upon condition that mercy should be warranted to the prisoners. And you would have given yourself up and without consulting me about it? Bad, I admit, Robin answered with a smile, but not half so bad as it to give up you, which you calmly proposed just now, my dear. However, there is no need for any trouble now, except that I am forced to keep out of sight until other evidence is procured. Mordax has taken to me like a better father, mainly from his paramount love of justice and of daring gallantry, as he calls it. So it was, and 10 times more, heroic self-devotion is a much more proper term. Now don't, said Robin. If you make me blush, you may guess what I shall do to hide it. Carry the war into the sweet land of enemy. But truly, my darling, there was very little danger, and I am up for a much better joke this time. My august Roman father, who has cast me off, sails as a very great Indian gun in a ship of line from Spithead early in September. The Belazil is being paid off now, and I have my certificate as well as lots of money. Next to his last, every sailor loves a spree, and mine, instead of emptying, shall fill the locker. With this disgusting piece on and no chance of prize money and plenty in their pockets for a good spell ashore, blue jackets will be scarce when Sir Duncan Yordles sails. If I can get a decent berth as a petty officer, off I go for Calcutta and watch like the sweet little cherub that sits up aloft for the safety of my dear papa and mamma, as the Frenchmen are teaching us to call them. What do you think of such filial devotion? It would be a great deal more than he deserves, Mary answered with sweet simplicity. But what could you do if he found out who you are? Not the smallest fear of that, my dear. I have never had the honor of an introduction. My new stepmother, who might have been my sweetheart, if I had not seen somebody 100 times as good, 1,000 times as gentle, and 1,000,000 times as lovely. Oh, Robin, do leave off such very dreadful stories. I saw her in the church, and she looked beautiful. Fine feathers make fine birds. However, she is well enough in her way, and I love her father, but for all that, she has no business to be my stepmother. And of course, it was only the money that did it. She has a little temper of her own, I can assure you, and I wish Sir Duncan joy of her when they get among mosquitoes. But as I was going to say, the only risk of my being caught is from her sharp eyes. Even of that there is not much danger, for we common sailors need not go within hail of those grandees, unless it comes to boat work. And even if Miss Janetta, I beg her pardon, Lady Yordas, should chance to recognize me, I am sure she would never tell her husband. No, no, she would be too jealous, and for 50 other reasons. She is very cunning, let me tell you. Well, cried Mary with a smile of wisdom, I hope that I may never live to be a stepmother, the way those poor things get abused. You would have more principle, I should hope, than to marry anybody after me. However, I have told you nearly all my news, and a few minutes I must be off. Only two things more. In the first place, Mordax has taken a very great fancy to me and has turned against my father. He and Widow Caraway and I had a long talk after the trial, and we all agreed that the murder was committed by a villain called John Cadman, a sneak and a skulk whom I know well as one of Caraway's own men. Among other things, they chanced to say that Cadman's gun was missing, and the poor widow can swear to it. I asked if anyone had searched for it, and Mordax said no, it would be hopeless. I told them that if I were only free to show myself and choose my time, I would lay my life upon finding it, if thrown away, as it most likely was, in some part of that unlucky cave. Mordax caught at this idea and asked me a number of questions and took down my answers, for no one else knows the cave as I do. I would run all risks myself and be there to do it, if time suited. But only certain tides will serve, even with the best of weather, and there may be no such tide for months. I mean tide, weather, and clear water combined, as they must be for the job. Therefore, I am not to wait, but go about my other business, and leave this to Mordax, who loves to be captain of everything. Mr. Mordax talked of a diving bell and some great American inventions, but nothing of the kind can be used there, nor even grappling irons. The thing must not be heard of even until it has been accomplished. Whatever is done must be done by a man who can swim and dive as I can, and who knows the place almost as well. I have told him where to find the man when the opportunity comes for it, and I have shown my better father, Robin Coxrod, the likely spot. So now I have nothing more to do with that. How wonderfully you can throw off cares, his sweetheart answered softly. But I shall be miserable till I know what happens. Will they let me be there? Because I understand so much about tides and I can hold my tongue. That you have shown right well, my Mary, but your own sense will tell you that you could not be there. Now one thing more, here is a ring, not worthy although it is the real stuff, to go upon your precious hand, yet allow me to put it on. No, not there, upon your wedding finger. Now do you know what that is for? For me, I suppose, she answered, blushing with pleasure and admiration. But it is too good, too beautiful, too costly, not half good enough. Though, to tell you the truth, it cannot be matched easily, any more than you can. But I know where to get those things. Now promise me to wear it when you think of me, and the one habit will confirm the other. But the more important part is this, and the last thing for me to say to you. Your father still hates my name, I fear. Tell him every word I have told you, and perhaps it will bring him halfway round. Sooner or later he must come around, and the only way to do it is to work him slowly. When he sees in how many ways I have been wrong and how beautifully I have borne it all, he will begin to say to himself, now this young man may be improving, but he will never say he hath no need of it. I should rather think not, you conceited Robin, or whatever else I am to call you now. But I bargain for one thing, whatever may happen, I shall never call you anything less but Robin. It suits you, and you look well with it. Your task indeed, or whatever it may be. No bargain is valid without a seal, etc., etc. In the old but ever vivid way they went on, until they were forced to part, at the very lips of the house itself, after longing lingerings. The air of the fields was sweet with summer fragrance, and the breath of night, the world was ripe with soft repose, whose dreams were hope and happiness, and the heavens spread some gentle stars to show mankind the way to it. Then a noble perfume strewed the ambient air with strong presence, as the farmer in his shirt sleeves came with a clay pipe and grumbled, wherever is a Mary all this time? End of chapter 54. True Love. Recording by Aisha17.
Chapter 55 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 55. Nicholas the Fish. 500 years ago there was a great Italian swimmer, even greater than our Captain Webb, insomuch as he had with the wags of the age unjustly ascribed to our hero, that is to say, webbed toes and fingers. This capable man could, if history be true, not only swim for a week without ceasing, reassuring solid nature now and then by a gulp of live fish, but could also expand his chest so considerably that it held enough air for a day's consumption. Fortified thus, he explored Charybdis and all the Leperic whirlpools, and could have found Cadman's gun anywhere if it had only been there. But at last the sea had its revenge upon him through the cruel insistence of his king. No man so amphibious has since arisen through the unfathomed tide of time. But a swimmer and diver of great repute was now living not far from Teesmouth. That is to say, he lived there whenever the state of the weather or the time of the year stranded him in dry misery. Those who have never come across a man of this description might suppose that he was happy and content at home with his wife and growing family, assuaging the brine in the delightful manner commended by Hero to Leander. But alas, it was not so at all. The temper of the man was very slow to move, as generally happens with deep-chested men, and a little girl might lead him with her finger on the shore, and he liked to try to smell land flowers, which in his opinion were but weeds. But if a man cannot control his heart in the very middle of his system, how can he hope to command his skin, that unscientific frontier of his frame? Nicholas the Fish, as his neighbors, whenever, by coming ashore he had such treasures, contemptuously called him, was endowed from his birth with a peculiar skin, and by exercise had improved it. Its virtue was excessive thickness, such as a rider should pray for, protected also by powerful hairiness, largely admired by those with whom it is restricted to the head. Unhappily for Nicholas, the peremptory poses of nature struck a line with him, and this was his line of flotation. From perpetual usage this was drawn, obliquely indeed, but as definitely as it is upon a ship of uniform displacement, a yacht, for instance, or a man of war. Below that line scarcely anything could hurt him, but above it he was most sensitive, unless he were continually wetted, and the flies and the gnats and many other plagues of England with one accord pitched upon him, and pitched into him, during his short dry intervals, with a bracing sense of saline draught. Also the sun and the wind and even the moon took advantage of him when unwetted. This made his dry periods a purgatory to him, and no sooner did he hear from Mr. Mordax of a promising job under water than he drew breath enough for a 10-fathom dive, and bursting from long despair, made a great slap at the flies beneath his collarbone. The sound was like a drum which two men strike, and his wife, who was devoted to him, hastened home from the adjoining parish with a sad presentiment of parting. And this was speedily verified, for the champion swimmer and diver set forth that very day for Bempton Warren, where he was to have a private meeting with the general factor. Now it was a great mistake to think, as many people at this time did, both in Yorkshire and Derbyshire, that the gulf of connubial cares had swallowed the great Roman hero Mordax. Unarmed, and even without his gallant roadster to support him, he had leaped into that curtain lake, and had fought a good fight at the bottom of it. The details are highly interesting, and the chronicle might be useful, but alas, there is no space left for it. It is enough, and a great thing too, to say that he emerged triumphant, reduced his wife into very good condition, and obtained the due mastery of her estates and lordship of the household. Refreshed and recruited by the home campaign, and having now a double base for future operations, York, with the fosse of Ausa in the east, and Praetorian Hill, Derbyshire, westward, Mordax returned, with a smack of lip more dry than an amontilladissimo, to the strict embrace of business. So far as the needs of the body were concerned, he might have done handsomely without any business. But having no flesh fit to weigh against his mind, he gave preference to the latter. Now the essence of his nature was to take strong views, not hastily if he could help it, nor through narrow aspect of prejudice, but with power of insight, right or wrong, and stern fixity thereafter. He had kept his opinion about Sir Duncan Yordas much longer than usual pending, being struck with the fame of the man, and his manner, and generous, impulsive nature. All these he still admired, but felt that the mind was far too hasty, and, to put it in his own strong way, Sir Duncan, whatever he might be in India, had been but a fool in England. Why had he cast away his claim on Scargate, and foiled the factor's own pet scheme for a great triumph over the lawyers? And why condemn his only son, when found with such skill and at heavy expense, without even hearing both sides of the tale? Last but not least, what induced him to marry, when amply old enough to know better, a girl who might be well enough in her way, but had no family estate to bring, was shrewdly suspected of cutting tongue, and had more than once been anything but polite to Geoffrey Mordax? Although this gentleman was not a lawyer, and indeed bore a tyrannous hate against that gentle and most precious class, he shared the solicitor's just abhorrence of the word farewell, when addressed to him by any one of good substance. He resolved that his attentions should not cease, though undervalued for the moment, but should be continued to the son and heir, whose remainder in tale subsisted still, though it might be hard to substantiate. And when his cousin Lancelot should come into possession, he might find a certain factor to grapple him. Mr. Mordax hated Lancelot, and had carried out his banishment with intense enjoyment, holding him as in a wrench-hammer all the way, silencing his squeaks with another turn of the screw, and as eager to crack him as if he were a nut, the first that turns auburn in September. This being the condition of so powerful a mind, facts very speedily shaped themselves thereto, as they do when the power of an eminent orator lays hold of them and crushes them, and they cannot even squeak. Or even as a still more eminent bus-driver, when the street is blocked and there seems to be no room for his own thumb, yet, with a gentle whistle and a wink, solves the jostling stir and bulk, makes obstructive traffic slide like an eddy obsequious beside him and behind, and comes forth as the first of an orderly procession toward the public house of his true love. Now, if anything beyond his own conviction were wanted to set this great agent upon action, soon it was found in York's summer assizes, in the sudden inrush of evidence which, no matter how a case has been prepared, gets pent up always for the bar and bench. Then Robin Lyth came with a gallant dash, and offered himself as a sacrifice if needful, which proved both his courage and his common sense in waiting till due occasion demanded him. Mordax was charmed with this young man, not only for proving his own judgment right, but also for possessing a quickness of decision akin to his own, and backing up his own ideas. With vigor thus renewed by many interests and motives, the general and generous factor kept his appointment in Bempton Warren. Since the distressing, but upon the whole desirable, decease of that poor Rickon Gould, the lonely hut in which he breathed his last had not been by any means a popular resort. There were said to be things heard, seen, and felt, even in the brightest summer day, which commended the spot to the creatures that fear mankind, but not their spectres. The very last of all to approach it now would have been the two rollicking tars who had trodden their wooden-legged watch around it. Nicholas the fish was superstitious also, as it behooved him well to be. But having heard nothing of the story of the place, and perceiving no gnats in the neighborhood, he thankfully took it for his short, dry spells. Mr. Mordax meant him, and the two men were deeply impressed with one another. The diver admired the sharp, terse style and definite expression of the factor, while the factor enjoyed the large, ponderous roll and suggestive reservations of the diver. For this was a man who had met great beings, and faced mighty wonders in deep places, and he thought of them more than he liked to say, because he had to get his living. Nothing could be settled to a nicety between them, not even as to pounds, shillings, and pence. For the nature of the job depended wholly upon the behavior of the weather, and the weather must be not only at its best, but also setting meekly in the right direction at the right moment of big springtide. The diver was afraid that he might ask too little, and the factor disliked the risk of offering too much, and possibly spoiling thereby a noble nature. But each of them realized, to some extent, the honesty of the other, and neither of them meant to be unreasonable. "Give and take is what I say," said the short man with the monstrous chest, looking up at the tall man with the Roman nose. "Live and let live. Ah, that's it." Mr. Mordax would have said "right you are," if that elegant expression had been in vogue, but as that brilliance had not yet risen, he was content to say, "Just so." Then he added, "Here you have everything you want. Madam Precious will send you twice a day to the stone at the bottom of the lane, a gallon of beer, and victuals in proportion. Your duty is to watch the tides and weather, keep your boat going, and let me know. And here I am in half an hour." Calpurnia Mordax was in her duty now, and took her autumn holiday at Flamborough. And though Widow Precious felt her heart go pit-to-pat at the first sight of another Mrs. Mordax, she made up her mind with a gulp not to let this cash go to the Thornwick. As a woman she sighed, but as a landlady she smiled, and had visions of hoisting a flag on her roof. When Mordax, like a victorious general, conqueror of this Danish town, went forth for his evening stroll to see his subjects and be saluted, a handsome young sailor came up from the cliffs and begged to have a few quiet words with him. "Say on, my lad, all my words are quiet," replied the general factor. Then this young man up and told his tale, which was all in the well-trodden track of mankind. He had run away to sea, full of glorious dreams. Valor, adventure, heroism, rivers of paradise and lands of heaven. Instead of that, he had been hit upon the head, and in places of deeper tenderness, frequently roasted, and frozen yet more often, basted with brine when he had no skin left, scorched with thirst, and devoured by creatures whose appetites grew dainty when his own was ravening. "Excellent youth," Mr. Mordax said, "your tale might move a heart of flint. All who know me have but one opinion. I am benevolence itself, but my balance is low at my banker's." "I want no money, sir," the sailor answered, simply offering benevolence itself a pipeful of tobacco from an ancient bit of bladder. "I have not got a farthing, but I am with good people who would never take it if I had it, and that makes everything square between us. I might have a hatful of money if I chose, but I find myself better without it, and my constitution braces up. If I only chose to walk a league southwest, there would be bonfires burning. But I vowed I would go home a captain, and I will." "Ha!" cried Mr. Mordax with his usual quickness, now knowing all about everybody. "You are Mr. John Anerley, the son of the famous Captain Anerley." "Jack Anerley, sir, till better times, and better they never will be till I make them. But not a word to anyone about me, if you please. It would break my mother's heart, for she doth look down upon people without asking, to hear that Robin Coxcroft was supporting of me. But bless you, I shall pay him soon a penny for a guinea." Truth, which struggles through the throng of men to get out and have a little breath sometimes, now and then succeeds by accident or the stupid misplacement of a word. A penny for a guinea was as much as Robin Coxcroft was ever likely to see for his outlay upon this very fine young fellow. Jack Anerley accepted the situation with the large philosophy of a sailor, and all he wanted from Mr. Mordax was leave to be present at the diving job. This he obtained as he promised to be useful, and a fourth oar was likely to be needed. It was about an hour before noon of a beautifully soft September day, when little Sam Precious, the same boy that carried Robin Lyth's note to Mary, came up to Mr. Mordax with a bit of plaited rushes, the side-tale of Nicholas the Fish, who was happy enough not to know his alphabet. The factor immediately put on his hat, girded himself with his riding sword and pistol belt, and told his good wife that business might take him away for some hours. Then he hastened to Robin Coxcroft's house, after sending the hostler, on his own horse, with a letter to Bridlington Coastguard Station, as he had arranged with poor Carroway's successor. The Flamborough fishermen were out at sea, and without any fuss Robin's boat was launched, and manned by that veteran himself, together with old Joe and Bob, who had long been chewing the quid of expectation, and at the bow oar Jack Anerley. Their orders were to slip quietly round and wait in the dovecote till the diver came. Mordax saw them on their way, and then he strode up the deserted path and struck away toward a northern cove where the diver's little boat was housed. There he found Nicholas the fish, spread out in all his glory, like a polypod awash, or basking turtle, or a well-fed calf of Proteus. Laid on his back, where the wavelets broke, and beaded a silver fringe upon the golden ruff of sand, he gave his body to soft lullaby, and his mind to perfect holiday. His breath, and the spring of fresh air inside it, kept him gently up and down, and his calm enjoyment was enriched by the baffled wrath of his enemies. For flies, of innumerable sorts and sizes, held a hopeless buzz above him, being put upon their mettle to get at him, and perishing sweetly in the vain attempt. With a grunt of reluctance he awoke to business, swam for his boat, and embarking Mr. Mordax, pulled him across the placid bay to the cave where his forces were assembled. "Let there be no mistake about it," the factor shouted from the mermaid's shelf, having promised his Calpurnia to keep upon dry land whenever the water permitted him. "Our friend, the great diver, will first ascertain whether the thing which we seek is here. If so, he will leave it where it is until the arrival of the preventive boat. You all understand that we wish to put the matter so that even a lawyer cannot pick any hole in the evidence. Light no links until I tell you. Now, Nicholas the fish, go down at once." Without a word the diver plunged, having taken something between his teeth which he would not let the others see. The watery floor of the cavern was as smooth as a mill pond in July, and he plunged so neatly that he made no splash. Nothing but a flicker of reflection on the roof and a lapping murmur round the sides gave token that a big man was gone into the deep. For several minutes no one spoke, but every eye was strained upon the glassy dimness, and every ear intent for the first break of sound. "To hoop ha' got 'em," cried old Robin, indignant at this outrage by a stranger to his caves. "God never mad mun to pre until ain works." Old Joe and Bob grunted approbation, and Mordax himself was beginning to believe that some dark whirlpool or coil of tangles had drowned the poor diver, when a very gentle noise, like a dab chick playing beneath a bridge, came from the darkest corner. Nicholas was there, inhaling air, not in greedy gulps and gasps, like a man who has had no practice, but leisurely encouraging his lungs with little doses, as a doctor gives soup to a starved boat crew. Being hailed by loud voices, he answered not, for his nature was by no means talkative. But presently, with very little breach of water, he swam to the middle and asked for his pipe. "Have you found the gun?" cried Mordax, whose loftiest feelings had subsided in a quarter of a minute to the business level. Nicholas made no reply until the fire of his pipe was established, while he stood in the water quite as if he were on land, supporting himself by nothing more than a gentle movement of his feet, while the glow of the touch paper lit his round face and yellow leather skull-cap. "In course I has," he said at last, blowing a roll of smoke along the gleaming surface. "Over to yon little cornder." "And you can put your hand upon it in a moment?" The reply was a nod and another roll of smoke. "Admirable. Now then, Joe and Bob, the son of Joe, do what I told you, while Master Coxcroft and our nimble young friend get the links all ready." The torches were fixed on the rocky shelf as they had been upon that fatal night, but they were not lit until Joe and his son, sent forth in the smaller boat to watch, came back with the news that the preventive gig was round the point and approaching swiftly, with a lady in the stern whose dress was black. "Right," cried Mr. Mordax, with a brisk voice ringing under the ponderous brows of rock. "Men, I have brought you to receive a lesson. You shall see what comes of murder. Light the torches. Nicholas, go under, with the exception of your nose, or whatever it is you breathe with. When I lift my hand, go down and do as I have ordered you." The cavern was lit with a flare of fire, and the dark, still water heaved with it when the Coast Guard boat came gliding in. The crew in white jerseys looked like ghosts flitting into some magic scene. Only the officer, darkly clad, and standing up with the tiller lines in hand, and the figure of a woman sitting in the stern, relieved their spectral whiteness. "Commander Hardlock, and men of the Coast Guard," shouted Mr. Mordax, when the wash of ripples and the drip of oars and the creak of wood gave silence. The black crime committed upon this spot shall no longer go unpunished. The ocean itself has yielded its dark secret to the perseverance of mankind, and the humble but not unskilful efforts which it has been my privilege to conduct. A good man was slain here, in cold blood slain, a man of remarkable capacity and zeal, gallantry, discipline, and every noble quality, and the father of a very large family. The villain who slew him would have slain 6 other harmless men by perjury if an enlightened English jury had been fools enough to believe him. Now I will show you what to believe. I am not eloquent. I am not a man of words. My motto is strict business. And business with me is a power, not a name. I lift my hand. You wait for half a minute, and then from the depths of this abyss arises the gun used in the murder. The men understood about half of this, being honest fellows in the main, and desiring time to put heads together about the meaning. But one there was who knew too well that his treacherous sin had found him out. He strove to look like the rest, but felt that his eyes obeyed heart more than brain, and then the widow, who had watched him closely through her black veil, lifted it and fixed her eyes on his. Deadly terror seized him, and he wished that he had shot himself. "Stand up, men," the commander shouted, "until we see the end of this. The crime has been laid upon our force. We scorn the charge of such treachery. Stand up, men, and face, like innocent men, whatever can be shown against you." The men stood up, and the light of the torches fell upon their faces. All were pale with fear and wonder, but one was white as death itself. Calling up his dogged courage and that bitterness of malice which had made him do the deed, and never yet repent of it, he stood as firmly as the rest, but differed from them in 3 things. His face wore a smile. He watched one place only, and his breath made a noise while theirs was held. Then from the water, without a word or sign of any hand that moved it, a long gun rose before John Cadman, and the butt was offered to his hand. He stood with his arms at his sides and could not lift them to do anything. Neither could he speak nor make defense, but stood like an image that is fastened by the feet. "Hand me that," cried the officer sharply, but instead of obeying, the man stared malignantly, and then plunged over the gun into the depth. Not so, however, did he cheat the hangman. Nicholas caught him, as a water dog catches a worn-out glove, and gave him to anyone that would have him. "Strap him tight," the captain cried, and the men found relief in doing it. At the next jail delivery he was tried, and the jury did their duty. His execution restored goodwill and revived that faith in justice which subsists upon so little food. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 56. In the Thick of It. One of the greatest days in all the history of England, having no sense of its future fame, and being upon a hostile coast, was shining rather dismally. And one of England's greatest men, the greatest of all her sons in battle, though few of them have been small at that, was out of his usual mood, and full of calm presentiment and gloomy joy. He knew that he would see the sun no more, yet his fear was not of that, but only of losing the light of duty. As long as the sun endures, he shall never see duty done more brilliantly. The wind was dropping, to give the storm of human fury leisure, and while a sullen swell was rolling, canvas flapped and timbers creaked. Like a team of mallards in double column, plunging and lifting buoyant breasts to right and left alternately, the British fleet bore down upon the swan-like crescent of the foe. These were doing their best to fly, but failing of that luck, put helm a lee, and shivered in the wind, and made fine speeches, proving that they must win the day. For this I have lived, and for this it would be worth my while to die, having no one left, I dare say now, in all the world to care for me. Thus spake the junior lieutenant of that British ship, the Victory, a young man after the heart of Nelson, and gazing now on Nelson's face. No smarter sailor could be found in all that noble fleet than this Lieutenant Blythe, who once had been the captain of all smugglers. He had fought his way up by skill and spirit and patience and good temper, and the precious gift of self-reliance, failing of which all merit fails. He had always thought well of himself, but never destroyed the good of it by saying so, and whoever praised him had to do it again to outspeak his modesty. But without good fortune all these merits would never have been successes. One of Robin's truest merits was that he generally earned good luck. However, his spirits were not in their usual flow of jocundity just now, and his lively face was dashed with care. Not through fear of lead or steel or wooden splinter or a knock upon the head, or any other human mode of encouraging humanity. He hoped to keep out of the way of these, as even the greatest heroes do, for how could the world get on if all its bravest men went foremost? His mind meant clearly and with trust in proper providence to remain in its present bodily surroundings, with which it had no fault to find. Grief, however, so far as a man having faith in his luck admits that point, certainly was making some little hole into a heart of corky fibre. For Robin Lyth had heard last night, when a schooner joined the fleet with letters, that Mary Anerley at last was going to marry Harry Tanfield. He told himself over and over again that if it were so, the fault was his own, because he had not taken proper care about the safe dispatch of letters. Changing from ship to ship and from sea to sea for the last 2 years or more, he had found but few opportunities of writing, and even of those he had not made the utmost. To Mary herself he had never once written, knowing well that her father forbade it, while his letters to Flamborough had been few, and some of those few had miscarried. For the French had a very clever knack just now of catching the English dispatch boats, in most of which they found accounts of their own thrashings, as a listener catches bad news of himself. But none of these led to improve their conduct. Flamborough, having felt certain that Robin could never exist without free trade, and missing many little courtesies that flowed from his liberal administration, was only too ready to lament his death, without insisting on particulars. Even as a man who has foretold a very destructive gale of wind tempers with the pride of truth the sorrow which he ought to feel for his domestic chimney-pots, as soon as he finds them upon his lawn, so little Denmark, while bewailing, accepted the loss as a compliment to his own renowned sagacity. But Robin knew not until last night that he was made dead at Flamborough, through the wreck of a ship which he had quitted a month before she was cast away, and now at last he only heard that news by means of his shipmate, Jack Anerley. Jack was a thorough-going sailor now, easy and childish, and full of the present, leaving the past to cure and the future to care for itself as might be. He had promised Mr. Mordax and Robin Coxcroft to find out Robin Lyth and tell him all about the conviction of John Cadman, and knowing his name in the navy and that of his ship, he had done so after in and out chase. But there, for the time, he had rested from his labours and left Davy Jones to send back word about it, which that Pelagian Davy fails to do, unless the message is enshrined in a bottle for which he seems to cherish true naval regard. In this state of things the two brothers-in-law, as they fully intended to be by and by, were going into this tremendous battle, Jack as a petty officer and Robin as a junior lieutenant of Lord Nelson's ship. Already had Jack Anerley begun to feel for Robin, or Lieutenant Blythe, as he now was called, that liking of admiration which his clear, free manner and quickness of resource and agreeable smile in the teeth of peril had won for him before he had the legal right to fight much. And Robin, as he shall still be called while the memory of Flamborough endures, regarded Jack Anerley with fatherly affection, and hoped to put strength into his character. However, one necessary step toward that is to keep the character surviving, and in the world's pell-mell now beginning, The uproar alone was enough to kill some, and the smoke sufficient to choke the rest. Many a British sailor who, by the mercy of Providence, survived that day, never could hear a word concerning any other battle, even though a son of his own delivered it down a trumpet, so furious was the concussion of the air, the din of roaring metal, and the clash of cannon balls, which met in the air, and split up into founts of iron. No less than 7 French and Spanish ships agreed with one accord to call upon and destroy Lord Nelson's ship, and if they had only adopted a rational mode of doing it, and shot straight, they could hardly have helped succeeding. Even as it was, they succeeded far too well, for they managed to make England rue the tidings of her greatest victory. In the storm and whirl and flame of battle, when shot flew as close as the teeth of a hay-rake, and fire blazed into furious eyes, and then with a blow was quenched for ever, and raging men flew into pieces, some of which killed their dearest friends. Who was he that could do more than attend to his own business? Nelson had known that it would be so, and had twice enjoined it in his orders, and when he was carried down to die, his dying mind was still on this. Robin Lyth was close to him when he fell, and helped to bear him to his plank of death, and came back with orders not to speak but work. Then ensued that crowning effort of misplaced audacity, the attempt to board and carry by storm the ship that still was Nelson's. The captain of the Redoubtable saw through an alley of light between walls of smoke that the quarter-deck of the Victory had plenty of corpses, but scarcely a life upon it. Also he felt, from the comfort of his feet and the increasing firmness of his spinal column, that the heavy British guns upon the lower decks had ceased to throb and thunder into his own poor ship. With a bound of high spirits, he leaped to a pleasing conclusion, and shouted, "Forward, my brave sons! We will take the vessel of war of that Nelson." This, however, proved to be beyond his power, partly through the inborn absurdity of the thing, and partly, no doubt, through the quick perception and former vocation of Robin Lyth. What would England have said if her greatest hero had breathed his last in French arms, and a captive to the Frenchmen? Could Nelson himself have departed thus to a world in which he never could have put the matter straight? The wrong would have been redressed very smartly here, but perhaps outside his knowledge. Even to dream of it awakes a shudder, yet outrages almost as great have triumphed, and nothing is quite beyond the irony of fate. But if free trade cannot be shown as yet to have won for our country any other blessing, it has earned the last atom of our patience and fortitude by its indirect benevolence at this great time. Without free trade, in its sweeter and more innocent maidenhood of smuggling, there never could have been on board that English ship the Victory a man, unless he were a runagate, with a mind of such laxity as to understand French. But Robin Lyth caught the French captain's words, and with 2 bounds and a hallo called up Britons from below. By this time a swarm of brave Frenchmen was gathered in the mizzen-chains and gangways of their ship, waiting for a lift of the sea to launch them into the English outworks. And scarcely a dozen Englishmen were alive within hail to encounter them. Not even an officer, till Robin Lyth returned, was there to take command of them. The foremost and readiest there was Jack Anerley, with a boarder's pike and a brace of ship pistols, and his fine ruddy face screwed up as firm as his father's, before a big sail of wheat. "Come on, you froggies, we are ready for you," he shouted, as if he had 100 men in ambush. They, for their part, failed to enter into the niceties of his language, which difficulty somehow used never to be felt among classic warriors. Yet from his manner and position they made out that he offered let and hindrance. To remove him from their course they began to load guns, or to look about for loaded ones, postponing their advance until he should cease to interfere, so clear at that time was the Gallic perception of an English sailor's fortitude. Seeing this to be so, Jack, whose mind was not well balanced, threw a powder-case amongst them and exhibited a dance, but this was cut short by a hand-grenade, and before he had time to recover from that, The deck within a yard of his head flew open, and a stunning crash went by. Poor Jack Anerley lay quite senseless, while 10 or 12 men, who were rushing up to repel the enemy, fell and died in a hurricane of splinters. A heavy round shot, fired up from the enemy's main deck, had shattered all before it, and Jack might thank the grenade that he lay on his back while the havoc swept over. Still his peril was hot, for a volley of musketry whistled and rang around him, and at last 150 men were watching their time to leap down on him. Everything now looked as bad as it could be, with the drifting of the smoke, and the flare of the fire, and the pelting of bullets, and of grapnel from cohorns, and the screams of Frenchmen exulting vastly, with scarcely any Englishman to stop them. It seemed as if they were to do as they pleased, level the bulwarks of English rights, and cover themselves with more glory than ever. But while they yet waited to give one more scream, a very different sound arose. Powder and metal and crash of timber, and even French and Spanish throats at their very highest pressure, were of no avail against the onward vigour and power of an English cheer. This cheer had a very fine effect. Out of their own mouths the foreigners at once were convicted of inferior stuff, and their 2 12-pounders crammed with grapnel, which ought to have scattered mortality, banged upward, as harmless as a pod discharging seed. In no account of this great conflict is any precision observed concerning the pell-mell and fisticuffs part of it. The worst of it is, that on such occasions almost everybody who was there enlarges his own share of it, and although reflection ought to curb this inclination, it seems to do quite the contrary. This may be the reason why nobody as yet, except Mary Anerley and Flamborough folk, seems even to have tried to assign fair importance to Robin Lyth's share in this glorious encounter. It is now too late to strive against the tide of fortuitous clamour, whose deposit is called history. Enough that this Englishman came up, with 50 more behind him, and carried all before him, as he was bound to do. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 57. Mary Lyth. Conquest, triumph, and slaughterous glory are not very nice till they have ceased to drip. After that extinction of the war upon the waves, the nation which had won the fight went into general mourning. Sorrow, as deep as a maiden's is at the death of her lover, is spread over the land, and people who had married their romance away, and fathered off their enthusiasm, abandoned themselves to even deeper anguish at the insecurity of property. So deeply had England's faith been anchored into the tenacity of Nelson. The fall of the funds, when the victory was announced, outspoke 1,000 monuments. From sires and grandsires, Englishmen have learned the mood into which their country fell. To have fought under Nelson in his last fight was a password to the right hands of men, and into the hearts of women. Even a man who had never known to change his mind began to condemn other people for being obstinate. Farmer Anerley went to church in his fencible accoutrements, with a sash of heavy crape, upon the first day of the Christian year. To prove the largeness of his mind, he harnessed the white-nosed horse, and drove his family away from his own parish to St. Oswald's Church at Flamborough, where Dr. Upround was to preach upon the death of Nelson. His sermon was of the noblest order, eloquent, spirited, theological, and yet so thoroughly practical that 7 Flamborough boys set off on Monday to destroy French ships of war. Mary did her very utmost not to cry, for she wanted so particularly to watch her father. But nature and the doctor were too many for her, and when he came to speak of the distinguished part played, under Providence, by the gallant son of Flamborough, who, after enduring with manly silence evil report and unprecious balms, stood forward in the breach like Phineas, and, with the sword of Gideon, defied Philistia to enter the British Ark. And when he went on to say that but for Flamborough's prowess on that day, and the valour of the adjoining parish, which had also supplied a hero, England might be mourning her foremost (Greek word), her very greatest fighter in the van, without the consolation of burying him, and embalming him in a nation's tears. For the French might have fired the magazine, and when he proceeded to ask who it was that, under the guiding of a gracious hand, had shattered the devices of the enemy, up stood Robin Coxcroft with a score of equally ancient captains, and remembering where they were, touched their forelocks and answered, "Robin Lyth, sir." Then Mary permitted the pride of her heart, which had long been painful with a tight control, to escape in a sob, which her mother had foreseen, and pulling out the stopper from her smelling bottle, Mistress Anerley looked at her husband as if he were Bonaparte himself. He, although aware that it was inconsistent of her, felt, as he said afterward, as if he had been a Frenchman, and looked for his hat, and fumbled about for the button of the pew, to get out of it. But luckily the clerk, with great presence of mind, awoke, and believing the sermon to be over, from the number of men who were standing up, pronounced "Amen" decisively. During the whole of the homeward drive Father Anerley's countenance was full of thought, but he knew that it was watched, and he did not choose to let people get in front of him with his own brains. Therefore he let his wife and daughter look at him to their heart's content, while he looked at the ledges and the mud, and the ears of his horse, and the weather, and he only made 2 observations of moment, one of which was "Gee!" and the other was "Whoa!" With females jolting up and down upon no springs, except those of jerksome curiosity, conduct of this character was rude in the extreme, but knowing what he was, they glanced at one another, not meaning in any sort of way to blame him, but only that he would be better by and by, and perhaps try to make amends handsomely. And this, beyond any denial, he did as soon as he had dined, and smoked his pipe on the butt of the tree by the rickyard. Nobody knew where he kept his money, or at least his good wife always said so, when anyone made bold to ask her, and even now he was right down careful to go to his pot without anybody watching, so that when he came into the Sunday parlour there was not one of them who could say, even at a guess, where he last had been. Master Simon Popplewell, gentleman tanner, called out of his name and into the name of Johnny, even by his own wife, because there was no sign of any Simon in him. He was there, and his good wife Debbie, and Mistress Anerley in her best cap, and Mary dressed in royal navy blue, with bars of black, for Lord Nelson's sake, according to the kind gift of aunt and uncle. Also Willie, looking wonderfully handsome, though pale with the failure of perpetual motion, and inclined to be languid, as great genius should be in its intervals of activity. Among them a lively talk was stirring, and the farmer said, "Ah, you was talking about me." "We mought be, and yet, again, we mought not," Master Popplewell returned, with a glance at Mrs. Deborah, who had just been describing to the company how much her husband excelled in jokesomeness. "Brother Stephen, a good man seeks to be spoken of, and a bad one objects to it, in vain. Very well, you shall have something for your money. Mary, you know where the old my dearie wine is that come from your godfathers and godmothers when you was called in baptism. Take you the key from your mother, child, and bring you up a bottle, and Brother Popplewell will open it, for such things is beyond me." "Well done, our side!" exclaimed the tanner, for if he had a weakness it was for Madeira, which he always declared to have a musky smack of tan, and a waggish customer had told him once that the grapes it was made of were always tanned first. The others kept silence, foreseeing great events. Then Mr. Popplewell poised with calm discretion, and moving with the nice precision of a fine watchmaker, shed into the best decanter, softly as an angel's tears, liquid beauty, not too gaudy, not too sparkling with shallow light, not too ruddy with sullen glow, but vivid, like a noble gem, the brown cairngorm, with mellow depth of lustre. "That's your sort," the tanner cried, after putting his tongue, while his wife looked shocked, to the tip of the empty bottle. "Such things is beyond my knowledge," answered Farmer Anerley, as soon as he saw the best glasses filled. "But nothing in nature is too good to speak a good man's health in. Now fill you up a little glass for Mary, and, perpetual motion, you stand up, which is more than your machines can do. Now here I stand, and I drink good health to a man as I never clapped eyes on yet, and would have preferred to keep the door between us, but the Lord hath ordered otherwise. He hath wiped out all his faults against the law. He hath fought for the honour of the old England well, and he hath saved the life of my son Jack. Spite of all that, I might refuse to unspeak my words, which I never did afore, if it had not been that I wronged the man. I have wronged the young fellow, and I am man enough to say so. I called him a murderer and a sneak, and time hath proved me to have been a liar. Therefore I ask his pardon humbly, and what will be more to his liking perhaps, I say that he shall have my daughter Mary if she abides agreeable, and I put down these here 20 guineas for Mary to look as she ought to look. She has been a good lass, and has borne with me a better than 1 in 1,000 would have done. Mary, my love to you, and with leave all round, here's a very good health of Robin Lyth." "Here's the health of Robin Lyth," shouted Mr. Popplewell, with his fat cheeks shining merrily. "Hooray for the lad who saved Nelson's death from a Frenchman's grins, and saved our Jack boy, Stephen Anerley. Stephen Anerley, I forgive you. This is the right stuff, and no mistake. Deborah, come and kiss the farmer." Mrs. Popplewell obeyed her husband, as the manner of good wives is, and over and above this fleeting joy, solid satisfaction entered into noble hearts, which felt that now the fruit of laborious years and the cash of many a tanning season would never depart from the family. And to make an end of any weak misgivings, even before the ladies went, to fill the pipes for the gentlemen, the tanner drew with equal care and even better nerve the second bottle's cork, and expressed himself as follows: "Brother Steve hath done the right thing. We hardly expected it of him, by rights of his confounded stubbornness, but when a shut-up man repenteth, he is equal to a hoyster, or this here bottle. What good would this ha' been without it was sealed over? Now mark my words, I'll not be behind no man when it comes to the right side up. I may be a poor man, a very poor man, and people counting otherwise might find themselves mistaken. I likes to be liked for myself only. But the day our Mary goes to church with Robin Lyth, she shall have £500 tied upon her back, or else my name's not Popplewell." Mary had left the room long ago, after giving her father a gentle kiss, and whispering to Willie that he should have half of her 20 guineas for inventing things, which is a most expensive process, and should be more highly encouraged. Therefore she could not express at the moment her gratitude to Squire Popplewell. But as soon as she heard of his generosity, it lifted a great weight off her mind, and enabled her to think about furnishing a cottage. But she never told even her mother of that. Perhaps Robin might have seen someone he liked better. Perhaps he might have heard that stupid story about her having taken up with poor Henry Tanfield, and that might have driven him to wed a foreign lady, and therefore to fight so desperately. None, however, of these perhapses went very deeply into her heart, which was equally trusting and trusty. Now some of her confidence in the future was justified that very moment almost by a sudden and great arrival, not of Jack Anerley and Robin Lyth, who were known to be coming home together, but of a gentleman whose skill and activity deserved all thanks for every good thing that had happened. "Well, I am in the very nick of time. It's my nature," cried Mr. Mordax, seated in the very best chair by the fire. "Why, you inquire, with your native penetration? Simply because in very early days I acquired the habit of punctuality. This holding good where an appointment is, holds good afterward from the force of habit, in matters that are of luck alone. The needle eye of time gets accustomed to be hit and turns itself up, without waiting for the clue. Wonderful Madeira! Well, Captain Anerley, no wonder that you have discouraged free trade with your cellars full of this. It is 20 years since I have tasted such wine. Mistress Anerley, I have the honour of qualifying this glass to your very best health, and that of a very charming young lady, who has hitherto failed to appreciate me." "Then, sir, I am here to beg your pardon," said Mary, coming up with a beautiful blush. "When I saw you first I did not enter into your Your my outspoken manner and short business style, but I hope that you have come to like me better. All good persons do when they come to know me. Yes, sir, I was quite ashamed of myself when I came to learn all that you have done for somebody, and your wonderful kindness at Bridlington. Famously said. You inherit from your mother the power and the charm of expression. And now, my dear lady, good Mistress Anerley, I shall undo all my great merits by showing that I am like the letter-writers, who never write until they have need of something. Captain Anerley, it concerns you also, as a military man and loyal soldier of King George. A gallant officer, highly distinguished in his own way, and very likely to get on in virtue of high connection, became of age some weeks back, and being the heir to large estates, determined to entail them. I speak as in a parable. My meaning is one which the ladies will gracefully enter into. Being a large heir, he is not selfish, but would fain share his blessings with the little one. In a word, he is to marry a very beautiful young lady to-morrow, and under my agency. But he has a very delightful mother, and an aunt of a lofty and commanding mind, whose views, however, are comparatively narrow. For a hasty, brief season, they will be wroth, and it would be unjust to be angry with them. But love's indignation is soon cured by absence, and tones down rapidly into desire to know how the sinner is getting on. In the present case, a fortnight will do the business, or, if for a month, so much the better. Heroes are in demand just now, and this young gentleman took such a care in his very first fight that he became a hero, and so has behaved himself ever since. Ladies, I am astonished at your goodness in not interrupting me. Your minds must be as practical as my own. Now this lovely young pair, being married to-morrow, will have to go hunting for the honey in the moon, to which such enterprises lead. Sir, you are very right, Squire Popplewell replied, and that is Bible truth, said the farmer. Our minds are enlarged by experience, resumed the genial factor pleasantly, and bowing to the ladies, who declined to say a word until a better opportunity. And we like to see the process going on with others. But a nest must be found for these young doves, a quiet one, a simple one, a place where they may learn to put up with one another's cookery. The secret of happiness in this world is not to be too particular. I have hit upon the very place to make them thankful by and by, when they come to look back upon it. A sweet little hole, half a league away from anybody. All is arranged. A frying-pan, a brownware teapot, a skin of lard, a cock and a hen, to lay some eggs, 100 weight of ship biscuits, warranted free from weevil, and a knife and fork, also a way to the sea, and a net for them to fish together. Nothing more delightful can be imagined. Under such circumstances they will settle, in 3 days, which is to be the master, which I take to be the most important of all marriage settlements, and unless I am very much mistaken, it will be the right one, the lady. My little heroine, Jerry Carraway, is engaged as their factotum, and every auspice is favourable. But without your consent all is knocked on the head, for the cottage is yours, and the tenant won't go out, even under temptation of 5 guineas, without your written order. Mistress Anerley, I appeal to you. Captain, say nothing. This is a lady's question. Then I like to have a little voice sometimes, though it is not often that I get it. And, Mr. Mordax, I say yes, and out of the 5 guineas we shall get our rent, or some of it, perhaps, from Poacher Tim, who owes us nigh upon 2 years now. The farmer smiled at his wife's good thrift, and being in a pleasant mood, consented, if so be the law could not be brought against him, and if the young couple would not stop too long, or have any family to fall upon the rates. The factor assured him against all evils, and then created quite a brisk sensation by telling them, in strict confidence, that the young officer was one Lancelot Jordas, own first cousin to the famous Robin Lyth, and nephew to Sir Duncan Jordas, and the lady was the daughter of Sir Duncan's oldest friend, the very one whose name he had given to his son. Wonder never ceased among them, when they thought how things came round. Things came round not only thus, but also even better afterward. Mordax had a very beautiful revenge of laughter at old Jellicorse by outstripping him vastly in the family affairs. But Mr. Jellicorse did not care, so long as he still had 11 boxes left of title deeds to Scargate Hall, no liability about the 12th, and a very fair prospect of a lawsuit yet for the multiplication of a legal race. And meeting Mr. Mordax in the highest legal circles, at Proctor Brigant's in Crypt's Court, York, he acknowledged that he never met a more delightful gentleman, until he found out what his name was. And even then he offered him a pinch of snuff, and they shook hands very warmly without anything to pay. When Robin Lyth came home he was dissatisfied at first, so difficult is mankind to please, because his good luck had been too good. No scratch of steel, no permanent scorch of power was upon him, and England was not in the mood to value any unwounded valour. But even here his good luck stood him in good stead, and cured his wrong, for when the body of the lamented hero arrived at Spithead in spirits of wine, early in December, it was found that the Admiralty had failed to send down any orders about it. Reports, however, were current of some intention that the hero should lie in state, and the battered ship went on with him. And when at last proper care was shown, and the relics of one of the noblest men that ever lived upon the tide of time were being transferred to a yacht at the Nore, Robin Lyth, in a sad and angry mood, neglected to give a wide berth to the gun that was helping to keep up the morning salute, and a piece of wad carried off his starboard whisker. This at once replaced him in the popular esteem, and enabled him to land upon the Yorkshire coast with a certainty of glorious welcome. Mr. Mordax himself came down to meet him at the northern landing, with Dr. Upround and Robin Coxcroft, and nearly all the men, and entirely all the women and children, of Little Denmark. Strangers also from outlandish parts, Squire Popplewell and his wife Deborah, Mrs. Carroway with her Tom and Jerry and Cissy and lesser Carroways, for her old Aunt Jane was gone to paradise at last, and had left her enough to keep a pony carriage, and a great many others, and especially a group of 4 distinguished persons, who stood at the top of the slide because of the trouble of getting back if they went down. These had a fair and double-horsed carriage in the lane, at the spot where the fish faced their last tribunal, and scarcely any brains but those of Flamborough could have absorbed such a spectacle as this, together with the deeper expectations from the sea. Of these 4 persons, 2 were young enough, and 2 not so young as they had been, but still very lively, and well pleased with one another. These were Mrs. Carnaby and Mr. Bart. The pet of the one had united his lot with the darling of the other. For good or for bad, there was no getting out of it, and the only thing was to make the best of it, and being good people, they were doing this successfully. Poor Mrs. Carnaby had said to Mr. Bart, as soon as Mr. Mordax let her know about the wedding, "Oh, but Mr. Bart, you are a gentleman now, are you not? I am sure you are, though you do such things. I am sure of it by your countenance." "Madam," Mr. Bart replied, with a bow that was decisive, "if I am not, it is my own fault. It is the fault of every man." At this present moment they were standing with their children, Lancelot and Insy, who had nicely recovered from matrimony, and began to be too high-spirited. They all knew, by virtue of Mr. Mordax, who Robin Lyth was, and they wanted to see him, and he declared to hear it, and be kind to him, if he made no claim upon them, and Mr. Bart desired, as his father's friend, to shake hands with him and help him if help were needed. But Robin, with a grace and elegance which he must have imported from foreign parts, declined all connection and acquaintance with them, and declared his set resolve to have nothing to do with the name of Jordass. They were grieved, as they honestly declared, to hear it, but could not help owning that his pride was just, and they felt that their name was the richer for not having any poor people to share it. Yet Captain Lyth, as he now was called, even by revenue officers, in no way impoverished his name by taking another to share it with him. The farmer declared that there should be no wedding until he had sold 7 stacks of wheat, for his meaning was to do things well, but this obstacle did not last long. for there were times when corn was golden, not in landscape only. So when the spring was fair with promise of green from the earth, and of blue from heaven, and of silver grey upon the sea, the little church close to Anerley Farm filled up all the complement of colours. There was scarlet of Dr. Upround's hood, brought by the precious boy from Flamborough, a rich plum colour in the coat of Mordax, delicate rose and virgin white in the blush and the brow of Mary, every tint of the rainbow on her mother's part, and gold, rich gold, in the great tanned bag on behalf of Squire Popplewell. His idea of a settlement was cashed down, and he put it on the parish register. Mary found no cause to repent of the long endurance of her truth, and the steadfast power of quiet love. Robin was often in the distance still, far beyond the silvery streak of England's new salvation, but Mary prayed for his safe return, and safe he was, by the will of the Lord, which helps the man who helps himself, and has made his hand bigger than his tongue. When the war was over, Captain Lyth came home, and trained his children in the ways in which he should have walked, and the duties they should do and pay. The End. End of chapter 57. End of Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore.